Greetings race fans, welcome along to Huntly International Speedway for night number 2, championship night of the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Car Champs. Welcome to the Pits TV. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Billy Hickey, alongside me once again Mike Wilson. Mike, let's have a look at night number 1. Just, wow, an amazing mix of events.
Yeah, 9 races of qualifying, and man, there's some big names that are not even looking like they're going to make the main event just yet. They already looks like they're going to have to go through the Repechages. 2 of those drivers, 2NZ Cam Roygard had a nightmare. So too did last year's New Zealand number 4 Steve Martin. They are the last 2 in the points at the moment, so they've got to try and salvage something tonight and get a better grid for the Repechage.
Absolutely, there's so much work that they need to do, and it's a big ask because they had their 3 heats last night. They've only got 2 heats tonight to get through to the finals. But if they don't, they've got the Repechage. But there's everyone else in that Repechage that wants to go through to that championship final. Of course, 25 laps, 20 cars, 2 cars to come through from 2 separate Repechages. Mate, it's all on.
Undoubtedly, and even if you do make it into the main show, if you're in a Repechage, you're going to be on grid 17 to 20. The chances of you winning that championship, even if it is 25 laps, mate, those are very narrow odds.
You need to have a really, really good grid to get ahead, because there's only 3 numbers that are available in a championship title. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. You've got to be in the top 3 to get one of those, obviously, so you've got to have a great grid to get ahead. It's a big ask because there's so much talent out there, Mike.
It's huge on talent, and we saw that last night. Some stunning racing. The track started developing that second line. We saw that coming off turn 4. It's a bit more bank coming off turn 4 on this track here. Standout last night, mate, he's from Hawke's Bay, the 27 Josh Smith, 3 straight race wins, and in his 3rd heat, I saw him drive like I've never seen him drive before. Josh is very much heavy on the throttle. He loves to get that car sideways. He backed it down, stayed out in front, and kept everyone behind him.
Now, I've been talking to a few drivers in pit lane pre the show today, at the top of the show. Now, a lot of them that I've been talking to, a good friend of mine, the 42M, Trent Amrine. Now, he didn't have a great night last night. He says he's sitting there with the points. He's saying, right, I need to finish in front of this person, that person, and that person to get as much points as possible. Because if you don't qualify for the main event without the Repechages, the more points you have is your better your grid for the Repechages. So they're sitting there, they're doing the homework. They just need to drive smart. They need to maximise the amount of points that they can get in these in these heats, and then that'll set them up for a feature race.
Yeah, definitely. Look, we didn't see too many incidents last night. You're always going to see some panel damage in saloon cars. That's just the way it is. Commiserations to Michelle McPherson. Sounds like she might have a lower broken arm, so we're sad to see her miss out tonight. But that was really only the major issue that was going on last night. A couple of drivers got caught up in a couple of incidents. Steve Martin in his first race, so he was gone straight away. He had a broken rotor. We look at some of the drivers like Thomas Korf and Steve Williams. They had a really good night. But another standout for me was Wayne Melling. Sorry about going on about Hawke's Bay drivers, but Wayne really was a standout last night, and he's currently sitting in about 10th position in points.
You can't go past those Hawke's Bay Saloon drivers, mate. They're amazing, aren't they? 1 at the top, and there's a few more in the top of the points, so it's all great. And well, if we go through and have another look, we've got Daniel Cook is in there as well. He's on 45 points. We've got Willie Woodhouse there as well, man from down south. 71k, Ryan Neve. He's a sort of shot out of the dark. We spoke to him yesterday, and he said that he had to knock a bit of rust off, and he certainly did that last night. I think he might have been lying, maybe.
Oh, look, these drivers will fake you out any chance they can get. They're never going to really show their true feelings or what's happening behind the scenes. What about Ethan Cook? Come in as defending champion. He won that so well last year at Miami. He's currently 4 points outside the top 16.
4 points outside the top 16. Now, if he doesn't nail these 2 heats, obviously he goes into the Repechage. Now, if we look back at Miami last year, how did he win the championship, Mike? You were there. We were both there.
Oh, look, it happens in a Repechage quite regularly, and then he just went on to dominate those 3 heats. Totally different format last year. 3 heats, accumulative points. Tonight, we've got those 5 races, 3 last night, 2 tonight, and then it's all about the grids for 25 laps, and first, second, third across the line, there's your podium.
Now, we talked about this format last night at the top of the show, and we'll talk about it as we go through the night. It's very popular with a lot of the drivers. Personally, I think it's a great format. How different do you think it is for these drivers to handle this, this GP format that we have versus the old points in the first night, Repechages on the second night, and then 3 heat races across the night?
Oh, look, as a commentator, I quite like the final race format because when they cross the line, the crowd sees who's first, second and third. It's clear cut. Yes, it's provisional. We've still got to wait to sign off the result. But when you have the three-heat system, you've got to work out the points. There's always a delay. Who won it, who was second, who was third. Yeah, I'm a fan of this, but I'm really liking the fact that there's 5 heats. If it was 3 heats and you have a bad race, yeah, that's going to squeeze you. But the fact that you can have a bad race and still have 4 other good races, I like that.
Yeah, it's proving to be very, very popular with everyone, and we certainly hope to see that format carry on in future championships, not just in saloons, but perhaps we see it in super saloons and other classes as well. I just want to talk about some of the other point scorers in there that we were quite surprised with. I just want to talk about the 36M of Dale Bigwood. Now, he tells us that he doesn't race on the biggest of budgets. Now, the car looks fantastic. He's running an older chassis, but you said that he posted on Facebook the other day that he got some brand new rubber, and boy, did it show last night.
Oh, look, that rubber was sticking. This terracotta clay, mate, he had it hooked up. Dale's so passionate about his racing. He runs that Saloon series. You know, he's the big instigator of that. And I'm just stoked to see him doing well at the moment. If we have a look, what is he? He's 12th in the points at the moment, so he's well inside that top 16. And then other drivers, we had Blake Hooper, who did well as well, also the 12S car. And the other one was from another Hawke's Bay car here. Sorry, he's just outside of that. The 92 of Kevin Martin. Now, Kevin, the Manawatu champion, he's got a totally different style to Steve, but I think another 2 heats we might see him in the show.
I think we might too. You can never discount the Martins. They're very proven, especially with that Manawatu Saloon Championship. Another driver I want to talk about that's just on the bubble, there's a couple of them there. First of all, the 46A of Nigel Ross. Now, he had to sit out the first race not long after it had started. He popped the big wheel on the right rear, and that was his day done. But he come back with some inspiring performances in those last 2 heats to get himself pretty much in the mix.
Yeah, Nigel's flamboyant, we all know that, and his race car, the beautiful blue, it's very much like the collars on these shirts. His car stands out on the racetrack, and when it's going right and he puts it in the right place, he's fast.
That's absolutely right. And another one I wanted to talk about was Craig Corf. Now, those Corf boys were really strong last night. We spoke about Thomas Corf, of course, who was going really good. Some great results. Then you've got Dad, you've got Craig Corf. Now, he's just on the bubble as well, but very much a surprise there too.
Yeah, well, look, they're both race winners. Thomas had a first, second and third, despite suffering damage to the front clip, which they've replaced. So that car's all good to go again tonight. But Craig was in there. The car's got pace. Again, he had 2 good races. He had 1 not so good race. That's currently why he's just outside of our top 16 in about 19th position. But if you look at the points, he's actually only 1 point out of the 16.
That's absolutely right. This can go anyway, ladies and gentlemen. Another driver I wanted to talk about was the 18K of Chris Taylor. Now, last year he was a part of the North Island Saloon team here at Huntly for the North versus South. I spoke to him, and he was very shy, quiet. We spoke to him last night. He was great. He was great to talk to. His driving, he's running an old Skinny Coulson chassis. Unfortunately, Skinny Coulson not racing tonight, for those of you who are wondering. An old Skinny Coulson chassis. The car looks great. He drives it fantastically, and it's great to see someone like Chris up there. Well, he's sitting in 6th place at the moment, out of the top 16.
Yeah, look, if you're in the top 6 after night 1, it's looking good for night 2, isn't it? Because you haven't had your bad race yet. They may not have a bad race. They could end up moving even further up there. Sad about Skinny not being here tonight. You know, the legend, we talked to him last night, but he didn't really have the best of nights. He was well down there, and I'm looking at this, maybe around about 24th, 25th position for Skinny, so things didn't work out for him.
Now, I was talking to Skinny last night. He said he just wanted to come out here and have fun. He posted on his Facebook page earlier on that he didn't want to come out and ruin anything for anyone else, which just shows you the noble sort of competitor that he is. But he's not the only one. This class is absolutely littered with great competitors, great drivers, and the camaraderie is just out the gate.
Yeah, I shouldn't say it, but he ruins it for me because he's not here. You know, I want to see Skinny on the track. He's one of the biggest legends in saloon car racing. Former national champion when there was only a New Zealand Saloon title. Before it split off, we had limited saloons, and then super saloons got created. This got renamed Saloons. Skinny was the legend before that.
Now, Skinny Coulson, definitely sad to see that he won't be here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head out to our grand parade on the track. We look forward to seeing the drivers and all their gear heading around the track. So thank you very much for tuning in. Myself and Mike will be heading down pit lane and catching up with most of the drivers very soon. But thank you very much for tuning into the Pits TV. Stay with us.
Build it, make it, fix it, shift it, tow it, stow it, dig it, lift it, mow it, trim it, grind it, chip it, we hire it. Mix it, pour it, smooth it, finish it, soar it, clean it, nail it, polish it. 0800 24/7 rent. I hire, we hire it. 0800 24/7 rent. I hire, we hire it.
Big business or small business, we've got mobile solutions to give any size business an edge. Our regionally based account managers can scope your business and deliver to your evolving needs. Take control of your team's business mobiles with individual plans or shared data pools, along with solutions that offer increased control over device and data security and the flexibility to easily manage your team's mobiles and apps. Whatever your business, whatever your size, talk to your Spark customer lead or business hub today.
Welcome back. This is the Tank Guy track update. Now, Red was in the background and the water truck still going around putting moisture down into this track. Now, Billy, he was here till 2 o'clock last night. They pulled the grader around it, turned it over, then started throwing more water into this racetrack. So it's going to be a different surface from what we saw last night. And because it's overcast, I think we're going to be in for a fantastic racetrack.
I think we're going to see a very flamboyant racetrack tonight, Mike. Last night we saw a very slick groove forming down at turn 4, which obviously it isn't the greatest for saloon racing, but then the track came back and there was the 2-lane option, but no one took it. Now it's very tacky up high, but we're not going to see guys right up against the wall unless they've done something wrong. Now this track, obviously first impression is very hard, as you said, and it's perfect for saloon racing because that means it's not going to go anywhere. It's going to provide awesome racing. These guys can go wherever, whenever they want, or do whatever they want to do, as long as they don't put it in the wall. Now that's the hardest thing not to do in a saloon car, especially around Huntly.
We saw last night drivers were right up against the wall. It was dry there, it was dusty there, and they were losing traction. But if you have a look around the track now, every part of this track's the same colour. That means they've got an even spread of water through this race surface.
Now these saloons, I mean that's exactly right, Mike. Now these saloons, they absolutely love the shine, or they absolutely love the slick, well not the slick stuff, sorry, they love the hardness. They love that, thrive off that sort of thing. They throw the dirt around, all that sort of stuff. Now what they'll be doing over the course of the next, let's say, hour or so before they go racing, is they'll be going around, they'll be packing it down, getting all of the, you can see the sheen on the track, they'll be getting all of that off, packing the water into the track. There's a few puddles around, we'll be getting rid of that as well. So what you'll see is you'll see this nice sheen on the track. Once they've gone around and packed it down, that won't be there anymore, and that will be absolutely perfect for a saloon driver. These guys will be loving it.
Oh, undoubtedly. We'll talk about the composition once again. It's 70% terracotta clay with 30% river silt, which is from the Huntly quarry. So you put that silt sand into a racetrack because that allows the track to have, it's aerated basically. It creates a porous context so that the water can go through evenly, because if it's just clay, sometimes the water can just stay on top and it doesn't get down to the base.
The water was exactly right, and you can see a few spots around the track the water just sits on the top and it doesn't do anything, and packing it down is not going to do a hell of a lot. So like you say, it creates those air pockets for it to come down. Now this is what Red has done. He's gone round, like you say, he's flipped the track, he's turned it over, he's gone round with the ripper and he's ripped it up and turned it over. Now what that does is it opens everything up. So he's taken the surface that was on here last night, turn it upside down so the moisture can come on and trickle all the way down, and it's going to be, I mean, like we said, we did a little test and it's really hard. It's a really hard track, so it's going to be absolutely perfect. I think we're in for a ripper night. The track is fantastic.
Yeah, we want to see some 2-lane racing tonight, and we'll talk about the banking here, especially off turn 4. Going into turn 3, the track seems to be a bit flatter. Then the outside of turn 4, it starts to get a bit more gradient in it. If it's grippy up there, we'll see drivers hitting that high line and they'll get a slingshot down to turn 1.
I think the same goes the whole way around the track, Mike. You know, we look at where we're standing here, it's got this ever so slight bank, but like we were saying earlier before when we first arrived at the track, like you say, it's dug into the ground. It's a track that's dug into the ground. It's like almost like a big pizza in a way. It's just like how would you call it, a stuffed crust pizza. It just sort of comes down. That's how I describe the track. So it's got this ever so slight banking. It's nice and wide, so there's, like you say, there's the chance for the 2-lane racing. They're going to be side by side going down the straight, but the thing is with these saloons, they stick to that one line, and once they know someone's behind them, they don't let them past. So with that in mind, at the end of the day, it's going to be all down to who's got the best setup, and I think it's going to be Josh Smith.
Ooh, that's a big call. You talk about that one line down the inside. Thing is, if you've got a driver out in front that perhaps isn't running the fastest and he's stacking people up in behind, we see this quite often, you get half a dozen cars in behind, causes that concertina effect. It's the guys that hang it out on the outside that work it and slowly make their way past. You can get around.
Well, it's a bit like that Eminem song, you know, 2 trailer park girls go around the outside. So what's going to happen, you know, last night I observed a cars going to the outside. I saw Jared Fletcher try to do it. I saw a couple of other guys try to do it. They weren't having a lot of luck on the outside trying to pass. Now, it's proven that in any race class, saloons and super saloons, that you can pass around the outside. If you've got the setup, if you've got the pace, if you've got everything nailed and you've got everything going for you, you can do it. But you've got to be very brave. Very, very brave to do it. We will see it. I have high faith in this track that we will see 2 lanes tonight. There'll be guys sticking around the outside. If they've got the right setup, they'll be able to get the power down a lot earlier. They'll have that slingshot, like you mentioned, and she'll be on for young and old. There'll be 2x2 down the straight. There'll be 2x2. I think we'll see whole races. We'll see cars just side by side by side. It'll be down to transponder placement once we come to the finish line.
You're getting a little excited, Billy.
I think I'm getting really excited, mate. This is the New Zealand Saloon Champs, and it's in Huntly. It's one of the best tracks in the country, one of the best classes within a massive calibre of drivers, young and old, championships, past champions. There's people, there's a guy out there that's younger than me, for goodness sake. I mean, I noticed when we were talking off camera, you finished racing it when I was born. That's a bit awkward, but there's guys out there that are just a wee bit younger than us doing it there. And full kudos to every single driver that's out there doing it. New Zealand Championship for them. Biggest event of the year on their calendar. We've had guys come from Invercargill, Christchurch, Wellington, all over the country to come and contest this. It's a big ups to them for coming to do it, mate. I just want to get into it. Let's go!
I can tell. It's been an interesting track talk. We had Trailer Park Girls and Stuffed Crust Pizzas. That's your Tank Guy track update here at Placemakers Huntly Speedway.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm down here with a man, a stalwart of the saloon class and super saloons. That is Wes Hughes. First of all, Wes, fantastic job this weekend managing all these drivers, all these groups. I know you live and breathe this class.
Yeah, I managed quite a lot of these championship meetings. This must be number 5 or 6 that I've done it, and thoroughly enjoying it.
And of course, you travel around with the Valvoline Saloon Speed Week. You do a lot of work with Steve Williams as well. Tell us about that Saloon Week, because you deal with a lot of political stuff with these drivers, a bit of judge and jury.
You can be judge, jury and referee at these some of these series, but I enjoy it. It's a way to meet it. It's a way to get good racing out of a good series over 5-6 nights. This year we're in the South Island with the Holden Trade Club Saloon Speed Week series and thoroughly enjoyed it.
Oh, that's absolutely great. Now, just tell us, you might not be able to tell us, who's the hardest driver to deal with?
No comment.
Don't blame you, mate. Who's the easiest driver to deal with?
Easiest drivers? All of them. When I manage a good series, they all sort of behave themselves.
Oh, that's what we like to hear, mate. That's awesome. Now, just tell us about how everyone's been behaving this week. Have everyone been behaving well, looking after themselves?
It has. The qualifying night last night was fabulous. I've managed a lot of these championships, and it'd have to be one of the best nights I've ever managed. So relaxed, the atmosphere, a good format. Huntly's doing very well with the track here, and it's been a great night qualifying.
Now, just tell me, Wes, why saloons? For you, why saloons? Why Speedway?
Why saloons? I started crewing with my brother-in-law, and once I put down the tools as a crew member, I picked up a pad and a clipboard like this and just took on the role of the manager. But I've always stuck with saloons. Friendship here, the speedway, the companionship is great.
And can you tell us anything that might be coming in the coming years for saloons as a class?
For saloons and class, for the end of the season, what have we got organised? Speed Week will happen in 2021. 2021, I'll also be managing the New Zealand Saloon Championships in Invercargill in January 2021.
Oh, plenty happening. Well, thank you very much for your time, Wes, and we appreciate all your hard work. Get out there and enjoy tonight and have some fun.
Thank you all. It'll be a good finals night. Bye now.
Well, this time we've got Grant Kelly, car owner of number 27B. Everything went good for you guys last night. There was a small steering issue, though, that I want to talk to you about, and that meant you had to make a dash to Auckland.
Yeah, correct, yeah. The steering rack, Josh, in that first heat, the steering jammed, so precautionary we replaced the steering rack, so we had to hoom to Auckland and grab a brand new rack to rectify that issue. So it should be all good to go now, yeah.
It was a bit of an expensive trip for you, but it's a national title and you've got to do these things.
Yeah, it did sort of clear itself, but we just thought a national title, so let's not take the risk and put a new rack in it, yeah. So we did that, and then, it should be all good to go for tonight, yeah.
Apart from that, just pretty much a nut and bolt check, maybe chuck some new rubber on it.
Yeah, just a general check over, just a general nut and bolt check really, yeah, and just to set up again and make sure it's all ready to go again tonight, yeah. And it was pretty much all we had to do.
You're a vital part of this team. You love your saloon car racing?
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Yeah, me and Josh co-own the car, and it's just been going really good. Yeah, so we put a lot of effort in and we get the results basically. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good.
Well, that's because you guys spend a lot of time travelling. You go to the big meetings. You travel to all these away tracks. That's what you've got to do to get on top of your game.
Oh, definitely. We travel every weekend when we can. It's all about getting out there and learning the car, different tracks. That's how you get better basically. Yeah, you've got to travel really. Can't just stick to your local track and hope for the best. You've got to drive with really good drivers as well, and compete with them. And yeah, we do really well actually. Yeah, so it's really good.
All right, well, the driver's just coming back in, so you're waiting for your race car to come back. What are you going to do to the car before his first race tonight?
Well, we are actually second up, so the track looks very wet and heavy at the moment, so we'll have to change the car just for that. And we're off the back, so we really need to make some spots. So we'll just change the car to suit the track and then hope for the best. But it is a very heavy track at the moment, but hopefully we'll have a lot of drive out there which the car suits.
All right, I'll let you get to work. Thanks for chatting to us.
Yep, thanks Mike, awesome, cheers.
By this time, we've got the 7P car, Shane Laking, currently sitting at 8th equal in the points. It was a great night for you.
It wasn't so much the first race. We got a little bit wrong, but we came back and we're happy with 8th so far.
This car just sits on the track so nice. And I hate to say, it's not the fastest car in a straight line, but you've got such good corner speed.
Yeah, we definitely lack horsepower, but we try to make it up other ways. And, I try to hold off a little bit before I brake and get them into the corners. And if we can do it, we do it.
What's the old cliche, you can make this car 10 feet wide?
Yeah, it's pretty hard out there, though, when it's a pole line race, but I don't know. We've got 2 more heats to go, and we're starting off the back in one of them, and I think near the back in the other one. So, I don't know. It's early days, but we'll try our best.
Well, to be inside the top 8 when 16 is where, the 16 are going to go straight through, you're 50% all the way up there, but 2 good races tonight could move you even further up. And who knows, you could have a top 3 rows start for that 25-lap feature.
Yeah, well, he's hoping, but we could get a DNF too. But yeah, fingers crossed, and we've been over the car again this morning and done everything we can, so we'll give it our best shot.
Did you manage to get some Streetwise coffee?
I don't know if they have Streetwise in Huntly. Have they got power in Huntly?
That was a sneaky little sponsor plug.
Oh, was it? Oh, yeah, very good.
Have they got power in Huntly? I think they have. You better mention some of those sponsors. We know Dino and the team at Sign It Up Genius Sign Makers are one of the main ones.
Yeah, we've got Guns and Tackle, Hunting and Fishing in Napier. He's a mate of mine and he's a good shop. We've got Streetwise. We've got Value Master Motors, Mag & Tyre. We've got Only Car Auto Shop, Patello's Nurseries, Comac Industries. Yeah, we get a bit of help from everybody. It all makes it work, eh?
How many tins of paint do you go through by putting the stencils on those tyres, mate? They're pretty impressive.
We go for a can of meeting, and I'm pretty sure you caught me this morning doing it down by the river.
I'm glad that's what you were doing down by the river, but it does look good. I love that. I know you run the P on the side of the car. You're in Hawke's Bay. You had a great night last night. Keep that up.
Yeah, cheers, man. Thanks for all the support, and we'll do our best tonight.
All right, 7P, Shane Laking. Well, I got one of the characters of the sport here, the 77K, Roscoe Cresswell. Mate, you had a bit of a tough night last night. You're currently 11 points outside that top 16.
That's pretty bad, isn't it? Still, at least it's a 1-1 like a 77, so that's encouraging, isn't it? Double numbers,
What grids have you got for heats 4 and 5?
9 and 5, I think. We had pretty bad grids, really. Not that I'm complaining about the computer, but when some got 2, 3 and 4 last night, I got like 5, 9 and 13.
It's a conspiracy, mate.
I didn't pay enough.
Obviously, if you can't make the top 16 through those 5 heats, you need to be as far up as you can on a grid for the repechage. And you're probably on a bubble of having a good grid if that's how it worked out.
It could be. The thing is, too, though, to get the repechage, you get grids 17 to 20. And so that's a tough ask for anyone, isn't it?
Yeah, but you just want to be in the show, right?
Yeah, it'll be good watching as well, though.
No, you don't want to be watching, Roscoe. You want to be in that show. You want to do the 25 laps in front of the fans.
We do normally qualify, to be fair, but we're getting older and so's the car. And these others are getting younger and faster. So, like, I'm 62 next year. I'm pretty ancient, you see.
You're going to keep going until you get to 77?
Absolutely. Probably be in a mobility scooter with towing a trailer with a heart machine and a lung monitor on it.
Well, you're definitely passionate about your racing. That's what we love about you.
Yeah, we've raced everywhere from Invercargill to Whangarei and every track except Wanganui.
Well, you better get to Wanganui.
They don't run saloons very often, eh?
You better sort that out.
Okay, well, I think Moongoon's gone now, hasn't he? From Wanganui.
I don't know.
Yeah, Moongoon was there for 25 years. He's a great ambassador for Speedway.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy. So I think there's a new fella. But yeah, I'd be keen to race Wanganui. We did Western Springs last year in Rolling Thunder in the Super, and so that was cool. The main reason we bought a Super was to do Burger King and Rolling Thunder. And so we did that. It was cool.
Yeah, where did you get in that Burger King series?
Oh, I don't think I got a burger. I think we were like 15th out of 34 or something. So
that's all right. You're halfway out the field. Do you take the pickle out of the burger?
I don't like cucumber, eh?
I didn't say cucumber, I said pickle.
I'd pick any burger that didn't have cucumber.
You probably take the lettuce out and everything and just eat a meat and patty and just a bit of bread.
I am almost vegetarian. I don't eat meat for 23 hours a day.
Yeah. That's what I love about you, mate. You are a character, and you're giving me some really left field answers here. But that's good because it makes for interesting commentary, and the people on the stream are loving it.
Track's a bit slippery, and I've got a bad draw, and I need to make some places, and I don't rate myself, and blah blah. So you got to be a bit different, don't you?
Of course you do.
Actually, the worst thing last night was our front draw was 3, and then someone took our bonnet off, and we weren't allowed to carry on. So I had to go at the back of the calf shed. I found a bonnet. It's got 2011, 2012 Speedway sticker on it. So it's been sitting out the back there for a couple of weekends.
What were the calves doing on it?
I can't tell you that on TV. It's a family show, isn't it?
Hey, always a pleasure talking to you, Roscoe. Good luck tonight. I hope you make the show, mate.
I need more than luck, mate.
Wish him some luck on the stream. Roscoe Cresswell, 77k.
Yeah, and support Speedway, best family sport ever. Like there was a thing on the radio the other day, they couldn't pack a stadium in sport. They were talking about cricket and rugby. And the same week they had 20,000 odd crazy fans at Palmerston. So someone should have rung the radio station and said, Palmerston can do it, piece of cake.
There you go.
Alrighty, I'm down here once again. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, for the issues there. 48A, Jeremy Silcock. First of all, Jeremy, you're 1 point off of that top 16 qualifiers, right on the bubble. Bit of work to do tonight.
Yeah, look, it wasn't too bad actually. I was pretty happy. I actually haven't raced the car since early December, so I was pretty happy with the 3 heats last night, and got good grid draws this heat. Tonight, soft grid 1 and 7. So yeah, we'll just see how it goes, and yeah, I'll be pretty happy if I even make the top 20. So.
Look, you're out there, you're at this, you're sitting in 17th overall. You go out there, if you don't make the qualifiers, you'll be very handily placed in those repechages to start.
Yeah, look, I mean, like I say, I haven't done a lot of racing, and I'm just, privileged to be running the 48A, and actually, it's an old car, but it's pretty cool to be keeping up with a lot of the guys that race most weekends, and, got all the new gear, so, yeah, we'll just see how we go, I think.
Very special history behind this car. Just tell us a wee bit about that one.
Yeah, well, obviously it's Phil Toogood car, 48A. It's been around for 20 odd years, and Phil's campaigned it well, and he's won multiple titles around the country, and he still comes down and helps me out before the race. He popped down last night, give me a few words of wisdom. So I'm pretty privileged to have it. It's a great car. I really enjoy driving it. It's pretty cool.
Fantastic, mate. It's a great looking car. Looks like you got some great sponsors. You got Global Linings and Global Fire Limited, and who else is on there?
Yeah, I'd just like to put a shout out to Global. I mean, they've been with me for 4 seasons now. They're fantastic sponsors. So, yeah, Judy and Craig and the team at Global Fire and Global Lining. I've also got Allen's Autos, McMahon Builders, my mate Tom Roberts at Allen's Autos. I couldn't really do it without him. The car's in the workshop most weekends, and he helps me out with everything. So, you can't really do it with the sponsors, so can't thank them enough.
Well, look, Jeremy Silcock, right on the bubble. Best of luck tonight. Go and have fun.
Yeah, come in. Thanks. Looking forward to it.
Cheers. Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Billy. This time with the Spray Pump Services 8M car of Jared Fletcher. Job done for you last night, currently sitting 3rd in points.
Yeah, we had 2 rear grids last night as well, so we had a pretty good night. We've got a couple of middle grids tonight, so we've got to make the most of them, and hopefully we're there or thereabouts after the heats.
Yeah, car was moving forward nicely.
Yeah, the car wasn't too bad. There's still room for improvement tonight, but we were reasonably happy with it.
Now, you noticed an issue in that 3rd race as well.
Yeah, halfway through the race, we got some oil on the clutch, and it started slipping when I tried to use too much throttle. So we had to pull the gearbox and the clutch apart last night and serviced it and everything, and put it all back together with some new stuff today, and hopefully it should be as good as new.
Was that a bit of a panic moment?
We're a little bit concerned. I sort of knew what it was because we've had a similar problem before. So I knew what to do out on the track to sort of try and nurse it through, so we still got the points. But it was a bit concerning when we got in and sort of noticed the oil around it and everything. So yeah.
So what time today did you finish servicing the race car?
About 1:30 we finished on the race car. We stayed up till about 2:30 last night pulling everything out, so we knew sort of what the problem was, so in the morning we could sort of get the right stuff and the right people to sort it out.
You were probably back on the job at around 8 o'clock in the morning as well.
Yeah, I think I got up at 7 and had some breakfast, and over to the shed it was.
So you're feeling refreshed?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling really good actually, so excited. So that's always good for the energy levels.
We talked about it last night, the fact that you won that North Island Championship. So you come here, you got expectations, you want to grab at least the top 3 number. Everybody does.
Yeah, I think everyone wants a number, but yeah, we're having a pretty good season, so I'd love to get one on the side.
All right, all the best tonight for heats 4 and 5, and put yourself in the main show, and you never know, that number 1 on the side of your race car could be yours.
Yeah, we just got to get through those heats, but yeah, hopefully we go right.
All right, there you go, 18, Jared Fletcher, 3rd in points at the moment.
Thanks, Mike. Yes, I'm here with the 42M club mate to Jared Fletcher, of course. Trent Amrine. Trent, not the greatest of nights for you last night, 30 points overall. Obviously an issue with the car. Didn't see you start. What's going on there?
Yeah, it was a bit of a tough night for us, to be honest. In our last heat, we were going out and the ignition switch failed on us, so didn't really get to start the heat, so we made no points in that. So we only gained 30 points last night. We've got our work cut out for tonight, so we've got a hard night ahead.
Now, you obviously still got these 2 heats going. You've got some fierce competition out there. Where are you starting? What are your grids for these last 2?
So we've got back grids tonight, 13 and 14. So yeah, we've got a lot of hard charging to do. We'll most likely be in the repechage. So yeah, we'll just see how far we can get up there and just go from there really.
Now, of course, you struck that issue. $5 switch is what it was. It was a $5 ignition switch. It really shows you how cruel Speedway can be. Now, if we just talk about the rest of the car, has it made you a little bit anxious about how the rest of the car might perform? Is something like that might fail again?
Well, I mean, I'm happy with the car. The Pro-X is really good. We always check everything over as much as we can. I'm happy with what we've got, and our maintenance on the car is good. So, only thing we can do now is just rely on me, and we'll just go from it and see what I can do.
Well, it's a fantastic looking car, mate. The McFall Fuels Pro-X looks fantastic, and of course all your other sponsors on there. Just say good day to them for us.
Yeah, definitely. Big thanks to McFall, Colin Amber Contracting, BNT Motorsport, and also a big thanks to my crew as well.
And Baywide Landscapes, of course, that's your business, mate. Best of luck tonight. Go and have some fun.
Awesome. Thanks, Billy.
We've got the Marine Diesel 74 car of Scott Lansdowne here. Job done for you. You're currently sitting 8th in points.
Yeah, we're not doing too bad. Obviously, we've got our 2 front grids tonight. We sort of felt that we probably could have done a bit more last night. We sort of struggled to catch the track at times, but we're probably not sitting too bad, and we just need to really capitalise on those front grids tonight to make it happen.
Track definitely changed last night because early on it was about 2/3 out. That seemed to be where the racing line was, and then it got tighter and tighter as the night went on.
Yeah, it did. The pole line definitely seemed to be the faster line, and obviously having your back grids and trying to make it happen on the outside, we sort of struggled and missed the setup a couple of times and didn't really, capitalise where we should have.
But to be 8th in points after that, and with 2 front grids to come up tonight, it's kind of looking pretty good for you to make sure you've got a good grid for the 25-lap feature.
Yeah, as I say, we're reasonably happy, and as long as we can capitalise and make those front grids count and finish, we should be sitting reasonably okay to qualify, obviously, and hopefully up the front somewhere.
Pretty much your prep today, just nut and bolt check, make sure the race car's all good.
Yeah, we went home last night, obviously washed it, cleaned it, went over it this morning, didn't really find too much, but it's always nice, you clears the head and you know that you're good to go.
I see the crew out there with the rag just polishing it up as well.
Oh, you got to keep them looking pretty, and everyone feels excited about it.
All right, good luck tonight, Scott.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Cheers, Mike. Yes, I'm here with the current 1NZ, Ethan Cook. Now, obviously not the greatest night for you last night, 38 points overall. Alternator and battery issues, but you're coming out fighting tonight.
Yeah, mate, we got it sorted. We've got a brand new battery, brand new alternator on now, so we're ready to go.
Game plan for tonight. What are your grids? Where are you starting? What's the go?
I've got 2 10 positions off the heat, so yeah, really just going to try and move forward. We're starting on the outside. Usually gives us a good run into turn 1, so hopefully we can make a few spots up.
Now, obviously, you won the New Zealand title last year at Miami from the repechage. It's happened not just with you, but with plenty of other people. It definitely can be done from the repechage, but a lot of hard work.
Yeah, I don't really want to be in it again. I'd love just to get inside that top 16, but if it comes to that, I mean, it is what it is, and we'll charge hard from the back in the feature if we make it.
That's absolutely right. Now, any nerves going into tonight? It is finals night. We've got the qualifying business done. You are the 1NZ defending champion. Wee bit of a target on your back. Any nerves, any anxiousness?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, no one can take us out. It's not like stock car racing, but yeah, it's always nervous. It's kind of all eyes on us, but yeah, I'm fine. I'll be in the game when I get on that track. It never really changes. That's just another race for me.
Now, no one in the saloon class has gone back to back with the 1NZ, so there's a lot of work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work.
Fantastic. Alrighty. Thank you very much for your time. Just quickly, a word for your sponsors. As usual, the cars look great.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, big thanks to East Light Carriers, David James Motors, East Outdoor and Leisure, McCafferty Metal Cartage, Chemic, Think Water, Gisborne High Abs, Craig Walker, Paint and Decorators, and who else? The Sandblasters, and also big thanks to DW Landscapes in Taupo.
Fantastic. Thanks for your time, Ethan. Get out, have some fun, and best of luck.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Right, this time I've got the 2 Halcrow sisters, Ashley and Danielle. Danielle, you're currently outside the top 16, so are you, Ashley. How was preparation for you girls today?
Not too much needing done. We've changed my diff gears for tonight, so hopefully that's going to help me a bit more. But other than that, the rest of the car's fine.
So not too much work. You're not that far out of those points though. I think it's 11 points for you. That's achievable tonight.
Yeah, definitely. I have both for the last 2 heats. So last night I had my rear grid, so hopefully I'll get some more points tonight.
The Battle of the Sisters is still on though, isn't it?
No, it always is.
So Mum and Dad been flat out working on both these cars today. Do you girls really get into it yourselves? Are you full hands-on with prep?
Yeah, we both get quite into it. Dad does a lot of the work, Dad and Taylor and Byron, but yeah, we try to help out as much as we can.
And obviously you want to make the show tonight, but you want to go, if you don't, you're going to go through into the Repechage, because it would be great to have you girls in that 25-lap feature.
Yeah, I mean, that's still the ultimate goal. Like she said, we both have our front grids tonight, so yeah, well, hopefully we can get enough to at least get somewhere up in the Repechage, if not through. So.
Right, we'll be cheering for you girls anyway.
Thank you.
There you go, the sisters, Ashley and Danielle.
Alrighty, I'm here with the 1468 Paul Wright. Just quickly, matching shirts. That was not a total setup, was it?
No, it's a great shirt, mate. It looks good on you.
Yeah, it's because it feels great. Looks good on you too. That's weird. Anyway, Paul Wright, of course, last night probably not the greatest of nights for you, but a few issues with the car you're trying to get around.
Yeah, had a couple of little issues. The first run hit the brake when we needed to, and it spun itself out and backed into the wall. So. Wasn't an ideal start, and just when you're with these fast guys, you can't make a mistake. And there was 2 heats. I tried something in the last heat, didn't work, and I went backwards. So it's just you can't make a mistake, and I made a couple, unfortunately.
Now, of course, you're running the Pro X chassis, which is very popular with the Saloons and Super Saloons as well. We had Morris Cowling here last night. Like we said, you did have a few issues trying to learn the car. Did you get any feedback from him?
I couldn't actually find him. I saw him at the start of the night, and I was going to ask him a few questions. Then I got busy, and then during the night, I actually was trying to find him to ask something, but I couldn't find him. So it is what it is. We're learning the car still. I mean, it was Bodie's car. He helped us out a lot when we first got it. And it's only my second season in it, so it's still a lot of learning on it. I'm not really a natural race car driver, as a lot of these guys seem to be, so I've got to work hard at it, and I haven't raced I've done like 12 laps the last 2 months, so it's been very hard to get in here, and I don't seem to always go good on the first night of anything, and the second night I seem to come better, so hopefully I can finish strong and get somewhere up towards the qualifying end for my sponsors and stuff, and my crew.
Well, of course, you've got a Pro X there, and like we say, it's Speedway. It's all about having fun. It's all about getting out there and doing it. You don't have to be the best to get out there, as long as you get out there and have fun. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a big family thing. You look at all these guys down here, guys and girls. Sorry, the families involved is amazing. My whole family's here. I've got friends here, and it's awesome. It's like you meet long life friends here, like Nigel Ross and Steve Williams, my 2 idols in Speedway. And Nigel's like an older brother to me. He's just such an awesome guy, and they help me out as much as they can. And it's just brilliant to have 2 guys like that to mentor and just that brilliant to you. So it's awesome.
We love your passion, Paul. Thank you very much for your time, and best of luck tonight. We'll be wearing these shirts with pride.
No problems, man. No, the shirts look all good on your crew, and I'm happy to deliver you guys a couple of shirts and get the name out there and look after my sponsors, my 2 main sponsors, Myco's and Floric Gas Fitting. They do so much for me in a year, and without them I couldn't race. So they're awesome. So if you can get their name out there as much as I can, and the shirts are for sale. If anyone wants to buy them, they can message me on Dirt Demon Racing Motors Facebook page, and we've got to order like 10 at a time. So if people want them, message me, send me a private message, and we'll see what we can sort for them.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Paul. Have fun.
Sweet. Thanks, man.
Back 99 is Steve Heyman, and the 9 is that of Vaughan Glidden. They'll go around a couple more times, so I think the green flag's not ready to go. Can you go find out who's in 23?
Yep.
No worries. So they go around a couple more times. On the outside, Dylan Sherman just started racing this year. The Reelwood Drive 17. Lance Gribble, the BMW, that's an ex-South Island car, went down there and brought that car, proving that rear-wheel drives still have a little bit of go forward in the land of production saloons up here around Huntly. Just reminded everybody, it is a smoke-free, vape-free venue, and it's just the place is so tinder dry, so be very careful if you are partaking in a cigarette or a smoke. One more lap before we go racing. Sherman, Gribble in the 42, Marks in the 15, Heyman in the 99, Warrender in the 2, Glidden in the 6, Craddock in the 63. Green flag's ready. And it drops. Sherman puts the gas down. He slides wide. It's going to be a little bit exciting going down into 1 because they're just going to sledge straight forward. 23 of Dylan Atwood on the outside, and Sherman. So Atwood just having a couple of challenges, but Marks in the 15 gets out to a pretty handy lead after 1 lap. Warrender in the 2 trying to trace him down. Warrender's got to change his number back to what he used to have probably the next couple of days or so. Sherman in the Nissan, the 17H, gets all tank slappy down the back straight. Inside, outside, slapping everything. Atwood in the 23 pulls to the infield. But is out in front, the 15H. Chris Marks has the lead over Warrender. Warrender in the 2. Then the 63 Craddock. Then we go back to the 6 of Glidden, the 17 of Sherman, the 42 of Gribble, the 99 of Heyman. Oh, Warrender hits the wall hard down in 1. That stopped the car in a big heap. Glidden goes in behind him, manages to stop it and get out of there. Now Sherman sledging straight ahead in the 17. They've all managed to dodge him. They've gone yellow. That's Warrender in the 2 that's parked in the wall. Marks had done such a good job getting that lead. Now Warrender's buried that car in the wall. Craddock goes through in the 60. Crash crew going to run out there and make sure he's okay. He went in very, very hard. That'll teach him. That's broken the wheel off. In fact, it's ripped it out of the whole suspension. So Wayne Warrender is going to have that car lifted off and taken back to the infield. The race leader is the 15 of Marks. Behind him is Craddock in the 63. And we'll go back to Glidden in the 6H. Gribble in the 42. Sherman in the 17. And Heyman in the 99. So Glidden to the infield. Crash crews have done their job. Welcome wherever you are around the country, around the world. Pits Media, the live stream out of Huntly International Speedway for the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Car Champs. So that's wrecked the rear bumper, the front bumper and every other part of that little car. Atwood in the 23 already on the infield and parked up. Saloons already down the back. Next out, Group B versus Group D. They'll do one more lap before they'll be given the okay to go racing again. Lights are out. It is Chris Marks in the 15 with the lead.
Second place, we're looking at Warrender, number 2. He's gone. They'll teach me for running back up the stairs. So looking on the field, we're in the hands of the starter. We are racing again. So number 15, the car of Marks, straight off and into the lead with 63, which is the car of Peter Craddock coming up and just making a pass now on turn 2 there for the lead. So 6th place coming up in 3rd place, Vaughan Glidden. And back to 42 of Gribble. And 17 of Dylan Sherman coming up, trying to do his bit there. But obviously the track's still a bit slippery out there, so the cars are sliding around the corners a bit. But 2 laps down. We've got 3 laps down, 7 to go. And we're still looking at car number 6, Vaughan Glidden, trying what he can on the car of 63 of Peter Craddock. Car 15 marks the nice looking Subaru coming through turn 3 into turn 4. But at the moment it's all about the cars out the front, 63 and 6. 63 of course being Craddock and 6 being Vaughan Glidden. Morrinsville car. Got a nice gap between second and third place. Vaughan trying all he can to do a move on Craddock, coming around the outside into turn 4. Is he going to make a stick? Touches the wall, bit of a scrape there, but can't quite pull it together. So we're still looking at 63. Peter Craddock holding the lead, with Vaughan and 6H doing everything he can. But obviously the front wheel drive car there, it's a bit slippery out on the track, so he's understeering quite a bit. And as I say, back to third place of Chris Marks in car number 15. 42, Lance Gribble in fourth place. Going back to Dylan Sherman in the car of 17. And kept round out the field, car number 99, Stephen Heyman. Local guy there is proudly sponsored by Porter Parts. Doing all he can to keep it nice and straight and keep the gas on. 6 laps down, 4 to go. Track starting to get a bit of a line on there. Still looking at 63. Peter Craddock holding the lead just over Vaughan Glidden in car number 6. And then nice gap back to 42 of Lance Gribble in the nice looking BMW there. Car number 17, Dylan Sherman just making a pass as Chris pulls off into the infield. Something not quite right with that car there. So Subaru's pulling in. Back on the field, 8 laps down, 2 to go. Still looking at the Craddock Glidden race. So Peter Craddock, car number 63, in the lead, followed closely, ever closely by Vaughan Glidden, but can't quite get past on those corners. White flag out, 1 to go. Third place still held by 42 of Lance Gribble. Doing everything he can to hold third there, and a bit of a gap back to car number 17, going for a nice slide around turn 1 and turn 2. That's Dylan Sherman there, and then Stephen Heyman and car number 99. Pin as they call him at work. Coming down there, checker flag out for Craddock. Peter Craddock, 63H. Second place, Vaughan Glidden, car number 6. Then we've got Lance Gribble, 42H. Sherman of 17, and then the 99 of Heyman rounding up the field. So that's the first race for the night, Production Saloons, Heat 1. Coming up next, we've got Group B and Group D of New Zealand Saloons. They'll be heading out, but in the meantime, round of applause as Peter comes round. It's a great race on a ever slippery track.
Yeah, well, Red's been talking to him. He's putting lots of water. He opened the track up last night when racing had finished. He finished working on it about 2:33 this morning. He's been back up there again all day today. Just working, putting water into it, lifting the top off, getting some moisture into it. It's helped a little bit with the fact it's been overcast, but the wind then burns the water off. So we should be right. We'll see what happens in Heat 1. They'll let him circulate a little bit just to roll that water away and see how the surface fits. It is Group B versus Group D. And the grids are off the front, the 48. Jeremy Silcock has grid 1. 2NZ of Mr. Roygard, the local man from out in Cambridge, has grid 2. That's Cam Roygard. 67A is on 3. 71C is on 4. 92B on 5. 43K on 6. 124P on 7, 77G on 8, 77K on 9, 18K on 10, 17D on 11, 12S on 12, 42M on 13 and 27B on 14. They are the way the grids will play out. So your front four, 48As. Silcock, he is sitting currently on 41 points in about position 17 or 18 in the points tally. 2NZ Cam Roygard, he's right down the bottom with 14 points, 67A. Trying to see where he is on our point sheet. Hiding from me. Scott Rumble, he's sitting on 42, so he's up near the front on points. He's in about grid position 12 or 13 in the points and 71C. Willie Woodhouse, he's on 46 points. He's in top 10 at the moment, and he's got both his front row grids this time around. So some of the guys down the back, Trent Hammarine in the 42. He's got to do a little bit of work to get himself up. He's on 30 points at the moment with that DNF from last night, the 17D. Visitor from Gisborne, down south, Raymond Phillips. He's on 24 points. He's not holding many points in the bucket at the moment, so a bit of work to do there as well. Of course, Roygard, as they said, they tried to get that motor going last night. It was the distributor. It was a whole new motor. It was a whole new package, and it just decided to pack up, throw its toys out of the cot. And today at 10 o'clock, they decided to swap the motor back out. Top point scorer is out here in this one. 27. Why do we have the 27 out there? And heat 10. Is that a late addition?
27, Josh Smith in Group A.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at another grid. I'll take it all back. He's right off the tail end. He's tail end Charlie. He is top on points at the moment. So Smith needs to make a few passes just to get himself up the field a little bit. So yeah, he'll be going okay. He'll do the business and do the job. Don't forget also, if you go up that Scott Williams real estate sign right below the corporate boxes in Kern 3 and 4, take a photo of you standing in front of Scott Williams' sign, put it to his website, Scott Williams Eves Real Estate. Go in the draw, win $150 dinner voucher. Right now, I'm in the lead. I've put my photo up there, so I'm taking it. Put winner chicken dinner up there. So in 3 and 4, grab your phone, take a photo of yourself, a selfie with him in the background, and then drop it on Scott Williams Eves Real Estate, and he will draw the voucher out tomorrow night. They'll roll these cars around just a few times, make sure they're happy with everything. Hopefully they will be. Just you'll see as they roll round with the big wide-tired cars, they just roll off the water. You'll see it start getting packed into the surface. And the guys out on the track are directing the cars where they'd like them, inside or outside. Willie Woodhouse, dark horse in this championship. Come up from Christchurch, big wraps on him. CRW sponsored 71C.
It's been a lot cooler today, so it's a lot better on the track throughout the day. Hasn't been drying out as much.
Don't know that it's that cool out there now. Bit of warmth going around. As the next group start to get themselves ready. The Oval Superstars Mini Sprint Series Heat 1 over 12 laps is next. Then it's Group A versus Group E. So we see with the guys on the track in corner 1 and corner 3 and 4, they're pushing the cars down towards the pole line. There's a lot of water sitting down there within that sort of half car length or half car width of the pole line. They've rolled it down from the top. So as they'll roll the cars down to that corner, they'll roll that water back into that pole line. And with a bit of luck, give them lots of drive and lots of bite round there. Not sure when they're going to let people on the expressway over the back of us, but they had the big opening today, but there's still no cars driving up and down it.
About another couple of weeks, they're saying you'll be allowed to drive on there.
2 more weeks.
Two more weeks. They
opened it today and weren't allowed to drive on it.
Opened it today and had the big walk. My wife went and did one of the 10K walks. So a few cars.
I thought if you opened it, you'd be able to drive on it, at least. No, let's be honest.
Don't be silly. Gee,
okay.
Wouldn't want to do that.
Okay. Jeremy Silcock starting to wind the 48 up a little bit, 3 and 4. The crash crew up there are quite happy with what's going on. They're coming out with the line of flour. So still that water's just on the inside of 1 and 2. They'll need to keep themselves a little bit wide there. But other than that, these guys are starting to understand what's going on, getting happier and happier. And Ed Hutchby out there in the pink fluoro in the Can-Am 4x4 from Action Lab in Te Rapa. Brings all the cars together. 12 laps. Heat 10. 6 more heats tonight, then we find the top 16 cars. Then we've got 2 repechages to find grids 17, 18, 19 and 20. Then a 25 lap final. Silcock has pole. On his outside, Roygard in the 2NZ. Then it's 67.
67 with Scott Rumble.
And on his outside, the 71C of Woodhouse from Christchurch.
92B Kevin Martin on the inside there. On the outside of him is car number 43, Aaron Tonks.
70C is Daniel Cook, the 124 out of Palmerston North, Danielle Halcrow.
18K Chris Taylor coming up on the outside there. Inside him is car number 77.
Racing Roscoe Cresco. Hooper in the 12. We spoke to him earlier on. Then the 17D is Phillips. And then 2 at the back. 27 of Smith and the 42 of Amarine. There goes the flower line, keeping them all in place. Billy Hickey standing up there, waiting, watching, wondering, pondering the world. Because tonight, are we going to have a repeat winner? Are we going to have a new winner? A lot to do for Ethan Cook if he's going to retain that title. But he is the lap record holder here, and he has a massive amount of talent. They'll do one more after this. The green flag is still in the hands of Wayne Bryant. He's not going to drop the flag yet. He's sitting and waiting. Waiting and sitting. Orange lights are still on. 12 laps. The tank guy, New Zealand Saloon Championship, Heat 10.
Lights are out. This time we're looking good. We're coming round to that white line.
Silcock and Roygard on the front row. Roygard with a lot of work to do. They all concertina up or nothing between them. Who's on? Who's on the gas? Roygard gets a big start. Woodhouse in the 71 just loved that because he followed Roygard through. Look out, Aaron Tonks. He takes a bit of contact from Silcock. Halcrow in the 124 gets a whack and gets spat out the back of the field. Roygard after last night, he's a lot happier now. He's got the 2NZ. Starting to rip around Woodhouse. Now this is what he wants. He's had his back grids. Oh, look out! Smith has just been nailed by the 92 who lost it down in corner 1. Martin came around the corner, came back into the tail end of Smith. Has he hit the back of Smith's tyre? Craig Tonkin will have a look as he goes through. No, he's missed that. It looks like it's just panel damage. How lucky is that going to be?
That's a lucky call there, but 92 sitting over there on the wall. It was a nice ride up on the wheel.
Well, Smith's our top point scorer. He's on 60 points. 2 wins, 3 wins last night, 3 from 3.
He was going well, but it's going to be interesting to see with Roygard down here, number 2. He seems a lot happier tonight.
Yeah, the old motor's back in the car, so he knows what it's going to do.
Yeah.
Aaron Tonks with a bit of contact as well. So Martin, the 92, in the wall in corner 2. Came out just the tail, stepped out a little bit, and he drove back down, but straight across the tail end of his teammate. Rumble was out wide, then Tonks went to go around the outside of Tonks and just cut back down straight into the back of Smith, trying to get away from the wall. Smith was lucky in the 27 that he didn't lose a rear tyre, because that would be his. That would just beggar up the whole qualification thing, and hope it hasn't hurt that tyre at all. But the 92 of Martin got out by the wall, turned left to come back down to get out of corner 2, straight into the back of Smith. Great coverage from the pits media, getting that rolling replay as it's going on. So the 92 goes to the infield. hasn't been brilliant so far for Kevin Martin. He was on 39 points. So they've done a lap, so it should be nose to tail. It should go 2 NZ, 71, 77, 67, 48, 43. Then it'll go 27, 42, 18K. So Chris Taylor in the 18K is the one that's being naughty at the moment. Chris, you need to go back behind the 42 of Trent Amorim. He'll have an earpiece in his ear if it's working. It's like he doesn't want to have it working, but he's got to go back behind the 42 of Amorim. Then it goes back to the 12S. So the 18K's got to move back, and Chris Taylor's not wanting any part of that whatsoever. What he's thinking, he probably made some passes after the accident.
Yeah.
And they've gone back a lap. Now he's still not moving. Here comes Annette Hutchby. In the pink fluoro, she's going to point the finger. She is too. Look, you get back. Back. Ooh! That wasn't so clever. And he's not moving. Uh-oh.
Here comes Red.
Ooh, that's probably not endeared himself to anyone on the infield, just saying.
No.
Especially not Annette, who's in charge of putting cars together. Now we're right. We're back where we should be. Because what happens is they've got to go back a lap, and the position was at the end of the previous lap.
Yep.
End of the previous lap, the 18K of Chris Taylor was behind the 42 of Trent Amorim. So we're good now. The lights should go out. Turn out those orange lights so we can go racing. Well, let's hope they turn them out. Big thanks to Agro Kip for all the John Deere tractors we have running around the place here. John Deere's, of course, great tractors and great grounds care equipment. Lights out. Looking for a green light as we come around. Ready to go. Roygard gets on the gas. Woodhouse in the 71 sits in second. Then we go back to Cook in the 77G. Then Rumble in the 67. Silcock, Tonks. Oh, problems for Roygard. He can't buy a trick, just like Graham Keating last night. Straight to the infield goes Roygard. Woodhouse now has the lead. He's under pressure from Cook. Cook goes up underneath. Contact between Woodhouse and Cook. On the outside of Cook now comes the 67 of Rumble. Good racing up the front. Tonks with the big wide line. Round the outside. Silcock narrow. Amorim. Smith in the 27 with that wing damage just in front of Taylor in the 18. Cresswell getting some pressure from the 17. Amorim gets rounded up by Smith. He comes back in and pushes Smith back out of the road. Smith looks to go right around the outside of Silcock. There's the line, Josh Smith. Made 2 passes. Look how Woodhouse goes out to the wall. Oh, Amorim catches Silcock's tyre. Chucks himself straight into the wall. Yellow. Trent Amorim caught Silcock's tyre, biffed himself straight into the wall. Lanes are out there, Craig, if they want to use them.
They are. They're definitely there, but I see the car number 12 of Hooper had nowhere to go when the lights came on and went straight into the back of Cresswell of 77. So looks like a bit of smoke coming off the back of Cresswell's car.
So the brilliant replay from the pits that we'll go through. Josh Smith made a wonderful pass right around the outside of Silcock. Silcock got inside, and then Amorim trying to come around the outside of Silcock. They got some contact. Amorim bounced off the right rear wheel straight into the wall at the same time. Cresswell got some damage into the back of the 77K. And that's terminal for Racing Roscoe. No, he's asking the question. Josh Smith, round the outside of 2 cars. The line's there, the lane is there. Silcock drifted a little bit wide in the X-Fill 2 good 1NZ car. Amorim caught the right rear and launched themselves up. Ross Cresswell just asked the question to say, is anything broken of my car? They've said no.
I think he might have thought he had a flat tyre because they came around and kicked the tyre and said, no, you're all good, you're all okay.
This is great for our visitor from Christchurch, Willie Woodhouse. 2 front grids. He's got grid 4 and grid 4. He's leading his heat, the first heat of night 2, just in front of the 77 of Cook. Now the 77 of Cook has points after night 1, 45. and his grades 8 and grid 2. So he's had both his back grids from last night. He's now to the front grids.
Looks like Cresswell's come into the infield. Still wasn't happy with that contact on his tyre.
Emery and the McFall sponsored 42M parks up as well after that contact with the wall. 8 laps left to go. We've done 4. Running through a whole lot of wheel packing at the moment.
Lights out now, so hopefully this time we're going to be looking good and ready for start.
Woodhouse from Cook, Rumble, Tonks, Silcock, Smith, Taylor, Hooper, Halcrow, and Phillips. Green says go again. That car at Cook's got some severe speed off the start line. Woodhouse in the 71 has to get out of the gas, leaves the gate open. Cook tries to disappear up underneath. Then Woodhouse gets it back again. Now he's starting to work. Look out, Rumble's on the inside of Cook. Tonks in the 43. He knows his way around this track out wide. He's on the inside of Rumble, makes contact. Now he's made contact with Silcock. It's a bit of bounce and love going on at the moment, but out in front it's Woodhouse. 6 to go this time past the start finish.
Looking at Woodhouse in the front, Cook, Rumble then Tonks, but looking back in the field we've got Silcock in 5th place. Going nice and wide, but car number 18, that's the car of Taylor, coming around the outside, trying to make it, but we've got 43 just touching the wall and kissing that, so that was Tonks just hitting the wall there.
Yeah, he's lost a tyre. It's flattened a right front. He'll need to pull himself to take himself to the infield. He's dropped a couple of bits and pieces on the track, but it's Woodhouse and Cook. They're fighting things out at the moment. Smith trying to find a way underneath Silcock. Josh Smith being very cautious in the 27. He's just seeing some gaps and he's not accepting. Like up the inside of Silcock now. If he floored that, he could get through. He's backing out of it. He got around the outside earlier on, but I think he's worried about coming to grief and actually wrecking his car. Is out in front with 2 to go this time around. Oh, Phillips gets the split up the inside of Smith. Smith's going to have to go, and he's going to have to go around the outside. He puts himself in a horrible spot, but he's going to come out of 3 and 4 with a bit of speed on, with 2 laps left to go. Watching Josh Smith in the 27. 1 lap to go this time round for Woodhouse.
He's looking back at 27 there. It's all on between 27 and 17. So it's might be a bit concerned about damage there, but he's definitely not leaving anything on the track. It's 1 lap down, white flag out. Still looking at your race leader, Woodhouse, 71. Coming around there, it's all about him at the moment. Cook of 77 in 2nd place. Checker flag. Checker flag goes to Woodhouse, 71C. Willie Woodhouse, 2nd place, 77 of Cook. 3rd place, 67 of Rumble. 4th is Taylor in the 18K car. 48A of Silcock in 5th. 6th place going to Phillips in car number 17. Smith of 27 coming in 7th place. 8th position, 12S, car of Hooper. Then 124 of Halcrow coming up in 9th. Rounding up your top 10, DNFs of course for Tonks, Cresswell, Amron, Roygard and Martin. So your top 3, Woodhouse, Cook and Rumble. And that sees the finish of the first saloon car, the Group B versus Group D. Coming up next, we've got the Mini Sprint Series, Heat 1 of 12 laps. A round of applause as Woodhouse comes around with the flag. And the safety crew just heading around the track, picking up bits and pieces of cars that are out there. Make sure we get them off the track and they're not going to cause any other issues for any other cars. Just as Cam Roygard gets pushed off by the tractor. And just remember, if you're feeling a bit hungry but peckish, there's plenty of food around the track. We've got burgers and chips and hot dogs up there at the Carousel Catering Bar. Two of those open tonight. We've got the ice creams. We've got the fan van with heaps of snacks and souvenirs in there. So in between races, if you're feeling a bit peckish, go up there and grab some dinner. So the cars sitting up, the Mini Sprint Series, OST Mini Sprint Series. The cars lined up in the pits waiting to come out just while we get a bit of water on the track. Red heading around, keeping a bit of moisture in that track as it goes throughout the night. Definitely a couple of lines out there that they can take throughout the night tonight, so that's going to make some exciting racing. as we say, race 3, mini sprint series, heat 1, 12 laps coming up next. Red's just heading around putting more water on the track. Gates are opening up now, so we'll look at the mini sprints coming out. We'll run through the grid as they're coming out. We've got 1 NZ of Shane Penn, 2 NZ of Ben Vaughan coming through there. 3 NZ, Bailey Beats. So that's going to be great to watch those 1, 2 and 3. 10 of Sean Dickey. He'll be coming out car number 10, 12H of Thomas Zen. 18S, Daniel Nicol up from Stratford. 33K from Kiki, Stephen Hart. And then Donald Kuriger, car number 38. The multicoloured striped car over there. 53V, Dylan Smith. 72P of Elliot Heron. And then 82S of Cameron Hurley coming out there. So as you can see, the cars coming out, good cars for the field. And these things are going to be flying through tonight. Just having a look, we'll see what the lap record is for these.
13.6.
13.6.
About 13.6. They were running 13.7s last night at 13.5. So about a tenth of a second off lap record last night. So as they warm up, don't forget, a few people standing in front of that Scott Williams sign up there. Take your selfie. That's the story. Put it on Scott Williams, Eve Real Estate. I got myself up there. Scott's just replied. I'm in the box seat at the moment, so take your photo, whack it on his Facebook page. Giving away $150 worth of dinner vouchers tomorrow night. Is that you 4 up there? You're all after the dinner? Give us a wave if you are. Look at that. There's the selfie of Scott. The kids are hiding now. Oh, he's seen me. Yeah, I've seen you. Get that up on Scott Williams' Facebook page. Here, Oval Superstars. The mini sprints. Last night we had the Waikato mini sprint champs. Shane Dewar took that out. The 1 NZ car. Donald Kruger, the 38S, was home in third. In second place was, I've got to think about that for a minute. I think it was Sean Dickey, and the 10S was second.
Yep.
So Stratford second and third. Nice to see Linda Kruger up here last night too.
Yeah.
Floating around. So they did 12 laps. The mini sprints have been touring the country in this Superstars series, trying to keep the car class alive and functional, which has been really good for it. Many moons ago, we used to have anything up to 20, 25 of these cars here at Huntly on a regular basis. Sean Cook, Alvin Cobb, Chip Humble, to name but a couple of them. Very, very competitive class. Of course, Cook, multiple-time New Zealand champion, now racing TQs. Down in the pits, we have Mike Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Minty. Heat 10 race winner, very testing track conditions, but well done, 71C, Willie Woodhouse.
Yeah, I nearly put it in the wall a couple of times. We were a wee bit tight, but yeah, after a couple of yellows, I think she came together and yeah, got the win, which was good.
So Oval Superstars.
Lights out, looking good in the hands of the starter.
12 laps.
We are racing. We've got car number 10 of Sean Dickey out in early lead, with 3 NZ coming up nice tight second. 18 of Daniel Nicol coming around into trying to get the inside line. Is he going to make it hold? Yes, he's got it. So we're looking at Dickey 10 in the front, Nicol of 18S.
So the 3 NZ of Betts gets the big slide up underneath Nicol as he makes a bit of a mess of corner 1. Then comes Dewar in the 1 NZ. Behind Dewar is the 33K Hart out of Kiki. Then we go back to the 2 NZ of Ben Vaughan, who had all sorts of problems last night. He's got that fixed tonight, back on track.
Back on track, we're looking at 1 NZ in position 3 at the moment of Dewar. But at the moment, it's all about Dickey in number 10, well out in front. Almost a full length of the back straight coming through turn 4 now. Second place, 3 NZ of Beats. Then Dewar, 1 NZ coming up in third position. A lot of smoke coming out of car number 12 on the back straight. That's
Thomas Zine, that looks like it might even be having a small bushfire in there. Looks like it's the terminal function of the motor.
5 laps down, 7 to go. Current lead still Dickey, Beats in second, Dura in third, and Vaughan in fourth, and Hart round up your top 5. Daylight between first and second tonight though. Got car number 33 of Hart and Heron, and car number 72 having a nice little battle. 33 just as says that, it goes real wide and just opens the door for Heron to come straight on through. Car number 53 of Smith having a look, see if he can do the same thing. 7 laps down, 5 to go. Still looking at Daylight of Dickey out in front, number 10. 3NZ of Beats coming up in second place. Being challenged at the moment by 1NZ of Dura though. That's where the pressure's on there between 2 and 3. Can we do it? 2NZ coming up in fourth place of Vaughan. Fifth place, Heron in 72. Coming out turn 4. Powers down, is he going to have enough to do it? He's done the pass on the outside, but we've got car number 18 parked over there on turn 2. Yellow lights have come on.
That's going to push Dewar back a spot. Go back a lap, so that means Dewar's going to have to go back behind the 3NZ of Betts. That also brings that big lead that Dickey had in the 10S. That takes away all that lead that he's built up, and he had built up a substantial lead over the top of the chasing pack.
He's going to lose that completely. So while the others catch up, so we've got 10 in position 1, just coming past the start-finish line now. Bunch the field up as they pull number 18 off the track. Daniel Nicol just coming in on the inside.
The crash crew's back and behind the safety barriers. 4 laps left to go. The 10 of Dickey, the 3 of Betts, the 2 of 1NZ of Dewar, the 2NZ of Vaughan are your top 4. Race start coming out of the corner 4. Down the back straight.
We're racing. Of course, Dewar takes off to the lead. Is he going to open up that gap again? But a bit of nudge and tickle down the back there. Car number 72 and 53 having a touch. But at the moment, it's all about Dewar.
So Dickey leads out in the 10. Dewar in the 1NZ runs second. Then we go to Betts in the 3NZ, the 2 of Vaughan, and the 53 of Smith. Wanganui visitor with a big pass on Vaughan. It's got the car fired up and rattled up now. 2 to go.
So Dickey in the front, car number 10. Dewar coming up in second place. But
Smith in the 53V. He's got the angries on.
He's flying through. He's doing everything he can now.
Running out of laps though. The white flag's flying. Vaughan gets rounded up by the 72 of Heron.
That's it. Check your flag out. 10 of Dickey. Sean Dickey, he's our race leader. Second place goes to 1NZ. Shane of Dewar.
Then we go back to the 53V. Visitor from Wanganui. Smith comes home in third. In the 3NZ of Betts. Bailey Betts in fourth. In fifth, the 72 of Elliot Heron. Sixth, the 2NZ of Ben Vaughan. The 33K of Stephen Hart comes home in seventh. Eighth, the 82S of Cameron Hurley. Ninth, the 38S of Donald Kruger. And on the infield, the 18S of Nicol and the 12H of Zine. But 10S, Sean Dickey put that big lead together. Went all over the place, got it back as well. He takes the win. Racing out of the Stratford Club, the independent wrap sponsored it. 10S from Stratford, Heat 1 of the Oval Superstars, takes the win as we get ready for the next heat coming out on track. It will be Heat 11. Group A versus Group E. Off the front, the 146 from Auckland. He has that pole position. He's got a bit of work to do. Paul Wright on his outside, the 88K. And again, another car that had a few challenges last night. Chris Johnson. They're the front two. So we get ready to roll. Oval Superstars just finishing the Tank Guy, New Zealand Saloon Car. Heat 11. Almost getting underway. The cars are in the pits. They're ready to go. Let's just see what these heats evolve. We'll have points updates and those final 16 places in just a few heats' time. Welcome along to Pits Media, no matter where you are and what you're doing around the country, around the world. Good to have them amongst us down here. We've got Mike Wilson, Billy Hickey, Sammy cruising around in the pits, looking and talking and checking to see what's going on. A lot of damage by the looks of it to the 27B of Josh Smith. Big lots of crews around the back of that car doing stuff to the tail end after that car took the big smack in the backside. And luckily carried on. So crews working hard down there looking what, and if there is damage under the back of that car back on the ground, so they must be happy. Looks like a new tail section getting put on that car. We'll update from the Pits Media when we can. If they're down there doing some filming and carrying on. Big Jace, just checking the direction of his receiver. Left a bit, up a bit, out a bit, through a bit, in a bit. Yeah, we got it right. Here they are. Ryan Neve, the 71K. 227 Melling out of Hawke's Bay. Johnson in the 88K. The 57, our visitor from Dunedin. Great looking car, Aaron Andrews. Then it's Corf in the 8. Bigwood in the 36. Numbers very hard to read on that 36 car of Bigwood. It's just red. It's supposed to have readable numbers. Cody Harder in the 68. The 26, Alan Hooper out of Stratford. 46, Nigel Ross. 1NZ of Ethan Cook. The 89 of Tom Roberts. The 7P of Shane Laking out of Palmerston North. As Annette Hutchby just holds them up as red puts a little bit of water on the track. Billy Hickey has something to yarn to. Billy Hickey's getting close to having something to yarn about down there in the pits. We'll just see he's outside the Smith car, the 27B. He may be able to tell us and update us on what's going on in the damage, or he may not. He's walked off. It was good while it lasted. He was needing there, love. He was needing there. So one lap. Paul Wright, the 146, will be on pole.
Car number 88 of Chris Johnson on the outside there. And then 57 on the outside coming up. That's the car of Aaron Andrews.
Great looking car, that Mustang.
It is.
A mighty Ford. Just saying. Just saying.
Just saying. I'll let that one go.
So you should.
Well, I sent in my Scrapper shirt. I told you I was going to wear a Stratford shirt tonight.
I'm not looking. Who are the Scrappers?
Ah, dear. Great looking field lining up tonight. Where are we up to? Actually, I think we're up to car number 7. 7P, Shane Larkin. We've got 46, of course, which is the car of Nigel Ross on the back of the field. We are racing. 88 straight into the lead.
That was a quick early start. We got on the gas. Look at Cody Harder in the 68. He's got around the outside of 4 or 5 cars. Still working that outside lane as he goes through 3 and 4. Harder in the 68. He's out there. Johnson, right. Following Harder through's the 1NZ of Cook. Cook had a grid that was fairly much down the tail as well. He was down near the back. Oh, Andrews gets into the back of the 146 of Wright.
Doesn't seem to have done any damage. They're still racing through there. 88 of Johnson still out in front. Harder, 68, second place. Right, 146, just been overtaken by 1NZ at the moment of Cook.
Well, they talk about the track being challenging, and they've interviewed that. Well, it ain't at the moment. Cook has come from grid 10 up to 3rd. He's now going round challenging. He's gone out wide a little bit. He's coming back on the inside to get the run through on Harder. Cook looks on the outside of Harder. Tell me again what Cook's grid was, will you? Because he was down the back on 10 or 11. He's sitting in 3rd or 4th. Up the front's Johnson. Cody Harder's on the outside. Andrews in the 57's there. Johnson, Constantina's up. There goes Cook, up to second. Here comes Cook looking on the outside of Johnson. Round 3 and 4, inside out.
Looks like that outside panel on 88 on Johnson's come in loose again. Keep an eye on that. But Cook's got it. He's taken it around the outside, coming into turn 3. Definitely 2 lines out there tonight.
Well, he was grid 10. It must be a terrible track. He's now leading.
Oh, and big contact with 227.
Melling gets tied up with Bigwood, and that's a big smash. That's destroyed the right front of Melling. Now, Melling was up there on points in 46. So he was amongst the points, but he has now got some damage that has ripped the tyre off, bent the rim.
Went straight up the side of car number 46, Nigel Ross.
So they had a bit of contact and challenge. That's not bad, is it?
That's not bad.
From 10th to 1st inside 5 laps.
That's impressive.
Here we come. The Pits Media showing us great replay at the moment, and it is Melling. Oh, he drove straight into the back of Nigel Ross, caught the back tyre and spun himself around and copped a bit of a clap from Bigwood. So he tried to sort of shortcut or apex the quarter and went straight into the rear of Nigel Ross. The ADS of Corf talking with Red Wood and getting a bit of a discussion to see if there's something wrong or anything wrong with the car. The Mufflers New Zealand Limited sponsored 8S out of Stratford. So Melling, that car gets lifted off, the 227B. That is his bad race for the night. He's been good for the last night in 3 heats. He was off grid 7, and now with the DNF. So the 8S of Corf still talking to Red Wootton.
Obviously not happy about something down there.
Something wrong with the car. He should be back behind the 89A of Roberts and in front of the 146A of Wright.
Looks okay.
So happy in the car. Ethan Cook, the 1NZ from grid 10, has the lead. 57D. Andrews from grid 4 is now in second. Then we go back. The car was on pole, 88K. Johnson in third. Then the 68 of Harter. Harter was off grid 8. He's in fourth. 89 of Roberts was off grid 12. He's in fifth.
Then we've got Craig Corf, car number 8. He's pulled back into line.
He was off grid 9.
Grid 9.
And he's in sixth.
I think we're looking at a great track here tonight.
Well, there's 2 lanes out there. Let's be honest about it. You want to use them? Ethan Cook just showed you can.
Yep. Don't be shy.
So they put Johnson back to the lead. They went back a lap. So I thought Cook may have got past him the lap before, but no. So Johnson goes back to the lead. So Ethan Cook has to do it all again. That panel on the right-hand side of the 88K Camaro hanging off.
Bit of air conditioning.
Johnson, Cook, Andrews, Harder, Roberts. They're your top 5. Johnson picks up the pace, gets away from Cook. Now Cook starts to fill up. All the other cars chasing in a pack. Lights are out. Johnson trying to get the flyer of the start, and he does get some speed on, but Cook straight to the outside. Ethan Cook in the 1NZ looking to try and drive around. Oh, he gets away from Johnson. Johnson almost drifts out into him and takes a part of him. Now we got Andrews in the 57. He's going out wide and having a sling at it. Johnson second, Andrews third, then Harder, Roberts, Corf, Wright, Neve, Harder up the inside of Roberts. Oh, Andrews on the outside of Johnson. There goes Andrews with the big pass in the 57. Late on the brakes. Johnson is just a bit slippery coming out of 1 and 2.
Yeah, there's definitely something he's not happy with there with that bodywork there. 68 of Harder right up behind Johnson.
If you look at Johnson, he's coming out of corner 2 and he's getting a massive push and slide on. Corner 3 and 4 he's a bit better, but any time in 1 and 2 things aren't going well for him. So they're going to try and let the car drift out wide, then Harder's going to try and drive underneath him if he can get the gas on early. But all this time, look at him go. Ethan Cook from grid 10 has got 3 laps left to go.
Roberts of 89 of Roberts goes in underneath Harder and is now looking at Johnson to see what he can do there.
Big
nice
pass from Roberts, wasn't it?
That was
Great
a very nice pass.
146 looks like his left rear tyre struggling for air pressure. 15.3 for Cook that time through.
10 laps down, 2 to go.
Nigel Ross makes up a couple. He's up into 7th place. He was off grid 15. He's had 8 passes, has Nigel Ross.
Roberts looking at everything he can to get past Johnson. Can't quite make it stick at the moment. White flag's out.
Here we go. He's going to take it over. Ethan Cook, the 1NZ, takes the win. Second will be the 57, D. Andrews. Johnson, Roberts, Harder.
6th position, car number 8 of Craig Corf. 7th is 46 of Ross. 8th position, Wright in 146. 71, Neve. Kiki car coming through in 9th position. 10th place, car number 7 of Lakin, with Bigwood in 36 in position 11. And ran up the field, 26 of Hooper in 12th position, of course. DNFs for Melling and Weimar.
Well, let's talk about a bit of fun.
That is.
Ethan Cook, grid 10 to the win. 57D, Andrews from grid 4 for second. Johnson went back a couple. Roberts, the 89. He came from grid 12 up to 4th. Cody Harder came from grid 8th. So, yeah, I don't think that's too bad, is it?
No. It's definitely a good track tonight. There's definitely a lot of traction out there, a lot of grip.
Well, I'm not saying good track tonight. What we're saying is right now we've got a driving track with 2 lanes.
Yep.
And we had a driving track with 2 lanes last night. They didn't use it to the event. So now there's no reason for anyone to say we got a challenging track out there.
No.
Because if the 1NZ can make that many passes to win a race, why can't the others?
Exactly. And it was a great race. A lot of passing on the outside. As I say, we've got race 5, Stock Cars Heat 1. 10 laps coming up after this. But just watching 1NZ come around with a checker flag, coming through turn 4. That was a great spectacle there. Red just came around, getting a little bit more moisture down into the track. In the meantime, as we say, just remember to go up and get your selfie taken over on turn 3. Post that on Scott's Facebook page, no, on his website. Get yourself in the draw there, but plenty of food around. Carousel Catering Burger Bar, hot dogs and burgers and chips, drinks, all sorts of snacks around. In between races, perfect time to go stretch your legs, grab some feed, come back down and sit down for some racing. As we say, Stock Cars coming up next. Just let Red get a few laps around in the truck.
So just had the update. And Production Saloons next, Anne-Marie Warrender. Just had the word through, talking about Michelle McPherson or Michelle Weimar. Broke her arm, and it's been pinned and plated this afternoon.
Oh.
So she broke it pretty good. So Michelle McPherson from last night, Michelle Weimar, her arm has been pinned and plated today. So it was a pretty bad break. So a few debut cars out here tonight. Brooklyn Harris, the 29. Now that car was the ex-Aaron Ironmonger 57P that then became the 422H, and it's now in the hands of the 29 of Brooklyn Harris, an ex-mini stock driver. 58K. That's changed hands too. It was owned by Ewan Means and driven by young Stefan Roygaard. It is now owned by the Roygaards, so it is now their car. So a couple of new drivers. Todd Hemingway out here in the 99, 66M. Decky. Elias Dykstra in the 5M. Hagen out of Hawke's Bay's here. Connor Garrett in the 96. Glennie in the 47. So 10 laps for Super Stocks. Elias Dykstra, Todd Hemingway off the front. Super stocks, go. Be a little bit slippery as they go down into one. They all plough into each other. Oh, a bit of pushing and shoving going on. Mark Decky in the 66 gets a bit of a roll. Hemingway in the 99. Round goes Dykstra in the 5. Brooklyn Harris in the 29. Been 4 years since he's driven anything. So he's not afraid to give it a go. Oh, straightened up again goes Decky. Round goes Brooklyn Harris in the 29. He straightens that back up. Connor Garrett in the 96. Then Decky. What is he doing? He's doing more donuts than Donut King right now. But out in front, it's Todd Hemingway in the 99. Behind him is the 8B, Clayton Hagan. Then we go back to the 47 of Zach Glennie. Mount Maunganui, Bay. Then we go back to the 58 of Stefan Roygard in the V6. Listen to that thing, that V6 just scream its bajingas out. Oh, Hemingway spins up. Roygard gets in with a bit of bumper. That lets the 8 of Hagan go to the front. Roygard goes wide. Hemingway slides underneath Roygard. In comes the 47 of Zach Glennie as well. 29 Brooklyn Harris in front of Decky and Dykstra, and then the 96 of Connor Garrett.
So Roygard's gone from the back of the field at the start right up to second place. Car number 58 there, Roygard. Keep an eye on him. There's a big hit contact down here. Car number 66 of Decky just hitting the wall straight underneath us and spinning through. But meanwhile up the front we've got Hagan first with Roygard right behind him trying to get through. With 6 laps down with 4 to go. Looking at Hagan, Roygard, Hemingway, then Glennie in your top 4. Coming into turn 4 now. So looking at Hagan very close to the wall. Roygard trying everything he can to get on the inside there and push him out, but just drifting wide and out of turn 2. Car number 99 of Hemingway. Looking at what he can do there as well with Roygard. In the meantime, first place Hagan, car number 8. 8 laps down, 2 to go. He'll be getting the white flag on the next one. Roygard doing the nice up and under, right through the back. Hagan running wide and just opening the door for Roygard to come straight on through.
White flag coming out now for Roygard on the 58. Gets out in front. Then we go back to Hagan in second. Then it's Glennie and Hemingway. Good battle on between those. Hemingway goes back underneath him.
Underneath Hemingway we've got Elias in car number 5.
Elias Dykstra. Then 29 Brooklyn Harris. As the win goes to 58 of Stefan Roygard.
Second place 8B of Hagan. Third is 99 of Hemingway. Fourth place Glennie in car number 47. Then Dykstra in car number 5 in 5th place. 29H of Harris 6th, and then round out the field 66M of Decky.
Stefan Roygard, the 58K, first time in that car as the car owner now, not just the driver. Of course, he was the driver of that car when it was owned by Ewan Means. It's now in the hands of him, so he is now the car owner. Well, his dad and mama, Lisa and Dave. And of course, they've got the second super stock as well. That's why the saloon car is going to be on the market. And once that's gone as well, so the 2 saloons will be selling, and they'll be running the 2 super stocks. There he is, Stefan Roygard, 58. The V6 NASCAR sponsored tri-rail, built by Steve Hampton Engineering. It's got the most distinctive sound, screaming V6.
It's great to see a V6 doing it though.
So it should. It's got a lot of go.
Oh yeah.
So with a bit of luck, I don't know, the Pits Media. The Pits Media are working hard down in the pits for me, floating around looking drivers, talking to drivers and seeing what the world brings. So we're getting ready for the next heat that's about to come out on track. Will be Heat 12, Group C versus Group F, and this will mean we have completed 4 of the 5 rounds for the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Car Championship.
Just as Roygard comes around for his the end of his flag lap. I remember watching him in mini stocks, and now he's in super stocks.
Which one? Dave? Dave the dad. I don't know about that. Dave Roygard, there he goes, very happy man walking back to the pits. Something's gone right for them this weekend, and it's right in the way of the Super Stock, first time under ownership. Righto, down in the pits, we got 57D with Mike Wilson. Mr. Andrews, the man who's made a big trip up from down.
Right, 57D, Aaron Andrews here. Brilliant second place for you. Plenty of grip out high.
Yeah, there was a bit of a drive. I seen Easton go out there and I thought I'd better follow him.
You came into that race sitting on the bubble for the top 16. You were tied on 42 with 3 other drivers. That's certainly going to help your chances.
Yeah, no, it will be good for me. Yeah, it was a good race. I actually needed to get out there and go out wide and try and see what the track's going to be like.
Well, there was...
Lansdowne in the 74, high, hooks up the wheels. Out into the wall goes the 29 and 31, the 2B cars. Martin and Hunter, they have a bit of a play with the wall. 74 Lansdowne has the lead from Halcrow. Then it's Hickman, then the 7S of Drever. He was down off grid 7s. He's got his way up to 3rd place. Fletcher, he was on grid 10. He's now up to 5th or 6th. Here's the 47D arriving as well. He's made up a heap of places. Great racing at the moment. They're now putting it all on the money. They're looking for points, places and passes because they want to be in that top 20 come the time at the end of the night.
This is where it's all at tonight. Drever coming up in 3rd place, trying everything he can to get underneath Halcrow to take the 2nd place. In doing that, he's actually lost position to car number 47 of Phillips. So we're looking at Lansdowne, 74, Halcrow, 242 in 2nd place. Then we're looking at Phillips in 3rd and Drever back into 4th now. Behind that is Hickman of 81, but we've got in yellow. We've got car number 8 over in turn 3. That's Fletcher, just slowing right down there. So
Fletcher's peeled the left rear off that car. He needed those points too because he'd come from grid 10. So Fletcher around. Oh, he caught Drever's car. So just came in tight, flicked himself out to the wall as well. Go around the outside of the 7S of Drever for 5th place, 4th and 5th. And it just picked up the car, threw it in the wall. He was sitting on 53 points and he was in the money to bag another heap. 3 laps gone, Lansdowne. And he was sitting on 47 points with Scott Lansdowne after his 3 heats last night. Add 20 to that, will make 67 if he stays in front. Halcrow, the best driver of the night for Ashley Halcrow over the last couple of nights, really doing a good job in 2nd. 47D, now he's come from grid 9, and he's up to 3rd place, George Phillips, so he's finding a way round as well. So it should be 74, 242. Then the 7S, then the 47 and the 81. Now, for some reason, Drever's getting pushed back. Whereas he probably should be up a bit. I'm not sure what's quite going on here. 16S. No, this looks like it's a complete muddle at the moment. According to me, Drever should be in 3rd.
would have been penalised for that incident in the corner.
He's been put to the back.
Wonder if he caused the...
So they're saying he's cause of incident and Drever has been put to the back. And again, another one that had a fairly good collection of points. After night one, right on the cusp of that top 16 on 41 points. So Drever's been pushed to the back. Fletcher in the 8 is sitting on the infield. So it's Lansdowne, Halcrow, Phillips in the 47, Hickman in the 81, 16 is Corf, 8 is Williams, then the 29 of Martin, Pete Bennett in the 61, 21 of Williams, Clements. Oh, Drever's almost up the backside, so Drever's been pushed to the back for the infringement on say. Racing we get going, Lansdowne gets out to a good start, Halcrow tucks right down on the pole line. Williams getting rounded up on the outside by Corf. Down into 3 and 4, Corf and Williams come together, but it's still Lansdowne out in front. Lansdowne leads from Halcrow, then the 47 of Phillips is next. Then it's the 81 of Hickman, Corf in the 16, looking to try and find a way inside out outside of Hickman. Oh, look at this, Phillips up the inside of Halcrow down into 1 and 2. just puts the barge on, forces Halcrow wide. There's a big pass from the 47. Now he's looking at Lansdowne. Gas on. So the South Islanders have come to play at Huntly International Speedway. Scotty Lansdowne, the 74A, under pressure from Phillips in the 47D.
Lansdowne doing everything he can to hold him back, lifting that inside front wheel up, trying to get every bit of traction on the outside there. At the moment he's doing it. Third place is still 242.
Ashley Halcrow. Phillips is really closing up on Lansdowne through 1 and 2. We got 4 laps left to go. Hickman, then Phillips and Williams in 5th and 6th. And it's Martin in the 29. 61k Pete Bennett. 9th is 21h Steve Williams. Reese Clements and Drever at the tail of the field just can't do anything at the moment.
At the moment, all up the front, it's all down to Lansdowne. Very close race between Lansdowne and Phillips. But he's doing everything he can. He's holding him off at the moment. Coming up to the end of the 10th lap. There'll be 2 more after this one. A little bit of slow traffic in the form of Hunter 31 coming up, so that could play a part in it. But we've only got 2 laps to go. Lansdowne coming around the outside now of Hunter. Phillips coming up on the inside. He's actually got the pass. Lansdowne got blacked out a bit.
Well, Lansdowne's lost 2 spots from there. So the slow traffic's coming to play the part. And it's going to mean that George Phillips in the 47D is going to come around and take checkered flag.
He's got it. 47D of Phillips. Third race winner for the race. What a race that was.
From grid 9.
Grid 9 up to first. Halcrow 242 in second place. Lansdowne 74. Auckland car Lansdowne in third. Thomas Korf 16S 4th place. Hickman of 81A in 5th. 6th place. Car 8 of Williams. 7th place. 61 of Pete Bennett. And then position 8, car number 29 of Martin. Steve Williams 29H in 9th place, and ran out the top 10. 25 of Clements, and then Drever 7S coming in 11th. Following up the field, Hunter in 31B, and of course DNFs for Fletcher, and Keating not making it out onto the track. But there's your race leader.
Down in the pits, we have a couple of interviews going on. I'm hoping Willie Woodhouse is down there to have a yarn with Billy Hickey.
She was second.
Oh, it's got to go quick. It's got to cut back.
So as we mentioned before, we've got Renee, 93H Ministock. Renee O'Hearn, this is her last night racing tonight, so she's going to come out and do a lap of honour. So she'll be, once we get these cars off the track, she'll be coming out, and if you can just give her a round of applause as she's coming through. This is her final night racing.
As we always do, we recognise and acknowledge our youth mini stocks as they leave the class. They've reached the age of 17, and it means no more racing for you.
So of course from here, if they want to carry on racing, they can look at what class they want to go into, whether it's stock cars, super stocks, saloons. But yeah, no more mini stocks.
Depends on the budget.
That it does.
Right, we're down here this time with the 71C, Willie Woodhouse. Willie, that was a great first race for you tonight.
Yeah, no, it wasn't too bad. She was a bit greasy. We got a push on a couple of times, but yeah, we saved it and won the race, which was good.
Definitely testing conditions. A lot of tyre packing before that. What does it do to your mindset though when you come into a race and you know that it's like that, and you've got to be a little bit easy on the throttle, I suppose?
Yeah, you just got to, I don't know how you work it out. You just got to change your driving style to suit. You know, I was too tight up the top there and I was chucking it in too early, so actually had to drive higher and drive round and drive off, which was faster than chucking it in. So yeah,
that shows you're an adaptable driver, a smart driver.
Yeah, you have to be, otherwise you'll be in the wall and you'll be in crashes, and yeah, no, you got to use your head.
What setup changes are you doing to the race car?
Bugger all actually, because I think it's going to stay there. So we're up the grid 4 again. So yeah, a bit of tyre stagger and a couple of arms and a bit of tyre pressure, and she'll be good.
Right, good luck. Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Willie. Right, we've got Ethan Cook. Now back to back, the 1NZ, mate. That's why you've got the 1NZ on your race car, 10th to 1st. That was impressive.
Yeah, mate, that was awesome. We were hooked up. Yeah, it was awesome.
That's the 1NZ I remember from Miani last year.
Yeah, no, that brings back memories for sure.
Does that help? I know you're not coming into this event nervous, but does that help calm things down for you? Because now a whole lot of points out of that race, it's going to really help you out for that top 16, move you further up the grid.
Yeah, I think we were 24th before that. I'm not too sure what we are now, but hopefully we can do the same in this next one, or make a few spots, get some points in the bag and put us in that top 16.
And the race car's got pace.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. The boys done heaps of work today. We found a few issues with it, which was awesome. That means that it's safe for us tonight. And same as Dan's car, we've got the whole team in top shape, so it's awesome.
You got called up to the race tower. What was that about?
They reckon that I slowed up on the caution, but my experience was that the car in front of me actually sped up big time, so that's all good. They didn't penalise me. I think we just came to the agreement of it is what it is, and nothing.
And it was interesting they put you back to second on that restart, because I thought you'd actually crossed the line.
Yeah, I think only half of us had. There's probably a few at the back that didn't, yeah.
Well, great drive for you. Only one more to go in qualifying to help yourself up in those grids in the top 16. Good luck for that. What changes are you going to make quickly?
Changes? Maybe a shock. We'll see. The car's pretty good.
All right, good luck.
Cheers, mate.
Mike Wilson down there with Ethan Cook and Willie Woodhouse after their heats. Passing going on in the first group, and now they're saying, hey, there is a line up there. It's a funny old thing, and we talked about it earlier about the cautiousness that goes on when you come to qualifying over a 5-heat program. Tonight, they've got to pass. Last night it was conservative. Tonight, they've got to get their car out. They've got to do some passing. They've got to get past some cars. And we're seeing what can happen from those guys at the back of making those big moves forward, and the benefit and the bonus for that. Got to acknowledge Renee O'Hearn. She did a round. She went.
She did. That was great to see.
The 93H, her last night of racing tonight. Always sad to see a young driver who's been with us for probably 5 seasons, racing the 93, stepping away. But that just means there's somebody else willing to step in. And if you look at the flags on the 142, you'll see a bit of flags coming off the back of young Miss Gribble.
Yep.
That's Monique Gribble. She is somebody who's starting out her mini stock career.
Okay.
She's been on the mentor program, so tonight she is allowed, and they're joining the full grids.
So is that what the
flags,
ribbons, the flags out the back, man?
Yep, they're still a mentor, but they're now joining the grids. So over to you, young Mr. Craig Tonkin.
We'll give that a go. So we are racing. So we've got car number 43 on pole, but he's been instantly overtaken by car number 71 of Chase Jones, and car number 12 of Harry Hodgins trying to get through there. So at the moment we've got 717 on the inside, 12 in the middle, and 71 on the outside. 3 wide through there. Obviously the car of Levi Jones, 717, doesn't want to give up anything. He's doing whatever he can. We're looking at Levi in the front there. Harry Hodgins, car number 12 in second place. With Imogen Whittaker in third place, but having a go on 12 at the moment. Trying everything she can to get past there. Back in fourth place, we've got car number 53 of 53 of Hutchins in fifth. But at the moment, 2 laps down, 6 to go. It's all about the top 3 at the moment. There we go. Imogen Whittaker just making a nice pass on Levi Jones. Levi went a bit wide and just opened the gate, and she shot straight through the middle there. So Imogen coming round nice and tight on there, coming to take the lead on that lap. Levi obviously back in second place. Third place, we're looking at 53 of Hutchins. As you know, he's just made the pass as well. Levi Jones dropping back through the field, whether there's something wrong with that car or if he's just taking the wrong lines. But at the moment, Imogen Whittaker, car number 95, it's all about her. 53 Hutchins in second place. Hodgins 12H in third. And then dropping back to Levi Jones with Martin of 22, trying everything he can to get past there at the moment. 5 laps down. 3 to go. A little bit of slower traffic in the way of Attenborough in 43. Showing no problem for Imogen. Straight past the outside there. It's keeping nice and tight on the lane there, letting the other faster cars pass, which is a great racing technique. Gets a bit of a drift on there. But we're still looking 6 laps down, 2 to go. We're still looking at Imogen Whittaker in first place. Hutchins 53 in second. Hodgins 12 in third. 717 of Levi Jones back into fourth place. Going to get the white flag this time round. 1 lap to go. White flag out for Imogen. Car number 113 parked up over on the back straight. It's the car of Matthews, 113. Kyle Matthew. Not any immediate issue there, but we have gone yellow. Gone yellow on the last lap. So race leader 95, Imogen Whittaker. Second place 53, Caleb Hutchins. Third place 12H, Harry Hodgson. Fourth, Levi Jones of 717. 22, Xavier Martin ran out your top 5. So obviously just getting the car of 113 of Kyle Matthew off the track. Just jumping down to the pits now. Looks like we've got an interview down there. Over to you. No.
Right, we've got the 47D car here of George Phillips. Mate, high five me. That was an amazing race. 9th on the grid to first place.
Yeah, I didn't really expect that. I was sort of just more hoping for the 9th finish, just bagging as many points as I can, but everything seemed to just pan out the way it really needed to, and we managed to get our way to the front.
Well, quite often when you don't expect it, it can come to you, and certainly the car was hooking up nicely, and it's showing that this racetrack's got some racing in it.
Oh, there's definitely plenty of drive out there. Like, I could fire that thing anywhere, and it would just put the foot down and then just all traction.
I hear you're one of these superstar drivers that can just fly in while the rest of the crew do all the hard work.
Oh, yeah. I did fly here, but you couldn't get all the time off work, so that was the fastest way I could still work.
Oh, well done on that race when that's certainly going to help you out in the points, because you were right on the bubble for that top 16.
Yeah, coming into tonight I was 4th equal. 4 other cars were tied on for 16th place, so this will help us out a lot.
All right, we'll grab Lloyd, We'll get Lloyd in here. Thanks, George.
There you go.
So you're really the brains of this operation then? You do all the work?
Well, no, I sort of orchestrated, I guess. We've got a great crew here that are putting most of the work in on the cars and getting all that damage repaired and getting us back out on the track each time. It's a big operation, mate. There's a bit going on and it takes a wee bit to run 2 cars. But yeah, no, we are going well and we're enjoying our time in the North Island.
And then your driver's out there making you proud.
Yeah, mate. Well, that young fella's my son, and my nephew's the other guy on the other car, and we're here to back them 100%. And we believe if everything goes according to plan, we should be at the pointy end coming up the end of the night. We don't want to grizzle, but I think the grid draw system up here was a wee bit. We got dealt a bit of a rough hand and a lot of mid draws and no real front starts. We're off 1 in the next race, and we're in our next race, so we're happy with that. But yeah, we could have. And last night's track was probably not as good as tonight's. We love what we're seeing out there now, and if that sticks around, we're in.
I'll tell you what, George made a mockery of those grids. Thanks for chatting to us, Lloyd, and congratulations for the 47D on the win.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Yes, talk about the grids. The grids actually are progressed through an SNZ system.
Yep.
It's not a track thing. It's a grid draw from some flash thing that I don't know, some flash bloody thing that prints it all out. So we'll go from there. So the 95 Imogen Whittaker just getting finished there, but what a finish that was.
Yeah.
Hodgson on the outside of Xavier Martin, Greg Cabot joined, the 53 of Hutchins, and the 717 of Jones in 5th, and the 71 of Jones in 6th. So good drive from both of them. As the 95H gets towed off.
So coming up next, we've got Group B versus Group E of the Saloons. So that's your race 8 over 12 laps. Just as we're wheeling the last of the cars off there and getting the flag in.
We'll go down to the pits with an interview. One of the.
Thank you very much, Minty. Yes, I'm here with the 92B, Kevin Martin. Obviously ended up in the infield after that one and wasn't very happy. Talk us through it, Kevin.
I don't know what you could call that. I'd say it's probably overdriving, slack conditions. And yeah, we just had a car come up on us and we ended up in the fence with a bit of damage, but from what I can see, the boys have got it together, so we'll do a few changes and get back out there and see what we can do.
Where are you starting for the next one, Kevin?
I think I'm off grid 6, so we'll see what happens from there. You know, if not, there's always the repechage, and yeah, we're going to have some fun.
Just get out there and get some points and go and have some fun, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's anyone's game out here.
All right, thanks for your time, Kevin.
All good, mate.
All right, we got Martin Halcrow here as well. Of course, Martin, legend of Saloon, Super Saloon racing. I think you got a sprint car sitting at home as well. Both the girls out here racing this week, and great to see.
Yeah, we managed to get them up here. So, you know, it's a bit of a trying track, you know, it's grippy. Suits one girl, doesn't suit the other. So, yeah.
Well, it seems to be suiting Ashley. She drove really well in that last heat.
Yeah, well, Ashley is the only son I've got. So, you know, she does drive like that, you know.
That's the way. Of course, Danielle had some issues with the car.
I had a few issues last night. The thing wasn't pulling any revs, so we've tried another set of gears and it doesn't seem to fix the problem. So I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a carburetor problem. The engine's not missing, but doesn't seem to have any top end power. So yeah.
Overall, you must be very proud of your girls getting out here and doing it at the New Zealand title.
Hey, it's a big ask, you know. These cars go fast, and you know, and everybody wants to win every race, you know. So they're pushing in there, and they're doing whatever it takes to get to the front, you know. And some of them aren't making it. Some of them make the grass before they get to the end of the race. But you know, it's motorsport for you.
Well, there he is, ladies and gentlemen. Martin Halcrow, thank you very much for your time, and all best to the girls tonight.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, and good on you guys for doing what you do for the sport.
Appreciate that. Cheers.
Thank you, Billy Hickey, down in the pits with Martin Halcrow. Heat 13. Off the front, 66k. The missing Skinny Colson. 124p Halcrow is on 2. 68h Cody Harter. Then the 71c of Woodhouse is on 4. Then we go the 77k of Cresswell and the 71k of Neve.
146 on the inside. That's the car of Paul Wright on the inside there. On the outside we've got 74. It's coming through there. So on car number 67, looking at Scott Rumble on the inside there. In front of him is car number 8 of Craig Core from Stratford. Just heading around, lights are on yellow, just packing a bit of the moisture into the track. Car of 124 sitting out on the pole. Just saying, missing the car of Skinny Colson, not racing tonight. Behind that on the inside we've got car number 68, Cody Harter. All getting set on there. Everyone's making sure they're all happy with the track. 2NZ, Roygard sitting towards the back of the field. He'll be another one to watch tonight. He's got a lot to prove to himself after last night, but great track out there. As we've been saying, there's plenty of lines that we can look at doing. So he'll be one to watch. Corf right behind him. And as I say, car number 67, Scott Rumble. Parked up there. Must be going for one more lap around. He's going to make sure they're all happy with their positions.
So Skinny Colson
not racing tonight.
Leaving the car at home tonight, along with Graham Keating, the 34M as well. Halcrow in the box seat has that front row. Cody Harter in the 68. Had a good race in the last one from him. Around the outside, Josh Smith, the 27. Made up a lot of places last time. I think he got a little bit windy at times to make some passes. But Halcrow gets the good start too. Woodhouse in the 71. Goes round the outside of Halcrow, looks to make it live out there. Going okay at the moment. There's Smith right at the back in the 27. Very cautious. Round heat 1, but Woodhouse goes around the outside of Halcrow, takes the lead. Racing Roscoe Cresswell in the 77. Pops down into third. Nigel Ross goes up the inside of Neve. Oh, and Roygard in the 2. It just fails again. He's going to wish he didn't have a saloon and he had a stock car right about now.
After looking at the back of the field, we've got Smith in 27B, having a bit of a battle there with 57, the car of Andrews.
Yeah, well, Smith's made a couple of spots. He needs to make probably 4 or 5 more passes in this heat in the 27. Ross Cresswell's out wide having a look. Ross slides up in front of him. Neve on the outside of Bigwood. Bigwood into the side of Neve in the 36. Korf, Booker and the Hooper in the 12. Then Rumble. Then Smith in the 27. Smith's working that line. He needs to keep his foot up it. Because if he keeps his foot up it, he's going to drive round the outside. He needs to stay out there. Keep it running.
Korf trying everything he can to get in underneath Bigwood. Looking for the line. Looks like he's going to make it now, but he just can't keep it sticking there. Bigwood just shuts the door on him.
Andrews and Smith having a big battle now. Smith's up the inside of Bigwood. Bigwood's on the... Andrews on the outside, Smith on the inside, Bigwood in the 67 there as well. Now Smith does the big slider underneath Andrews. So good battles further back in the track. But right now, we've done 6, we've got 5 to go this time around.
So we've got Woodhouse, 71, leading it through from Halcrow in 124. Right of 146 in third place. But as you can see, the action's all further back in the field with 71 of Neve and Bigwood in 36, trying if he can to get past there. But of course you've got Korf trying to get underneath Bigwood.
Nigel Ross in the 46. He's made up a couple of spots as well. He was on grid 10. He's up to 4th. So a few guys moving through, but Smith in the 27 is really struggling at the moment. Was on fire last night. Now he's just trying to bank some points, keep himself up the pointy end for that big final. Woodhouse, he's loving this. Halcrow in second, then the 146 are right, the 46 are Ross, Neve in the 71, Bigwood in the 36, then Korf in the 8, 12 of Hooper, 67 of Rumble's 9th, then Smith in 10th, then Andrews in 11th. Now they've gone back to a single file. Nobody's wanting to play out wide with 2 laps left to go. They've all given up and gone back to procession.
They have. Meanwhile, Korf still trying to everything he can to get underneath Bigwood. Just not quite getting the horsepower onto the ground.
White flags flying. It will be Woodhouse, the 71C, that's going to come out of 3 and 4 and going to take the win.
Halcrow, 124 in second place. Taking second place there, right of 146 is P. Wright. He's third place. 4th is 46 of Ross. 5th place, 71 Kiki Carve Neve. Bigwood, car number 36, running the 6th position. And then Craig Korf, 8S, running 7th. Hooper, 12S, coming in 8th position. 9th was 67 of Rumble. Top 10 rounding out is Smith of 27. Position 11, 57 of Andrews. And then Roscoe Creswell rounding up the field in 12th. With, of course, DNFs of Harder and Roygaard. Roygaard just not catching a break tonight. But that's how your race wraps up for this one. That's your race 8 on the program. Race 9 coming up next. We've got the mini sprints, OST mini sprint series coming out for Heat 2, doing 12 laps. But meanwhile, we'll watch Woodhouse go around with his lap with the flag. Big round of applause as he comes past. Woodhouse sitting on 71 points according to the screen.
Yeah, those points, they won't be right because they can't amalgamate them all together.
Okay.
But Woodhouse, grids 4 and 4 tonight, and he's had a win in a second. That will top up his points because he was sitting on 46 points, so 20 will make him 66, and 19 will make him 86, 85, 84, 85 points. Very nice place to be in with a couple of rounds to go.
Coming through to drop the flag off. A little bit of damage on the back there. Obviously a bit of a rubbing incident, but as we say, that's what it's all about here. So we've got OST Mini Sprint Series, Heat 2, 12 laps coming up now. Just lined up on the grid.
Good race between Wright and the 146 and Halcrow.
That was.
Some good stuff going on in Roygaard. He's saying, I want that stock car soon, Dad, because this just isn't being nice to me. And now he's going to get a wash for his troubles as well. He's sitting in the car. He's trying to duck as the water comes through from Red Wootton. Red gives the car just a little bit of wash. He now pulls his head back up. Yeah, kept him dry, so he's going to push to the tractor by the Agri-Equip John Deere. Don't forget to go and see that sign up there of Scott Williams, Eve's Real Estate, up there in corner 3 and 4. Take a selfie with him and put it up on his page, and he'll draw in the draw for $150 worth of vouchers tomorrow night.
As we've got Wood coming around, just taking a bit of water onto the track, and then we'll open up the gates and we'll get the mini sprints to come out. So 12 laps in there. Running through the order, of course, we've got 1 NZ, 2 NZ and 3 NZ. So 1 NZ of Penn, 2 NZ of Ben Vaughan, 3 NZ of Bailey Beats. After that we've got car number 10 of Sean Dickey. But we're just going to jump down into the pits. We've got an interview lined up down there. So we'll pass it down to those guys and see where we go.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Look, it might have been 2 race wins for Willie Woodhouse, but it was a brilliant second place for the 124 of Danielle Helcrow. Now, I tell you what, you had some very excited fans up there.
Yeah, it's the best I've done all weekend, so and I haven't really had much of a good run this season, so it kind of feels good to be up the pointy end of things again.
Well, you know, if you're not in the top 16 straight away, that's certainly going to help out for a repechage grid.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that placing should at least take me up a little bit more than, you know, what it could have been, so fingers crossed.
And it's also a confidence booster for you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the good things that happen in the sport, yeah, it does boost your confidence a heck of a lot, so it was good.
Hey, and most importantly, it gives you a better position in the Battle of the Sisters. I'm going to keep on about that.
Oh, yeah. No, that'll be an ongoing battle. I don't think it's ever going to come to an end.
All right, congratulations on second place.
And thank you.
Okay, mini sprints coming out now. As we say, 12 laps, Oval Superstar Tour. Where are we up to? We've got car number 12 of Thomasine, 18S Daniel Nicol coming up from Stratford, 33K Stephen Hart, and then another Stratford car, 38S of Donald Kurger, Wanganui car 53 Dylan Smith, and then we've got a car up from Palmy, 72 Elliot Heron, and then rounding up the field out there, car number 82S of Cameron Hurley. So we'll just get them gridded up and make sure everyone's happy, and then we'll get some racing to you. In the meantime, don't forget there's plenty of food around the track, food and drink and burgers, chips, hot dogs, all out there. So if you're feeling a bit peckish in between races, go and grab yourself something to eat. Ice cream's up there, and in the van, go and get some souvenirs from the track and a few other treats up there for the kids. Go and have a look and say hi to the girls up there. Tell them Craig sent you. In the meantime, we're just, as I say, setting up these guys on the grid. After this, we've got, we're back to the saloon cars of Group C and Group D. But in the meantime, lights are out, white lines on the track, so we're going to be racing. We are off. Straight into the lead, 72 of Heroin, Palmerston North car, straight into the lead there. 53 of Dylan Smith taking in second place. Bit of action down on the back in turn 4, bit of nudge between 10. More than a nudge actually between Sean Dickey and Stephen Hart. But, meantime out the front with the Heroin 72 in the lead, Smith of 53 and then 1 NZ of Dura. Bit of a gap back to fourth place of Hurley. Fifth place Hart of 33. 3 laps down, 9 to go. Heron, 72, making daylight between him and Smith of 53 in second place. 1 NZ of Dura, sitting there in third, looking at working pace. Dropping back, we've got Hurley in 82S and then Hart of 33. Hart's trying to the cam. Number 10, Dickey going a bit wide and just touching the fence, but no drummers there, got it all under control. Running a nice tight line on car number 2 NZ of Vaughan. But Vaughan's just pulling away from him. 6 laps down, 6 to go, midway through the race. Heron's your race leader, 72. Smith, 53, second. 1 NZ Dura in third place. Then Hurley of 82 in fourth. Hart rounding out your top 5. Two in Z, 4 in 6th place. Trying everything he can, but as I say, at the moment it's 7 laps down. Heron all the way. Running a nice tight race on that. Heron, Dewar, Smith, Hurley, Hart, Vaughan, Kirriga, Dickey, Nichols, then Beats. Bit of contact in turn 4. 33 of Hart, just touching wheels, but coming out of that all okay. 9 laps down. The spin out over in turn 2. It's car number 10 of Dickey. That's bringing out the yellow lights, going make sure he's okay. Just came into that corner a bit too hot and took it right round. So 9 laps down, we've got 3 to go. First place is car number 72, Elliot Heron. 1NZ of Dura in second place. 53 Dylan Smith in third. 82S of Cameron Hurley in fourth. Fifth place, Stephen Hart, 33. 2NZ, Ben Vaughan. Sixth place. Seventh place is 38, Donald Kuriger. Eighth place, car number 10, although he's just had the big spin. Then we've got 3NZ in eighth, which will be Bailey Beats. And then rounding up the field in final position is 18, Daniel Nichol. So just getting the car onto the infield. Taking no more part in this race. Sean Dickey, number 10. Meanwhile, we'll get everyone back in line. So 9 laps down, we've got 3 to go according to my count, still on yellow lights. Bunching up into single file. All those leads and gaps have all disappeared down to nothing now. Sean Dickey, car number 10, coming back onto the field, so it must be okay, but he's been relegated down to the back, obviously, for that spin. But at least he's managing to keep circulating and keep those points coming in. Lights are out, in the hand of the starter. Flags up. We are off. 72 Heron straight into the lead again, making a gap over 1NZ of Dewar. Meanwhile, back in the field, we've got again a bit of contact. Big spin out there by 33. That's 33 of Hart. Big spin out there, and car number 18 actually coming onto the field. Yellow lights again. Obviously checking on something. Yellow flags out. So car number 33 having a big spin there, but getting back onto the track. 10 laps down, 2 to go. So we'll have to grid them back up into single file again. The gaps that they managed to get in that lap disappearing again. Car number 33 just shooting across to catch up to the others so we don't hold the racing up. So off again, we're racing. So again, 72 straight into the lead. Elliot Heron. 1NZ coming up on the inside. He's going to make it stick. He will. Car number 53 of Smith just running wide and letting that Dewar come straight through. Again, another spin out. No dramas caused there though, he's off the track. Checkered flag out. 72p. Elliot Heron, race leader. Second place, 1NZ Dewar. Third place, 53, Dylan Smith. Fourth place, 82 of Cameron Hurley. Fifth place, 38 of Kuriger. And sixth place was 3NZ of Beats. Seventh was 2NZ of Vaughan. Rounding out the field, car number 33 of Hart. Of course, a DNF for Dickey and Nickel as well. So that was race 9, the Oval Superstars Tour of Mini Sprints. Great race there by car number 72. Red coming out to put a bit more water on the track, just keep that moisture in the track. The big wheels of the saloon cars like to suck that up and suck that moisture out of the track. So keep it packed in there, keep the dust down. Nice track for the guys to race on. So coming up next, we've got race 10, New Zealand Saloons, Group C versus Group D for 12 laps. Looks like we've got an interview down in the pits with car number 67A, so we'll go over to Billy.
Thanks, Greg. Yes, I'm down here with the 67A Scott Rumble. Now, you went into the start of the night inside the points chase to be in there for that final. Obviously, all your qualifying's done for tonight, and it's all looking forward to seeing what's going to come of this next race.
Yeah, well, hopefully we've gone through. I managed to get a third in the first heat tonight, and I believe an eighth, so that should be enough to get us through for the main race, so let's hope so.
If you have made it through, how humbling would it be for you, for the team, sponsors, everyone?
It would be good. We dipped out last year. We qualified last year in the top group, and the first race it all went bad, so that was pretty much our weekend over. So it'd be nice to finish the race and do well.
Obviously that 25 lap feature is all important, and obviously the people are working on the car at the moment trying to get it set up for that 25 lap feature. Is there anything different that you're going to be doing to the car to set it up for the championship final?
One thing we're doing is a bit strange. We're going to leave all the mud in the back of the body, try and get a bit more rear weight there. We've probably got 20 kgs worth of mud from the first race. That may help us.
It's a good thing, because I was standing there looking at it, think, man, I want to clean that. But anyway, look, you're doing a really good job, and it's great to see you out here having some fun. Qualified for that championship final, you couldn't do it without all your sponsors.
Yeah, indeed. We've got BSR Concrete, Mainline Construction, and Bally Mitzi Wreckers.
Thank you very much for your time, Scott, and best of luck.
Cheers, Billy. Thank you.
So coming out next, we've got New Zealand Saloon Cars Group C, Group D. Just a bit more moisture going into the track. We're doing a few rounds there. So just if you remember that we're a no smoking, no vaping track, so if you do feel the need for any of that, if you can head out the back, but please just remember we are really dry, so just be cautious, be careful with everything you do, but no smoking or vaping inside the track, thanks. So plenty of food and refreshments around the track, so if you're feeling a bit peckish but thirsty, pop up there and see the guys. But in the meantime, we've got the saloon cars coming out. Race 10, Group C versus Group D. Looks like we've got 8M heading out on the track. We've got, that's the car of Jared Fletcher.
All right, thanks, guys. Yes, I'm down here with the 242P. That is Ashley Halcrow, and we've just received news that she has been awarded the win over George Phillips for that last heat. Ashley, how good is that?
I'm pretty stoked with that, yeah.
Obviously not the way you wanted to win it, but you drove a fantastic race out there. The car obviously responding really well.
Yeah, we changed the diff gears earlier tonight, and yeah, it just sat a lot better on the track. The track's a lot better tonight, and yeah.
Halcrow, what can you tell us why you were awarded the win?
So there was contact between me and the 47, and they obviously seen it, so yeah, they've relegated them.
It must put you in a pretty good spot for the final.
Yeah, hopefully.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Billy Hickey. Pretty cool that referees doing their job downstairs, keeping an eye on things. It is Group C versus Group D. Where are we up to? Oh, we're almost out of heats. 2 to go. 61k. Josie Pete Bennett should be on pole. Cook in the 77 is on 2. Graham Keating, will the no one be on grid 3? 74A Lansdowne 4. Fletcher, the 8M off 5. Then the 92B off 6. 17D off 7. 16S off 8. 48A off 9. 25H off 10. 18K off 11. 42M off 12. 43K off 13. And the 29B off 14. Fletcher really needs in the 8M. He needs a big race. And this one, after the fun and games he had in the last one, just problems over there too. Looks like something wrong with the, is that the 92? B of Martin.
A few cars parked up over there.
The tractor's just waiting. Is it his car that's playing up? And Ed Hutchby, clerk of the course, just in there checking with him.
like they're pushing him off. Car number 16, Thomas Korf.
It's going to open up another grid. It was 92, so that opens up the grids on the outside row.
So it's 92, Kevin Martin, been pushed onto the infield. So Thomas Korf and car number 16 just passing through the start-finish line. Behind him we've got 25, Reece Clements. And 48 of Jeremy Silcock.
So again, Graham Keating, the 34M, he is missing from the grids tonight. That car just took too much damage last night. So 61k, Josephine Pete Bennett. Josie Pete Bennett has pole. Cook in the 77G will be on the outside. Now the 92's coming back on track. They've pushed it off. Now he's got something checked and he's coming back. Now after them taking the car off, are they now saying he wants the 3-minute bell?
Looks like it.
So they've pushed the car over to the pits and they've called the 3-minute bell. Is it a battery that looks like it's failing on it?
Looks like it. They're running over there with a battery now. Red's waved them over.
How's our wonderful cameraman on the infield from the pits media? He's probably going to zoom in for me and tell me what the problem is. He did last night. He was pretty cool at that. Oh, they parked the Huntly Speedway truck in the road so he can't see.
They're coming in from the top. Yeah, we've got the buggy in the way on one side and we've got the Jeep in the way on the other.
So looking inside the car, they've got 3 minutes, and last night they were very firm on the 3 minutes. Just ask Ethan Cook about that.
Pit crew's running back now with the battery, so obviously some sort of electrical issue.
Now they've tried to do a jump start, it hasn't worked. So now the little push cart is going to push that car back to the infield as we get a bit of drone footage. That's quite useful, that is, that footage, so we can see what's going on, so I don't have to get up and put my neck in a funny angle and try and see what's going on. Brilliant. I like that.
We need one of those.
Need something at the moment, just saying. 48, Silcock got problems now. A tractor pulling in behind him. That is grid 9 going to be empty. The X-Fill Too Good, 1NZ car. So we've got 2 cars on the infield. The 92B car from Hawke's Bay of Martin. And now the 48A Silcock car from Auckland. Is he going again?
He's circulating.
Is he back circulating? They gave him a push.
Yeah, they gave him a push, got him going. He's just coming around up towards the start-finish line now. In position, car number 17 just jumping into line.
So at times what they do is they run an extra battery.
Yep.
And it gives these cars a bit of a jump start to get them going. Of course, then they take it off, and once they're rolling, it's really just a maintenance battery they've got there to keep the electrics going. Sometimes not quite enough to turn the car over and get it started. So the orange light's out there. Can we go racing
lights are out
yet?
now. I'd say we'll be racing on this lap. Lights are out. We've got the white line across the cross turn 4.
That's always a good start. We've got the white flower line across turn 4. Pete Bennett on the inside. Daniel Cook on the outside. Cook will try and get a flyer. Lansdowne will want him to as well. There we go. There's the gas. And as I thought, Daniel Cook in the 77 gets the big hammer down. Lansdowne follows him around, goes right around the outside. Fletcher in the 8's got to go to the outside of Pete Bennett as well. Does so going down into 3 and 4 for the first time. So your front 3 are clearing out already and starting to open up a gap. Oh, Lansdowne in front of Fletcher. How they didn't hit, beyond me.
So Lansdowne in front. We've got still got 77 of Cook in the lead. Lansdowne in second. Fletcher in third place. All the action there in the top 2. There's a bit of a gap back to fourth of Josie Pete Bennett. But how he made that pass, how he made that stick without contact was amazing. Cook, 77 out front, coming up to 3 laps down. Be 9 to go after this one. Car number 40 out of Silcock, still trailing the field. Obviously have a few little issues there with getting going. But at the moment, it's all Cook, Lansdowne, then Fletcher, Pete Bennett, Korf, 16S in 5th, Phillips, Amarin in 7th.
So Cook in the 77G, opening up about a 5 or 6 car length over Lansdowne in the 74A. Then it's Fletcher, who had the big accident in the last race. He desperately needs to bank a few more points in the 8M. Then it's Pete Bennett in the 61, holding out Corf in the 8. Then Amarine in the 42. In front of the 17, D of Phillips. Then Taylor in the 18. 29 car of Martin. Clements and Tonks in the 25 and 43. Having a good battle, and then Silcock. Lansdowne now starting to put a bit of pressure on Cook with 6 laps left to go. 5 this time around. Cook holding out Lansdowne. Lansdowne in the 74, looking on the outside, looking on the inside. Chris Taylor in the 18K. Oh, takes a big punt from the 29 of Martin as they go into 1 and 2. Comes out of it and survives. Martin late on the brakes into 3 and 4. Still is fight out the front between Lansdowne and Cook with 3 laps left to go this time around. Pete Bennett.
Corf back in 5th place, trying everything he can to get past Pete Bennett. Not quite making it. He's also got 42 of Amarin knocking on his door. Another race within itself here. Meanwhile, we're 9 laps down. There'll be 2 to go after this one round. Cook, 77 in first. Lansdowne, 74. Corf making the pass. Now going on the outside of 61, trying to get past there, but not quite making that one stick. Everything you can do. White flag is out.
Cook, what's going to happen when they come up behind Silcock? They're catching fast. If he gets balked, Lansdowne may just do the Hail Mary around the outside. No, he doesn't. Backs out of it.
Checkered flag goes to Cook, 77G. Takes that Daniel Cook, 2nd place, 74 of Scott Lansdowne. 3rd place, 18 of Fletcher. 4th place, Josie Pete Bennett. 5th place, 16S of Thomas Corf. 6th is 42 of Amarin. 7th place goes to Phillips in car number 17. 18K Taylor takes the 8th position. 9th is Martin in 29B, and round out your top 10, 25H of Clements. Silcock, 48A, 11th place. Rounding off the field is 43 of Tonks. And of course the Keating and Martin cars not getting started. So these are your top 3, Cook, Lansdowne and Fletcher. That was race 10 of New Zealand Saloon, Group C versus Group D. Coming up next, we've got Production Saloons out for 10 laps. But round of applause as they come past with the flag. There was definitely racing in all positions on that one.
Yeah, hard work. Hard work, but those cars got out the front. And a great battle went on between Cook and Lansdowne, chasing points. Again, I have posted all the heat results so far tonight up on Huntly International Speedway Facebook page, as we're seeing some beautiful footage from the drone. I know you can't see it out there, but they're chucking some great shots of our pits. By the pits. Welcome along, no matter where you're watching it. On the Pits Media, around New Zealand, around the world, and of course you who have made the choice to come up to the track tonight for the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Car Title. Nice to have you here. As Red puts a little bit more water on the track, getting some great replay footage from this Pits Media. They've really got the stream working, which is one of the bonuses for Speedway. If you can't be here, there's a lot of stuff you can watch. Cars, Lansdowne and Daniel Cook, Scotty Lansdowne, they had a great battle for about 7 of the 8 laps. Just 2 very quick cars. And of course, when they're very equally paced, it's heck of a hard to find a way to make that pass stick. Fletcher in the 8, sat in behind for 3rd, decided to bank some points. And of course, runs those very, very hard brake pads. You'll see the sparks flying off the front wheels of the 8M. It's always spectacular as things get dark. Got to remind you too, next week there's no Speedway at Huntly, but I'll tell you what is going on up at Mary at the Aeroflow Nitro Funny Cars. If you've never seen that, they start drag racing all day. They kick off about 4 o'clock next Saturday afternoon, and they belch 8 to 10 foot flames. They run 5 seconds, 4,000 horsepower out of Mary Dragway. Don't forget to get your photo done with Scott Williams up there, the Eves Real Estate sign, $150. And you may want to look at, I know you're probably all sitting up there and say, keep away from me lights. Well, you'll see around all our lights here, there's not big moths. They're not moths the size of bumblebees, they're actually crickets. The plague has arrived. So I'm very happy I'm in here. And we're going to go down to the Pits Media because they've got some interviews going on in the wonderful area down there as it gets close to the pointy end of the championship.
Yeah, thanks, Minty. There's plenty going on down here. I was going to talk to George Phillips, but unfortunately I couldn't because he comes sprinting back from grandstand and jumped in the race car and got booted and suited, ready to go for a heat race. Lloyd Phillips, we understand George got relegated back to third place. What was the issue?
There was a protest in from the Halcrow team, of which we've got some footage that shows we never crossed the pole line, but the referees didn't want to see that, so we didn't do nothing. We just took it on the chin, mate, and we'll continue on. We bagged that race. It showed we carried the flag, so we'll carry it again in this one, and we'll move on, mate. We're going to win it fairly and squarely if we do. We're not going to go up to the protest room, mate. So.
Yeah, I talked to George before he went and watched that race, and he just kind of shrugged his shoulders and said, look, it's only 2 points. We're not really too concerned.
Yeah, no, we're not, mate, but points are points. Protesting and then when it was what it was, and we had footage that showed that he definitely didn't cross that pole line, so it is what it is though, man. We're here to race and have fun, so we're going to do that.
Well, that's a great attitude, and the last thing you want is a wound-up driver.
Yeah, mate, no, and we're not. We're here just to have a great time, and the whole place has been pretty good, like we've enjoyed all of the company of all of the other drivers, and great track. Whoever that guy is, I'm not sure. I've heard lots of stories about him, but mate, I don't know what he did overnight, but that's a nice track tonight.
All right, thanks, Lloyd.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Mike, I don't know if you've still got the microphone and the camera on you, if we can keep that little bit of discussion going. They probably turned it off, but for me it's a really cool thing to say that we've got it is what it is, and that's the wonderful thing at times about racing. You're dead right. You don't want a wound-up driver, because when drivers get wound up, and you and Billy saw the red mist last night, it popped out from behind your head and it all screamed out there. They do tend to lose that concentration span. When you're going this fast and this hard and this quickly around a track, you need everything going for you, because these guys so far, they've done 5 heats. They've done 12 laps, so you've done 60 laps. So they've driven around, what can we say, about 24 kilometres so far, 25 kilometres of racing just to get to where they are. Then we've got a final coming up that's going to be around 10 to 11 Ks of racing just for a final. So you need that concentration, you need that focus on what's going on, and you don't need any distractions. So we'll quickly shoot down as production saloons get underway down here. They're about a couple of laps away from going around. They let them go around a couple of times. 77G, Daniel Cook got out the front and smoked a win. He did, he smoked it.
He certainly smoked it. Sponsored by David Jones Motors as well. It's got a very fast race engine in it. Dan, you had a second and a first. You came into this meeting around about 14th on the points. That's really going to help out.
Yeah, it's going to be a big help. I had sort of my worst grids last night. I thought I was about 12th on points, or was 12th equal. So hopefully that shoots us up a bit, and we start in. It'd be nice if it's top 4, but we'll see where we end up.
Well, the 77 car's certainly on rails, and the track's looking pretty consistent out there at the moment.
Yeah, track's a lot better than last night. It's been good. It's real quick, so yeah, you got to hold on out there. So which is good. It should make for an entertaining final.
All right, thanks. Well done, Dan.
Thank you.
Mike, I don't know if you can hear me as you're talking to the production saloon we're going. Do you think that the top 6, or does it make a difference, top 6, top 8, that would change in this final, or you think the track's good enough for anyone to win it? Well, these cars so fast, they're not going to pass each other.
To be honest, Minty, when you got the top 10 of these guys, they're all capable of moving forward, and with the racetrack like it is at the moment, that 25 lap is not going to be a one lane. We're going to see guys trying to work the outside, because with that many cars on the track, you know what they do, they concertina on the inside, guys are going to work the high line.
And we've seen that work so far tonight, because they've decided, hey, last night I think they were a bit conservative and it went away. Tonight I think saying we've got to go forward because we want to be at the front.
Yeah, that's right. There's going to be a lot of desperate drivers in those first few laps as well, Minty. As we know, you can't win it on the first lap. It's an old cliche, but you certainly can lose it.
You don't want to turn around again and look for the red mist behind you, do you?
I can't see it. It's gone black up in the sky. You're not going to get me twice, Minty. I learned pretty quickly. Hey, look, that 25 lapper, it's getting closer and closer tonight. We can't wait for it. It's just going to be fantastic.
I'm with you, mate. Thank you for your pit updates, and keep them coming, eh?
Thanks, Minty.
There is production saloons out here. Vaughan Glidden out in front. We've done 6 laps, we've got 4 to go, and the 6 of Vaughan Glidden has the big lead as we'll cross across to the wonderful mercurial tones of Craig Tonkin.
All right, so as Minty was saying, we've got Vaughan Glidden, number 6, out in the lead with 4 laps down. Peter Craddock, 63H, in second place. Sherman, number 17, holding up the top 3. Meanwhile, we've got 23 running a bit tight on there. That's Dylan Atwood. But looking for Vaughan coming down the back straight into turn 3. He's the leading car. 63 of Peter Craddock, holding up, been under attack by 17 of Sherman, as well as Gribble in the BMW 42. In fact, he's Gribble's taken around the outside. He's got past Sherman.
Look at that, the 2 rear-wheel drive cars just leaning on each other. Now Gribble in the BMW. He's got his angry pants on.
He has.
Come on, Gribby. Go, Gribby. Anne-Marie Warrender in the 63 this time, though, not Peter Craddock. She stepped into that car because she's having a drive, and she's going to go up the inside of Vaughan Glidden. So Glidden must have a problem in the 6.
Yeah, well, he's been racing well for the last... Yeah.
The Mazda 6 is going really slow.
He's
going slower.
Right there.
He's going slower, not faster. As the 23 of Atwood takes another donut to the inside. So it's Anne-Marie Warrender in the 63 of Peter Craddock's car.
Yep.
Has that lead. Then the 42 of Lance Gribble. Then Glidden in the 6. Glidden's got the car going again. Here comes Gribble with a big outside pass on the 63. The Hail Mary shot. Thrown it in late. The beam is hanging on. They're going to slide around the outside of the 99 Heyman, and Gribble's going to get the white flag.
Mate, that's Dick.
That's pretty cool.
That was great driving through there.
That's almost as good as I was in a street stock once. 20 years
Long time ago.
You don't put the long. Craddock coming back for the run. That's not Craddock, sorry. Anne-Marie Warrender coming back for the rush at Lance Gribble. But Gribby's going to take it. Check it. Flagged for the Beamer.
So
Takes the win.
Race results: Lance Gribble in the Beamer 42, Anne-Marie Warrender in 63 of Craddock's car, second place. Vaughan Glidden in the 6H in third. Fourth place, of course, Sherman in the 17. Fifth place, looking at 15H of Marks, and then 7 Heyman running up the field in 6 and 99.
So we've only got one more heat to go.
One more
Sort
it
heat.
out.
Heat 15, Group A versus Group F. And we're done. We'll be able to then tell you the top 16. I'm not sure if I'm comfortable and keen on this repechage thing, to be honest. It's just going to put another group of cars on the track that's already under pressure. So I know they want the repechage. I know they want that second chance. I know what they want to do from there. But is it going to put undue pressure on a track that perhaps is under pressure already?
Exactly.
I don't know. They're other sorts of things that I'll leave to brighter people than me.
It's above our pay scale.
As the cars are lined up down here. Who's on the front row of the grid? The 47D of Phillips. He's front row. 56K of Tyler will be missing from the grid. Hasn't come back tonight. Then the 89A of Roberts and the 227 of Melling. That car has been fixed. 7S of Drever and the 242 of Halcrow. The 88K and the 8K are mid-pack. 7P of Larkin and the 1NZ of Ethan Cook. Cook is now back on grid 10 again. He's got to do the big passes. 81A is back there. Steve Williams is on grid 12. 26S down the back. 31B and of course 75M of Michelle Weimer. McPherson has confirmed to me that she had her arm plated today. Had a plate put in her arm, broke her arm last night pretty badly. It's been plated today. She said she'll be as good as new and back racing really, really soon.
With a plate.
Yeah, with a plate. You're right, Bring it. It's up there somewhere. In fact, it's up there, I don't know where. So Fiona will be downstairs whacking points into the spreadsheets they got down there to make our top 16. The super stocks wander up the grid.
While there's a bit quiet though, full credit though, Minty, to Red and the guys getting the track ready for tonight. It's a great track out there, and I know they've been working flat out all day trying to get that done. But in the meantime, we've got cars still coming on into position. Steve Williams coming through there in car number 21. The gates are now shut.
Yep.
So
there he is. There's the red man. He's on the big screen being streamed all over. Oh, that's not the best profile. Come on, Mikali, you can probably do better than that. That's not Red's best side. Just saying. Side on. Hey, but it is. It's out in front. It's the 47 of Phillips. He will have pole.
To be fair.
Oh, now he's carrying a road cone. That's really up there, Red. So,
look at that. Glad he can't hear us.
I'm so glad he can't hear us. So out there. 180 Photography out there taking photos of, well, Cameron Lee, if you're looking for photos of tonight. He's out there doing the shots, getting the stuff, getting the images, all those other cool and good things that are going on. So the last round robin of heats. After this, we will be able to tell you within 10 minutes, because there'll be possibly protests and complaints and all sorts of things, we'll be able to tell you the top 16 going into that big, big final.
Steve Williams just moving up into position. Still on yellow lights.
Are we going to see a
Lights
repeat winner or a new winner of the 1NZ title?
Lights are out in the hands of the starter. Liking what we're seeing.
What did you say?
Looking for a start, and we get it. Phillips nails it from the inside. Melling, Roberts, Halcrow, Drever, Williams. Where is Cook in the 1? He's stuck behind Williams in the 8 at the moment. He's got to make this track work early if Cook's going to find his way through. Williams, Melling, they're all living outside too, because they've decided if they're going to go forward, they need to do the outside passes. Roberts, 3 wide. This is going to end ugly, and it is. There goes Williams up and over the top of Melling. That opens up the gap for Cook. That's broken Melling's car. That, I think, is going to be his championship aspirations gone. It is. He's blown both outside tyres. Right front is flat. Gutting for him. 3 wide doesn't work around this track.
No, definitely not.
Look at Cook coming up on the outside of Drever. That car of Drever's is really, really wide compared to the other stuff around. But out in front, it's Phillips from Robertson, the 89, then Halcrow in the 242. The 7S of Drever, we've gone yellow, and that is for the 31 of Hunter. He stopped in the middle of the track, now he's going again. That's going to be good for Cook. He'll want this traffic to all pull up together. It's not going to be good for the 47D of Phillips. That's the last thing he wants. Yeah. Up the side of the 227B, 3 into 1, just doesn't go. 2 wide's fine, 3 wide just doesn't work.
Not for these guys.
So it's Drever on the inside. He came out wide, caught up Williams. Williams got chucked up across the top of the Melling car, and Williams kept going, although a bit ugly. But Melling just had all the air taken out of his tyres. You can't run without air in your tyres.
No, you definitely can't. But that was quite a high launch that number 8 did to keep going still. He's been lucky on that one, I think.
It was pretty high, all right. So Phillips still has the lead. Are we going to go green? Yes, we are. Phillips in the 47 gets the start. Cook looks on the outside of Drever as they come through. He's trying to make the pass. Cook in the 1NZ. Hooks it up. He goes round the 7. He's now up to 4th place. Remembering he started in 10th. He's on the tail end of Halcrow. Halcrow's giving Roberts the hurry up in the 89. Now Cook looking for the outside pass on Halcrow. Halcrow's just drifting a little bit wide. Roberts in front. Cook hooks it out. He knows 1 and 2. He's got some drive. He's gone too far wide, and that's let Drever slide up underneath him. Here comes Cook chasing again. Now Drever's doing the slide wide. Cook's trying to do the slide up the inside. Drever gets down and shuts the gate on him.
Meanwhile, the 8 of Williams, he's putting on a good show out there, although he's got a bit of damage on that, but he's holding what he can. But at the moment, it's all about Drever holding position to 1NZ to Cook.
Halcrow having a good battle with the 89 of Roberts, but out in front it's Phillips. He's gone, Burgers. He's off in the distance. Roberts, I think, is probably slowing Halcrow down a bit. Drever's not sure where to go, but I think his chances of qualifying up the front are probably marginal, and Cook's just looking for a mistake from one of them.
88 of Johnson must have some sort of issue. He's just dropping back down the field.
It's given Steve Williams a free pass. He's up to 7th place from the tail of the grid. 3 laps left to go, but Phillips in the 47 has it all over and done with.
31 spinning around of Hunter, just spinning around on turn 2 there. Luckily he's off the track so they can keep going.
Gets the car re-going and runs up the grass. 2 to go this time around for Phillips. Still it's Roberts in the B&T 89, just holding out Halcrow in the 242. Drever in the 7S. Oh, he's left the door half open. Cook goes to go through it and Drever chops down to the pole line. Halcrow late on the brakes on Roberts. 1 lap left to go for Phillips.
White flag out for Phillips. Roberts in 2nd place and then Halcrow and Drever. But then, of course, you've got 1NZ of Cook trying everything he can to get past Drever. But I think Drever's going to hold him off on that. Coming into turn 3, turn 4. But we've got the checker flag out. It's the dash for the end. Not going to manage it though. So final results. Number 1 was 47 of Phillips. Position 2, 89 of Roberts. Halcrow in 242 coming up in 3rd place. Richard Drever of 7S in 4th. 1NZ of Cook running up your top 5. 6th place, number 8, Williams, and then 21 of Steve Williams in number 7. Position 8th, of course, is 7 of Larkin. Hickman of car number 81 in 9th. Rounding out your top 10, Johnson in car number 88. 26S of Hooper in 11th. And round up the field, Hunter in 31 in position 12. Of course, did not finish for Melling, and that's your results for this race. So Phillips, Roberts, and then Halcrow. I guess there'll be a lot of checking the numbers and crunching and finding it out for the next one. Coming up next hour, we've got Super Stocks, Heat 2, 10 laps. Coming out for a bit more of crash and bash. Sorting themselves out there. So they'll be coming right up after Red comes and puts a little bit more moisture into the track. These big saloons tend to suck the moisture out as they're going around.
You're a little... just try and keep a bit of moisture in. It'll be interesting to see what he does as Phillips in the 47D takes the win. Interesting to see what they do with the Repechages and how he puts moisture in and what he wants to do with the track over the next few rounds. So we're just going to go and check where we're up to with Fiona as she pours all the points into the program they've got down there to ascertain the top 16. Phillips, the 47D. Things will be a bit, I'd say, eerie in the pits because nobody will know exactly who's qualified yet, where they've qualified or what grid position they've got. Now remember, the top 16 grids are formulated by the points they have gathered over these 5 heats. Then behind that, from the 2 Repechages, grids 17, 18, 19 and 20 go to the top 2 cars from each of those Repechages. So they go off the tail of the big 20 car final. 25 laps for the tank guy, New Zealand Saloon Car Title. As the super stock comes out, sounds like, are they doing some work down there, Michaela? Nice to hear that the pits media, they maybe got the camera fired up and doing some stuff. They're not down having pies and chips. Mind you, they don't do that. Plenty of action down in those pits. Plenty of action going on in the pits down there though. Guys wandering back from that heat. They'll be starting to work out who's where on what points and what's where on... That's for you, Michaela, our producer down there. As we sit down and put a broken leg back up to rest. It's been a good day for... Yeah. All right, well, actually, why don't you play an ad for us? There's a good idea. Why don't we have a break? Let's listen to a Pits Media ad while we have a break. Good idea.
Hi, Scott here from X Factor Cars, Southland's V8 specialists, stockists of the South Island's biggest selection of Holden HSV, also with a wide range of everything Ford, FPV and classic American muscle. With an in-house finance specialist, we can tailor build a package to suit each and every budget, from no deposit, structured payments and up to 60-month terms. If we don't have it in stock, our team will search high and low to find what you want. Check out our testimonials, xfactorcars.co.nz.
So we're looking at Super Stocks going green. We're racing. Car number 8 on pole position of Clayton Hagen. But meanwhile, straight into the wall and a bit of rough and tumble into turn 1 and 2. Car number 58, Stefan Roygaard, with the V6 powered machine taking honours at the moment. They tried to put him up the wall, but he managed to get through that. So Roygaard in the lead. Second place, we've got Hagen of 8B coming up in second. Decky of 66 in third. One lap down, obviously, so we've got 9 to go. We've got one car already spun out on turn 4, but he's off the track. So coming through yet again, Stephen Roygaard. First place. Almost daylight between him and Hagen of 8B. We've got 66 of Decky up in third. Hemingway, 99, fourth position, and then 47B of Glenley in fifth. All running really high up on the track. Bit of contact there between 29, the car of Harris. But that's what this is all about. Lead rank there. Coming out of turn 4. Roygaard having a bit of a nudge and winkle between him and car number 29 of Brooklyn Harris. 4 laps down, 6 to go. Looking at Roygaard, Hagen, Dickey, Hemingway, Rennie, Elias, and then Harris in 7th position. Roygaard just going past Harris, clearing the traffic, running nice and wide, eyeing up car number 99. Ducks onto the inside, shoots down past. Coming out of turn 4 onto the gas, he's got that one done and dusted. 6 laps down, 4 to go. Still looking at Roygaard, Hagen, Dickey, Hemingway, Benny, Elias, and then Harris rounding up the field. 3 wide going into turn 2. Car number 66 of Dickey making a gap on that. Whether we can get past the slow traffic of 29 of Harris. Whether car number 8 of Hagen's going to get through. Meanwhile, 7 laps down, 3 to go. Stefan Roygaard still claiming pole position, claiming the lead at the moment. Car number 58, Stefan Roygaard. 66, Decky in second place. Hagen and car number 8 still running in third place, getting followed by Hemingway. White flag out, 1 to go. Stephen Roygaard coming down the back straight into turn 3 and 4, coming down to claim the flag. And that he has. Done no wrong in this race. Stephen Roygaard, 58, running out of Kiki, race winner. Second place, 66 of Decky. Third place, 8B of Hagen. Fourth place, Hemingway, car number 99. Glennie in 47 running 5th. Then Elias in car number 5M running 6th position. Rounding up the field, Harris of 29H.
Good start for Brooklyn Harris. Hasn't been in the car for 4 years,
Yeah.
5 years. Into a super stock. He's holding his own. He's not too shabby.
It's good driving for someone who hasn't been racing for that long.
Stefan Roygaard, got to be happy in the 58k, the V6, and Decky in the 66M. Like I said, Elias Dykstra in the 5M with some problems on corner 2. So just waiting for an update of our top 16 that have gone into the final and who is off the front rows of the grid. With a few DNFs and a few challenges, I think that's going to throw a complete cat amongst the pigeons and probably make it more and more difficult to sort out who's going to win the Tank Guide New Zealand Saloon Car Title tonight. Tom Roberts in the 89A. Well, when you're ready, Tom Robertson, the 89A, is with Billy Hickey.
Hey,
Fire
thanks,
away,
Winter.
Billy.
Yes, I'm here with the 89A, Tom Roberts. Of course, the second place in that last one. A great race out there for you, Tom.
Oh, yeah, that was awesome. I really enjoyed that one. We sort of had the car set up kind of tight to start with, and that just came to us. And, yeah, I mean, it's the boys are flat out right now, as you can see. They're going hard out, bloody getting it all ready for hopefully if we're in the feature. So, yeah.
You're obviously feeling pretty relaxed about things as well.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty tired, mate. I didn't get much sleep last night, so yeah, relaxed, tired, same thing, innit?
Exactly right. Now, on the assumption that you've made the feature race, what will you be doing to the car now to get it ready for that?
Oh, I can't tell you that, mate. It's trade secrets. No, we're putting a new set of slippers on it. We've got new tyres and just tightening the suspension up. There's really not much more we can do, you know. Go out there and make the best of it.
Fantastic, that's awesome. And of course, I'll let you shout out to your family at home too, eh?
Oh yeah, I love you, Chloe, Mia and Bodie. I really wish you guys were here, but I know it's not ideal. There's too many crickets flying around. They scare the kids.
Good stuff, cheers, bud.
All right, mate, thanks very much, guys. Cheers.
Alrighty, we've got George Phillips as well, of course, with Mike Wilson.
Thanks, Billy. George, you were just talking over there, you're sort of wondering what points you're going to have. Maybe you're thinking that it's going to be 80 points, but you've got to wait for the 10 minutes. You're hoping that's going to give you a top 10 grid at least for that 25-lap feature.
Yeah, I'd be stoked to get in the top 10. You know, I only come here this weekend just hoping to just get into the feature. You know, 16th would have been happy, or even off the Repechage, but things have been looking good, and hopefully we'll get to 80 points, and that'll put us inside the top 10, and we'll have a nice crack at the title.
You know, if it wasn't for a relegation, you'd have been unbeaten tonight.
Yeah. You win some, lose some. It's not the end of the world. I only got relegated till third, so I only lost 2 more points. Every point does count, but I'm not going to cry over it. Just got to get on with it and get going.
Great attitude. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, straight into the Oval Superstar Tour Mini Sprints, Heat 3. Got 1NZ Dura in the lead in the first lap. 2NZ Vaughan in second place with 33 of Hart in third place. A lot of traction out there tonight. 2 laps down, 10 to go. At the moment it's all about 1NZ and 2NZ. So we've got Dura coming nicely around there, running a real tight line through there. Daylight between him and Vaughan. And then again, daylight between Vaughan and Hart. Further down the field is where there's a little bit of action coming into turn 4 now. The 3 cars there. Cars of Kuriga, Hurley and Beats. They're running nice and tight in there. Kuriga just losing the place to Hurley. Hurley 5 laps down, 7 to go. Still looking at 1 and 2NZ, first and second. 33 of Hart in third place. Running a 13.5 in that last lap, so that's 0.1 off the lap record. Sorry, it's under the lap record. Unofficially, 1NZ just broke the lap record. But so keeping on that, 8 laps down, 4 to go. We've got Dura, 1NZ. 2NZ Vaughan running second place. 33 of Hart in third, with Dickey in number 10 in fourth place. Nine laps down, 3 to go. Dura, Vaughan, Hart, Dickey, Heron, Smith, Hurley, Kuriga and Beats. Plenty of pace on these on the track today. White flag coming out. 1NZ, 2NZ, 33k. Dura, Vaughan and Hart in that order. Coming in around there on turn 4, coming up to the take the checker flag. He's got it. 1NZ Dura, 2NZ Vaughan, 33k of Hart. 10 of Dickey, 4th place. 72 Heron in 5th place. 6th place was 53 of Smith. And then 82 of Hurley in 7th. With Kuriga 38s 8th position, and rounding up the field, of course, is 3NZ of Beats. So as I said, unofficially, it looks like 1NZ has actually taken the lap record in lap 6, running a 13.59. Lap record was 13.65. So let's see if we can just confirm that for. Give me 2 seconds. Yep. So it was actually Dean Cooper of he was 2NZ at the time. 3 years ago, back in December 17, ran a 13.6. 13.5992, new lap record.
So the 1NZ of Dewar finally done it, 13.5992 lap record. So Heron done a 13.65, which was also under the old lap record because it was 13.66, I think, from memory. So in 5th place, Heron also went under the old lap record. So nothing wrong with that. But 13.5992 on the 15th of February 2020. A new lap record has been set at Huntly International Speedway by the 1NZ, sponsored by NZ Shane Dewar, in the Oval Superstars Tour here at Huntly International Speedway. Cool stuff. Tough old track, eh? Am I being a bit facetious? No.
Just a bit.
Righto, 16S, we're down in the pits. It's a Corfathon. We're going to have an interview with the people from Stratford.
Minty reckons it's a Corfathon. Mate, top qualifier, how good is that?
Yeah, no, awesome. Definitely can't complain at that. I thought we were just shy of it, but yeah, now to come out on top points, it's awesome.
You know, you were so solid last night, never out of the top 3, 2 more solid races tonight. Wow, that's half the job done.
Yep, getting pretty close. All top 5 finishes the whole weekend, so be pretty happy if we can keep in top 3.
Track's gone away a little bit, but 25 laps, make that number 16 car as wide as possible.
Might have to. No, we'll give it a go.
And how's the old fella got on?
Oh, no, he's back a little bit. I think just missed out on qualifying, so he should come through on the repechage, so.
Does that ramp up the nerves for you a little bit? Does that bring a little bit of tension into your racing now, knowing you got the pressure of being on pole, or have I just put that in your mind?
Oh, no, try not to get too wound up, otherwise, yeah, all sorts of shit otherwise. Yeah, no.
Hey, congratulations on that. And I love interviewing guys the same height as me. I love that.
Not very often.
Well done, mate. Top qualifier.
Awesome. Thank you. Cheers.
Do you two come from Matamata?
I don't have hairy feet, Minty.
No, it's Hobbiton out there. It's a weekend
He's
job.
shorter than me. I says when he took a photo from below earlier on, he looked like he about the same height, but he's never going to be the same height. It's not like all his father and son.
Don't take that, Mike Wilson. Give him a thump, would you? Just
I'll do it off camera for you. Thanks, Minty.
Give one of the chops for me, would you? So we're just waiting for the update as the mini stocks come up here. We're just waiting for the update to officially give you our top 16 qualifiers, hopefully. Not too far away, because Craig Tonkin is going to call the mini stocks for me while Fiona puts together.
Will do. We've got the mini stocks on the grid now, ready to go. 64, of course, of Will Adams on pole. On the outside, 53, Caleb Hutchins. Behind there on second group, we've got car number 74 of Travis. 22 on the outside, Xavier Martin. Renee O'Hearn, 93H on the third line. As we know, it's her final race tonight in the mini stocks. And then outside we've got 26. 26 of Cohen Kendall. Then we've got 43 sitting on the back there of CJ Attenborough. Sponsored by Flamin' Body Shop. Stickers on the front there, so another great local Hamilton business. Just heading out now to get a feel for the track. Car number 14, Greg Hapakajoin on the outside of Renee. Then we're looking at 142 of Monique Gribble. So another good field for the mini stocks race for the night. And say Renee's final race night tonight, so keep an eye on her. That's Renee O'Hearn, car number 93. But we are off, we're green light and we're racing. Bit of a battle for first and second at the moment, but 64. Car number Will Adams. Will Adams holding it. From right around the outside of turn 3. Car number 53 of Caleb Hutchins taking the lead off him. Bit of a spin out there for car number 717, Levi Jones, but managed to take it off the track and keep out of trouble. Back onto the track now. But we're looking at first place, Hutchins, 53. Travis in 74, second place, Martin of 22 in third. Good battle for third and fourth at the moment. Just getting attacked by the bugs in here. Yeah.
How did those crickets get in here?
Just land on my glasses. That's the scariest thing I've ever seen for a long time.
So Hutchins in the 53 leads from Travis Keenan in the 74. Cut it out, you lot.
Oh, jeez. Martin, 22, third place.
Crickets and bacon for breakfast.
3 laps down, 5 to go.
So Hodgson in fourth in the 12H, then Chase Jones in the 71 and fifth. They're your top 5 at the moment with 4 laps left to go this time around for our race leader.
Hutchins coming through now, just under the start-finish line. Going into turn 1, we've got 43, the car of Attenborough, seat to Attenborough. Just holding the line through there.
Behind her, the 142 of Monique Gribble.
A little bit of action going down here with 717 Levi Jones just coming in off the infield. But 5 laps down, 3 to go. Looking at Hutchins as your first place, 53. Martin in 22 second, and then Hodgins at 12H and third place. So that's your top 3. We've got Travis 74 in fourth. Jones of 71 in fifth, and then Greg Kapakajoin and car number 14 in sixth place. 6 laps down, 2 to go. We'll begin the white flag next time round. Got car number 64. Will Adams just running a bit wide coming out of turn 4, but gathering it all up. 53 coming through now, white flag. As goes past on the inside of Levi Jones. So Hutchins, 53, first place. Martin, 22H in second. Harry Hodgins in 12, third place. Travis in number 74, fourth place. Greg Kapakajoin, 14th. Car number 14 in fifth. And Jones of 71 in sixth. Checkered flag's done. So those are your positions. So race winner, of course, 53. Another fine race by Caleb Hutchins, 22. Xavier Martin, second place. And then Harry Hodgins, number 12, round up your top 3. Going down to Pitts Media, we've got an interview.
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much, Craig. I've got the 71C, Willie Woodhouse, third place in the points overall going into the final. That means you'll start third. Inside or outside, we're not entirely sure yet, but very great. Makes the trip from the Christchurch very worthwhile.
Yeah, no, it's bloody good to qualify that high, and yeah, no, can't wait for the main event and see what happens, I suppose.
You said to me off camera before you've qualified for the main event, now you've just got to figure out what to do with the car. What are you going to do with the car?
I'm not sure yet. I'm talking to Dutchie. Dutchie's overseas at the moment, so we've been trying to communicate with him, and it's a bit hard, but yeah, we're trying to sort something out.
Overall, very happy with the car, how it's reacted to the track?
Oh yeah, no, she's going good. It's not a bad track actually, so yeah, it's good.
Held up pretty good, eh?
Yeah, no, it's still holding up. It's like first half of the race is going to be drivey and the second half's going to be slick. So what do? Set it up for the start or set it up for the finish?
I think you set it up for the finish.
Yeah, in between will be good. Bit of half and half, I reckon.
Set it up to ride the wall, Willie.
Yeah, no, we'll work something out. Watch these repechages and see what happens. Be good.
Fantastic. Thanks for your time. Congratulations. We'll let you get on setting up the car. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, you hand over to Mike Wilson with Ashley Halcrone. Sammy.
Hey guys, bit of excitement here. Ashley here, 242P. She has just qualified in the top 16. First of all, congratulations. How do you feel?
Thank you. I'm pretty stoked. It's my first New Zealand champs I've ever qualified for, so I definitely wasn't expecting it, but I'm so stoked now. Yeah.
Yeah, great. You achieved your goal. Awesome. Were you feeling quite nervous before you started?
Going out for those races, I was quite alright. I just knew I needed to hold my place and try and make a couple of places, but other than that, I was actually alright for those races.
You've done it and you smashed it, and that is so cool. You know, to see another girl out here, you know, yeah, the girls, very cool. Okay, so what happens next in your racing? Like, where do you go from here?
So we got our finals, so I'm not sure what grid I'm off of. I think 15th or 16th. Then it's just keeping it clean and just trying to finish the race.
Okay. Very good. Okay, who are some of your sponsors you'd like to thank?
Mainly my dad, Helco Engineering, Helco Trailers, Taylor and Byron. They put a lot of work into the car. Screenworks for my sign writing, Scorpion Racewear for my overalls, and Edwards Panel and Paint for painting my car.
Okay, very good. And so how long have you been racing for as well?
So I've been in Saloons, this is my 5th season, and otherwise overall it's my 10th season coming out of mini stocks, yeah.
Okay, and you're racing along with your sister there as well, Danielle, so that's pretty cool. You know, you got your family around and like lots of sport out there too, so that's great, eh?
Yeah, it's great racing with family. Always a little bit of rivalry, but yeah, it's quite fun racing with family.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. I'm so happy for you. Again, congratulations. Thank you so much and best of luck. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Here are your 16 qualifiers as we run through quickly. It is 16S Tom and Corf is top qualifier. Tom Roberts 89A is second. 71C Wooly Woodhouse is third. Josh Smith the 27B fourth. Scotty Lansdowne is in fifth. 77G Daniel Cook is sixth. 18K Chris Taylor 17th. 7th 47D George Phillips is next. 8M Jared Fletcher, 21H Steve Williams, 8K Kevin Williams, 46A Nigel Ross, 1NZ Ethan Cook, 67 Scott Rumble, 242 Ashley Halcrow, and 12S Blake Hooper. They're your top 16 cars at the moment. I'm going to throw that on Facebook now so you can actually pick it up from there. The Huntly Facebook page will have that on site very quickly now as we go back to Craig.
Got the Production Saloons feature race, 12 laps. Line up on the grid, we've got 6, Vaughan Glidden, car we'll know and love on pole position. Car number 42, Lance Gribble on the outside there. Stephen Heyman, car number 99, the Porta Parts car, sitting on the inside of the second grid. Car number 63, Anne-Marie Warrender, driving that one, I'll confirm that. So just waiting for the final cars to line up and get in the grid, and we'll be underway. Just checking where the final car should be gridded up. Don't think they'll start 3 wide at the back there. So after this race, we've got the okay, head now for the loop. So we've done the call on there. We've got car number 63 of Anne-Marie Warrender, car number 15 on the inside, Chris Marks Subaru, and then car number 23 of Dylan Atwood running up the field. So head round, do a lap. Lights are off, so we'll be in the hands of the starter as he comes around. So 12 laps. Production Saloons feature race. Vaughan Glidden sitting on pole position. Lance Gribble sitting on the outside. Stephen Heyman on the inside there. Green light, we're racing. Vaughan Glidden on the inside, holding the lead. But Gribble on the outside, car number 42, trying everything he can to get past. So keep an eye on those two. That's going to be the race, the two to watch in this race. Front wheel drive versus rear wheel drive. Glidden in front, Gribble second place, Sherman in third. Marks, car number 15 in fourth. 63 of Anne-Marie Warrender in fifth. And Stephen Heyman, car number 99, rounding up the field. Coming around for the second lap. 2 laps down, 10 to go. Car number 23 of Dylan Atwood slowing down, coming through there. Vaughan and Gribble. Lance Gribble and Vaughan Glidden battling it for first and second. Car number 23 Dylan Atwood pulling off into the infield. 3 laps down, still looking at Glidden in the front, Gribble second place. Sherman in third, then Marks, Anne-Marie and Heyman running up the field. Can Lance do it? Lance trying everything he can on the outside to get past Vaughan. Trying the inside, trying the outside. Looking where he can get the lines. Seems to catch up on the straights, but just can't quite hold it there. Coming around, 5 laps down, 7 remaining. Vaughan Glidden's just on the fastest lap of this race so far with an 18.07. Just check the lap record on that one. 17.8, so not looking at that at the moment. 6 laps down, 6 to go, mid-race. Still looking at Glidden, 6H in the front. Lance Gribble, number 42, second place. Sherman, 17 in third, with Anne-Marie racing car number 63. Peter Craddock's car, fourth. And then looking at Marks of car number 15, Chris Marks. And then Stephen Heyman rounding up the field. Vaughan and Lance coming back through, passing Stephen at the moment. Stephen doing the right thing and keeping a nice straight line so they can get past without incident. 8 laps down, 4 to go. Again, the front two passing Chris Marks. And the little Subaru, car number 15. Coming around turn 3 and 4. Still looking at Glidden, Gribble, Sherman, Anne-Marie, Chris Marks, and then Stephen Heyman. Field just starting to separate a little bit, but up the front we're still running a nice close race between the two, between 6 of Vaughan Glidden, 42 of Lance Gribble. You can say the front wheel drive versus the rear wheel drive. Just trying to get their way past Anne-Marie at the moment. White flag out, 1 to go. Looks like it's going to be Vaughan Glidden if all goes well for him. Looking pretty comfortable with that, coming down the back straight into turn 3. Daylight between him and Lance Gribble of car number 42. Checkered flag goes to Vaughan Glidden, car number 6H. Lance Gribble, 42, in second place. And then cars coming round for the final places. It's going to go to car number 17 of Sherman in third. 63 of Anne-Marie and Peter Craddock's car in fourth place. Fifth place goes to Chris Marks, car number 15. And then Stephen Heyman, car number 99, and rounding up the field. So that's your position for this race. So Glidden, Gribble, Sherman, Craddock, which is Anne-Marie's car, and Marks and Heyman. So we'll just wait for the gates to open up, wait for these cars to head out, and head at what we've got coming up. So round of applause as Vaughan comes around with his flag. Another great race from Vaughan tonight. So we've got saloon cars coming out next. One of the Repechage one. So just getting the production saloons off the track. Stephen Heyman, 99, just heading out. Just getting the tractor to push number 23 off of Dylan Atwood. Meanwhile, Vaughan coming round. So we've got the Repechage A of the New Zealand Saloons coming out next. Grid positions car and pole positions is going to be car number 57. 71k in position 2. 81A in position 3. 48, 48A, position 4. 124 in position 5 on the inside. On the outside of that, we've got 7S. 88K in position 7, grid 7. Grid 8, we're looking at 42. Grid 9, we're looking at 68. 68H. 28S in position 10. 31B in position 11, and rounding up the field, 2NZ in position 12. So again, we'll see how Cam Roygard goes in the repechage. But as we say, car number 57 of Aaron Andrews sitting on pole position as they come out. So that's how the repechage A, which is coming out now, that's how it's going to be gridded up. They'll be coming out for 12 laps, and should be all on. You can hear the rumble as they firing up and coming out. So here they come, coming out of the field. So as we say, car number 57 of Aaron Andrews going to be sitting on pole. Car number 81. 81 of Dan Hickman sitting behind him. 124. Danielle Halcrow sitting on third grid. Car number 88. Sitting next behind him, Chris Johnson, car number 88. 68H sitting in behind there, Cody Harder. It's been running well tonight. 31B. Be sitting in position 11. Sitting on the outside, we've got car number 71, Willie Woodhouse, as they circle around. Position 4, 48A, which is Jeremy Silcock. So we can see they're just going to be circling around here, get everything into order. White line going down on turn 4 now. So repechage 1, 12 laps. Keeping around there, lights out, it's in the hand of the starters. Keep a nice tight field as they're coming through.
So top 2 get the go to the big show.
Bunching up nice and tight.
Andrews and Neve. Neve and Andrews. Hickman.
Let's all go. We're racing. Neve straight out in the lead.
Now, if Neve and Andrews have got any intelligence between them, they'll make their 2 cars the size of Sherman tanks, and they'll put themselves through. It doesn't look like they want to do that. They want to race each other, push and shove. Hickman in the 81, then Silcock in the 48, Drever in the 7. Who's that coming around the outside? Amarine gets the big outside pass on Halcrow. 124, harder on the outside of Johnson in the 88. And it's the 26 of Hooper and the 31 of Hunter. 3 gone, 9 to go.
Drever making a big pass coming out of turn 4. Whether he can make a stick on car number 48 of Silcock. He has, he's got it, bit of touching there. Car number 42 looks like he's going to gain a position too.
Amarine gets up the inside of Silcock, but it's these 2 out the front. They'll make these cars as wide. Because they're going to go through the big show regardless. Hickman's looking for a mistake. Drever's looking for anything.
42 of Amarine coming up behind Drever.
7 laps left to go. 7 to go.
Oh,
Drever. Oh! That's a hell of a mess.
Yeah.
Silcock and Drever coming together. They've got all turned up in corner 1 and 2. Over trying, but out front, 71 of Neve, 57. D. These two.
So it's only the top two that go through.
They do indeed. That's it.
That's it.
So Drever was out wide. He put himself out into the marbles and he just spun it up in front of Silcock. Silcock with nowhere to go. Oh, he stopped beautifully. Did Silcock. Harder did on the inside flick. So that was Drever all on his own, just pushing a little bit wide, a little bit hard. Now, see what's happened here, Craig. I'm talking about the track's been working on the outside lines all night. What's happened, the front two have put themselves down on that pole line and brought the whole field in behind them. Drever went out wide to try and drive some stuff out there. He's on his own.
Yep.
They pulled the track away from having that double lines up high.
A few little marbles up high and he just lost it, overpowered himself.
So Johnson's on the infield in the 88K. Drever to the back of the field. 7 laps left to go. Amarine the fastest on track, 15.59. Neve with a 16.1, so he's half a second faster. Just needs that break. Amarine gets off the big start. He's on the outside of Hickman. He's doing the big Hail Mary. If he can live out there for a couple of laps, it's going to pay off for the 42. He doesn't want to. He tucks back in behind Hickman. It was out there for a look. Harder's working that top line in the 68. Amarine's trying to work it in 1 and 2. Oh, Harder's gone straight ahead. The brakes have failed, and that car's just launched at the wall and stopped. Going to go yellow for that.
Yep. Just as he makes a pass, we're going yellow, so he's going to have to drop back on that. So we're 6 laps down, 6 to go, midway through the race. Looking at 71, still in the lead. 57 in second place. 81A in third. 42 taking fourth position. 48A in fifth. 68 in sixth. Just while they get harder off the track. Check the track, make sure there's no other debris on there. They've hooked him up nice and well. They'll get him off the track, get these guys racing again. So looking at Neve, Andrews, Hickman, Amron, Silcock, Halcrow, Hooper, Hunter, Drever and Johnson.
So still top two to transition through. Just got to be the ones behind them aren't wanting to use the wide. They've got to take a risk. It's all or nothing.
Yep.
Got to take a risk.
There's only 2 cars getting through, so they've got to do it.
Trent Amarine was the one who was pushing for that. They've got to take a risk if you want to get through with 6 laps left to go. Because you're in or you're out.
That's it. No mucking around.
No second places. And it's still going to be tough from the back of that grid.
And now that they're bunched up again, they've lost any advantage they had.
Yep, that's all gone.
Hickman and Amron are going to be straight on it.
Well, Amron will slow... when you look at it, Neve off the front will slow everybody down and slow them right down. Cody Harder, not happy in the Waikato sandblasting car. He will slow everybody down to get the hammer on to blast off and try and get that break.
Here we go. And that's exactly what happened. So Amron and Silcock, they're going to be the ones wanting to do it.
So Amarine in the 42's got to get away round Hickman again and try and get that pass on the 57 of Andrews. Now he's running out of laps. They've got 5 to go. They're playing follow the leader, and that's exactly what you're going to get from Neve and Andrews.
That's what they
want no one to pass them. That's the game right now because they need to get in the big show. Amarine gets the inside split on Hickman. Now here he comes. We got 4 to go. It's going to get a little bit exciting because look at Amarine at the speed.
He's doing it.
On the outside of Andrews. Amarine's coming. Andrews is going to lock him out. Amarine's gives him the push. Puts him in the wall. Both in the wall.
Oh, no.
Oh, gets Hickman. Oh, 26.
Big whack.
Yiki Kai Yay. Holy snapping something or others.
So we've got 57 down here of Andrews.
Andrews.
And 26 of Hooper, parked up down here together. That wheel does not look healthy of Andrews. We've got the other two on the inside, 42 of Amron. A lot of frontal damage there.
My goodness. There are bits and pieces of cars everywhere. Hickman, the 81. The Pits Media copped all that because I was watching some of the screen stuff. The 57D, tyres off, front and rear. Trent Amarine, Red Wootton in there with the 42M because he hit the wall very, very hard, then got clipped by the 81 of Hickman who had nowhere to go. So Amarine's had a couple of very solid contacts. It's going to leave just 4 or 5 cars running. The 26 of Hooper goes to the infield. Hickman's still mobile. Concerned for the 42 of Trent Amarine. And the 57 of Andrews. Amarine come for the big pass. Round the outside as he came out of corner 3 and 4. Got the drive on. He went a little bit wide and lost the tail. Got a bit of a nudge from the 57, put him out towards the wall. They both drifted out of 3 and 4. Amarine went out, clipped the wall. So did the 57. They came together and clouded each other. Amarine skewed off the side of the 57, got hit by the 81 of Hickman. Then the 26 ploughed into the back of the 57 with nowhere to go. Yiki Kaye is a fiberglass-a-thon.
Safety crew just checking out the track down here right on the start-finish line, make sure it's all okay.
Now, they've taken the 42 straight off into the pits, have they?
Yep, they've just gone, straight
Trent
on out.
Amarine's gone straight to the pits. There's oil on the track down here. So they need to put something on that. There's a big puddle of oil and stuff on the track right below us from the 57, because that's might make it a little bit exciting. So that leaves Ryan Neve out in front, and all of a sudden in second place is the 48 of Jeremy Silcock, and then we got the 124 of Halcrow. Now, if Drever hadn't had the push to the back from the spin, he'd be in second spot right now. So the X-Phil 2 good 1NZ car, the 48A.
We've still got 4 laps to go.
We could be down to 3 cars before too long. Neve on the gas. Oh, Halcrow gets the split up the inside of Silcock, but he won't have none of that. Shuts the door. Wow. This ain't over yet.
It's not over. It's definitely not over.
It's not over until something sings.
So we've got Neve, then Silcock, the top 2.
And Halcrow. She's waiting for a mistake. Danielle Halcrow's got to have a go. They got 2 laps left to go. You can't wait for a mistake, Chicky. You got to have a crack. You want to be in the big show.
You've got to do it.
Only 2 spots go. You're in third. Have a crack. Silcock, has he gone wide enough? Halcrow tucks right in behind. White flag coming. Neve in the 71K. It's going to hang on unless there's a big comedy of errors. Silcock in the 48.
Can we do it? No. Just having a look. Halcrow having a look down there. Hasn't managed to do it though, so Neve 71 and Silcock 48 are your top 2 that are going through. So they go through to the big race. Halcrow 124 in third. Hooper 26 in fourth. 7S of Richard Drever coming in 5th place, and then Hunter 31B rounding up the field. DNFs, of course, for Amron, Andrews, Hickman, Harder and Johnson. So only the 2 going through though, Neve and Silcock.
They are indeed. Carnage of crashes, I think we'll call that one. A carnage of crashes.
So tractors coming back on to move some of these vehicles out of the infield and into the pits. Next up, we've got the second repechage of the night, Repechage B.
Is it going to get any crazier than that?
I'd say it's going to.
Spare me. Don't know what Mike Wilson thought of that one, but that was a bit exciting, a bit of love cuddles and taps, and it's been going to erupt all weekend. You knew something like this was going to happen eventually.
It was brewing.
But, strike me, I didn't think it would go to that stage. And it's not people running into each other, it's people wanting to qualify for the final. And all of a sudden, they took some big risks. They tried some big things going on. And Neve, from the front of the paddock, front of the grid, got the right go paddle. But then from there, things behind him disintegrated in bits and pieces.
As you said though, Minty, it's the third and fourth position. They've got to do it. They've got to give it a go. It's not that they're wanting to cause damage, but they've got to do it.
There's no point being fifth and not finishing.
No.
But lots of damage out here to a lot of cars. Hickman's car, the 81A, with some damage. The 57D isn't healthy whatsoever. Trent Amarine in the 42. He's down by the ambulance getting checked out there. So Cody Harder as well in the 65 with problems. Whew.
Alrighty, I'm here with Jeremy Silcock. Jeremy, sorry, I just lost my comms there. Jeremy Silcock, all the carnage unfolded in front of you and just away you went.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough race, and a couple of cars got by me, but you never know what's going to happen, right? And the track changes, and I thought if I stay close enough and something happens, I'm going to be there. And sure enough, luck went our way, and really pretty happy. We had a bit of an issue in the last heat of the. So yeah, we missed out, went to the back, it stalled on the line just before the start, so we're having an over-fueling problem, so real shame, but the crew got me back out and the car was a gem, and yeah, really happy for the team and myself and the sponsors, so yeah.
And of course the car has a bit of history with it. It was Phil Toogood's 1NZ car from many years ago. To get that into the final of this event 13 years later, how good?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, eh? It's like I said earlier, it's an old car, and want to do my family and crew and sponsors proud, but it's certainly Phil and represent the car well, and yeah, it's pretty cool to have an old car like that in a feature final of the New Zealand Saloon Champ. So yeah, overall, we're really pleased, man.
Congratulations once again, mate, and eyes forward to the feature.
Yeah, thanks. Cheers. Thanks a lot.
Already, I'm here with the 71k Ryan Neve, of course, winner of that Repechage through the main show. You told me you had rust, but that was some good driving.
Yeah, mate. Just had to stay down low, be real consistent with the lines. The car was going off at the end, so I could hear Jeremy coming at me, 48A. We just stayed down low and got the win, so all good. Happy as.
Humbling to beat through to the main show.
Yeah, sort of wanted to be up there a little bit more, but we're happy to be top 20, and it's a good milestone for us, and build on that. So,
well, 25 laps is a really long time, Ryan. Go and set up that car for the feature. Get out there and have some fun. Congratulations again.
Cheers, man. Thanks. Awesome.
Thank you, Billy. Well, here we go. Repechage 2. How many cars have been left with this one? What do you reckon, Craig? We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 out there. I reckon we'll have 5.
I'd say about 5.
5 or 6. It's all or nothing.
According to my sheet, we should actually have 12 out there. So, yeah.
Some have bailed from
down
the back.
2 already.
Bigwood in the 36 gets the start, but Laking in the 7P on the outside tries for the big pass. Korf in the 8 looking for... Korf gets the big pass up the inside. Look out, right in the 146 arrives. Oh, there's bits and pieces of cars and wall and stuff and fiberglass and... Yep, the cars are wrecking themselves.
Bigwood and Korf are the two that count at the moment.
Laking. He's really made a meal of that. He's just not performing. It's not working for him anywhere. Oh, here we go. Clements crashes into that. 29 passes through the middle. Laking, there was problems with that car. He's come to them inside. Clements in the 25 picks up both wheels. The 29 Martin, he's picking up wheels. What's happening out in front? Bigwood, the 36M. He's off and gone. Korf in the 8S. Well, look at that.
146 of Wright just had a big lock-up. He was going straight up the back of Korf, but he's trying to do it. He's trying on the outside.
We're going to have a Korf on the front of the grid and a Korf on the back of the grid. You know what? They're still picking up wheels. They've got their setups, and Wright in the 146 is throwing the kitchen sink at Korf, and it's just not happening at the moment.
putting the pressure on though. But meanwhile, Bigwood is just making daylight out the front. He's running quite comfortable. But Corf and Wright is where he's at the moment, although Wright just went a bit too wide on that one and lost a lot of power, but he's catching up to Craig Corf, number 8 there in second place. Meanwhile, Bigwood out the front, 36M. He's quite comfortable out there. Corf, then Wright. Clements back in 4th. Phillips back into 5th. Corf and Wright. He's trying to be can, but Corf, he's holding him off. He's sitting in second quite comfortably.
So the 36 of Bigwood is holding tough at the moment. Really taking things gently as he's going through 3 and 4. 5 to go, 4 to go now. Bigwood, the 36M leads. Corf, the 8S is in second. Then Wright in the 146, trying everything he can.
Even the 43 of Tonks at the back, he's given it everything he can to try and keep up. He's going wide, he's hanging it out. He's trying everything he can, but meanwhile it's still Bigwood and Corf. The other two we're looking at. Coming up onto a bit of slow traffic now with Roscoe Cresswell in 77. Could that make a difference? Corf's caught right up to Bigwood. Bigwood gets past.
2 to go.
Roscoe wide.
Cresswell knows he's not behind, so he's just keeping out of the road. He's letting these three cars race.
Yep.
But he's also showing, and he's running a roll. He's actually doing a good thing for later on. He's rolling a line out wide as well. So he's keeping out there, and if you look at him, he's competitively speed out there. So Clements isn't catching him. So Cresswell just sits out there and keeps rolling. White flag's out. Checkered flag. It is Corf. He goes through in second.
Bigwood in first, 36 and 8. Those are your top two. Third place was Wright of 146. Fourth was Clements in 25. Fifth was Phillips in 17. Josie Pete Bennett in 61 in sixth position. Martin in 7th, Tonks and Cresswell. But Bigwood and Corf, they're the two that are going through.
Last two found, so does Corf and Bigwood.
So as you say, Minty, there's going to be a Corf on the front and a Corf on the back. Corf, blimey.
Yeah, Corf, blimey. They're more of those Stratford cars. What are you doing wearing a Stratford shirt?
Well, 40 odd years ago.
Yeah, righto. If you want to pick up two, if you go to the Huntly International Speedway Facebook page, I have been posting the results so you can see where they are, 88.3 FM as well. And if you're around the country, it is the Pits Media. Wonderful people called Jason and of course Michaela, who is down there doing all the production work. So I showed you a little bit last night just how busy it is inside that van and how much they do. And the cool thing is how little we do up here in the commentary tower. We do nothing. We just got screens and 2 microphones and a bit of stuff to do. It's quite easy, really. Anyone can do it. Anyone can do the job of commentator.
If I can do it, anyone can do it.
You're dead right at that. No, you're getting better. You're into it. First season of being a commentator, and I'm at what, season 22? It's getting close to retirement.
Another 22 years and I'll be catching you. Look at that.
22 years. That'll make me 82. Does that sound old? I don't know if I'll be on a microphone at 82. I think my wife will have killed me by then.
She's nodding.
My wife will rip me a new one.
We've got mini socks coming out.
Oh, this is your one. You're going to call this.
Shall I do this?
I need to rest.
I'll give it a go.
Just heard that Logan Pete has just won the Auckland Stock Car Champs, the 8A. Man from down in... lives by Hamilton Airport.
Does.
Hamilton guy. So he has won he's the Auckland registered car. He's in the team's going to Stratford in a few weeks' time. All right, I'm going to get into trouble if I don't sit down.
Yeah,
and
I think you better sit down. Hayden Mackay, 1NZ.
Hayden Mackay has won the Super Saloon title down the South Island. Canterbury champs as they're getting ready for the New Zealand Super Saloons down there too. That's going to be a blinder. It's 60 plus cars down there.
That's going to be a big night.
It's going to be a fiberglass-a-thon.
If this is anything to go by, it definitely will be.
We need a fiberglass-a-thon. So we found out the top 4. So as we thought, 1 Corf we've got a Corf on grid 1 and we've got a Corf on grid 20. So it's a Corf sandwich.
It is. It is.
I've been waiting to say that all night. The other side of the things, on grid 19, we've got Silcock from Auckland and 89 Roberts A on 2. So 2 Stratford cars, 1 and 20, Auckland cars 2 and 19.
Look at that.
And everything in between. Woodhouse, the 71C. Jason's probably seen him race more than I have, so I think he's a dark horse in this field. The 20. So he's the current CTRA, which is the opposition to Speedway New Zealand champ. So no mug.
No.
And then you got the one who I thought would be there was going to be the 27B of Josh Smith. He's off grid 5. And then the 77G of Daniel, 8M Fletcher off 9, the 1NZ of Cook off 13. Now off 13, if he gets a break, he's going to have to go wide. He's going to have to hook his car out early and just try and go around the outside, because the last time the New Zealand Saloon Car champs were here, what happened was the front 3 basically followed the leader and made it very difficult for anyone to try and pass and catch them.
Yeah.
There were cars doing lots of passing midfield and from the back of the pack, but it's going to take someone with some kahunas and some compound
to pull it and go wide.
Yeah, it's just going to have to do with that and see where they go.
But we've got mini stock feature race, 8 laps. We are racing. So straight off, car number 14, Greg Kapika-Join holding the front place there. Car number 26 of Cohen Kendall having a bit of a battle with 717 of Levi Jones for second and third place. Yellow lights already. Oh,
yeah, in the wall. Heard them go in. There's a whole mess down there in corner 1.
we've got 64. That's Will Adams, sort of facing the wrong way. We've got car number 61, is it? 61 of Chloe Burley.
Yeah. She lost her steering wheel earlier tonight.
Lost the steering wheel?
Yeah, Chloe Burley did. Here comes look, that was Hutchins across the top of the 22 of Xavier Martin. Travis Keenan got turned around. Chloe Burley had nowhere to go, so probably caused a little bit by Hutchins in the 53 diving out to the right, catching the back of the 74, and that started the melee off, and it got ugly and horrible all of a sudden. Just saying. That's that wonderful coverage from the pits media, though.
That's fantastic.
Hey, they're not bad. There's a bit of knocking and planning.
We just need a big screen up on the roof so everyone else can see it.
Yeah, we do need a big screen. Yeah, we turn that around so Craig can see it. And, of course, next weekend, for those that are dialing into the Pits Media tonight, next weekend down in Christchurch, you can dial in again and see the Pits Media running the Super Saloon title.
That'd be another great weekend down there.
Out of the Glen, the Woodford Glen, I think they're hiding from. Big Jason, the crew. Not so far to travel from Invercargill that time. Because Invercargill to Huntly's only, it's up the road, probably 1,800 and some kilometres from his letterbox to my letterbox.
Oh, that's a day trip.
Yeah, it's just a day trip for a bloke.
Yeah,
really.
nice.
Yeah, they take about 5 days though, because they do a lot of partying.
Yeah.
And Michaela's the golden child because she gets to fly.
Lucky one there.
Yeah. So Greg Kapika-Join in front, Jones in second in the thing. So we have very shortly, we've got this 25-lap final for the tank guy. I don't think Ethan Cook, unless it's a spectacular drive and there's a lot of carnage, is going to get up there from 13. He may do. If he does, well, hats off to him. But stranger things have happened at sea. But Corf off the front, he's been the dark horse. He's slipped through under the radar and come out as top qualifier. Nice to see. But again, we'll just keep plugging along.
Exactly. Yep.
We'll keep plugging along and plugging along.
Of course, he's also driving a Chevy.
29th of this month down in Stratford is the Stock Car Teams event down there.
Yes.
As we go racing.
Definitely. But we're racing again, so we're back to mini stocks feature race. Before we restart there.
Pick it up, Craig.
So looking at car number 14, Greg Kapika-Join still out in the lead. 717 of Levi Jones, second place. 53, Caleb Hutchins running third place. Then there's a bit of a gap back to fourth place. But got a bit of a spin out down here as well.
Yeah, they sort of got away. That's CJ Attenborough. They sort of got away, these top three, when they did the restart.
Yeah.
They did a bit of a break across the rest of the chasing pack.
Always good for them, but as you say, CJ Attenborough just parked up down there, getting back onto the track.
Oh, Hutchings has spun it up right in front of Jones. They both go to the grass. That's put Jones off to the grass. Hutchings comes back on into second place. That got a bit exciting.
Yeah, I missed that one looking at CJ. So we're still looking 14. Greg Kapika in first place. Levi Jones 717 in second place.
We go back to Harry Hodgson in the 12, the Carter's Tyre in front of Hutchings 53 from the Mount. Then behind him will be Chase Jones in the 71. Good drive from the youngsters too, the two Jones boys, of course, Reed Wotton's grandchildren.
Hutchins come up to third. Yep. So Hutchins in fourth. Jones 71 in fifth.
4 laps to go. Kapika Joy.
Bit of a spin out over there. Gone yellow again. Car number 81 parked up over there.
61 again.
Sorry, 61.
Chloe Burley doing donuts.
Well, parking it's in the wrong way at the moment. Just waiting for the traffic to pass.
Donut all 3.
Exactly. Nothing like a Krispy Kreme every now and then. I've had too many.
I wasn't going to say. Hamilton, you haven't been down to Mama's Donuts then in Kaikatea Drive.
Oh, yeah.
And Greenwood Street, you have.
Oh, yes.
I can tell.
Oh, yes. Just happens to be that a mate of mine owns a business right next door.
Which one's that?
The water jet.
Ah.
Yeah.
Water jet cutting next door.
Yep. Oh,
not that I know where Mama's Donuts is,
no,
just saying.
No.
Okay.
Well, looking at that tummy.
Yeah, okay. I'll give up on that.
Not that we're ganging up on you, mate.
No. Hey, got to say, look, during your days in the Waikato as well.
Yep.
Got the host of the hits out there, Blair Dowling. He's up there in the crowd. Blair, 9 till 3, 98.6 in the Waikato.
Fantastic.
Sister station to my show that I do on Saturday mornings on News Talk ZB, the sports show, Fishing and Sports this morning.
I was going to tune in and listen to you this morning, but
Did you miss?
I didn't wake up.
You didn't wake up.
No.
Quite a few people don't wake up to the sound of my voice on a Saturday morning.
I don't think Minty wakes up for it either.
No, he doesn't. You're dead right. But tell me, did you get your wife something for Valentine's Day?
I did. I came to Speedway and left it at home.
My wife, do you know what I did? I packed her lunch and took out a salad and some cakes, and I took lollies and chocolates, and I took gluten-free food because she's a celiac, put it in a basket, took it to her work.
Oh, look at that.
How's that, eh?
Did he really? Oh, he did. I'm impressed.
Whoop, whoop. I am the man.
My wife was quite happy for me to go to Speedway. She said, I'm running a hot bath. I'm going to have a glass of wine in the bath, and that's it. So she was quite happy to do that and have the night there.
6 laps left to go in the mini stock feature tonight. Or 2 laps left to go, sorry. No, 6. No,
4 to go.
Something's gone all pear-shaped on the screen, but that's all right. Kapika join.
We are racing. So we've got Kapika join in the front of the pack at the moment. Car number 53 of Hutchins coming up past 717 of Levi Jones.
And Harry Hodgson in the Carter's number 12. So last time around, what's the flag? Is the flag flying yet?
No, got no flags down there.
Got a couple more to go yet before it comes out. So it's the 14 of Kapika Join with the win, the lead. The 53 of Hutchins from Mount Maunganui running second. Then we go back to the 717 of Jones in third. Then Harry Hodgson in the 12 is running in fourth spot.
Fifth place, 71 of Jones. And then 74 Travis sitting in sixth place. Meanwhile, 26. Kendall going past there. So 4 laps down, 2 to go.
So 1 to go. One little racy lap to go.
Number 14, Greg Kapika joins, taking it, coming down the back straight at the moment, coming into turn 3. Got some good pace on into turn 3 and 4. Nothing stopping him.
Wonderful young man as well. He suffers with some challenges in his life.
Oh, okay.
And if you ever get the chance to talk to him, he is a wonderful young man. He has a few life challenges, and he manages to keep racing and doing it very, very well. So he takes the win, the 14H. Then we go to Hutchins in second in the 53. Hodgson in the 12H. We're going to go straight down the pits because he's off grid number 20. It's a Corfathon, tail and front and rear. It's Mike with him.
Yeah, thanks, Minty. We finally know our 20-car field for the championship race. Craig Corf finishing up runner-up in that repechage. You've made the field. It's a bit of a coarse sandwich with a pretty tasty filling.
So well way to put it, Mike. Yeah,
I don't think I've ever started this slow in the field, but hey, I got in, and it's a bit of a shame for the guys that we had to beat to get in there, but it's racing. Well done to all the other guys that between 1 and 20, and it's good to see Thomas up the front, and it's good to be, like you say, a good sandwich,
Hasn't been too bad a weekend for the course.
No, not too bad, especially for Thomas, and good on him. But I've had a bit of a bad run last night. But hey, we're all in the same paddock, and it's all here to enjoy it. Let's have some fun.
It's going to be a tough 25 laps. Good luck.
Yeah, I might run out of puff soon. About 15, probably.
That's probably when you run back to the race car. I'll let you get away.
Good on you. Cheers, Mike.
All right, we'll bring in our Repechage winner, round Repechage number 2. Dale Bigwood in the 36M car. You got a big smile on your face.
Yeah, man, I'm stoked. The goal for all year was to qualify, and that's what I've done, so yeah, happy as.
I know you treated the race car to some new tyres this weekend. It's working out.
Yeah, that's just a different car. We've made some changes too. We've been trying all year to get the setup right, and no, pretty happy, real happy. J-bar's working well, and the tyres are good grip. Who's ears of the way, mate?
Well, we can see you're happy. Congratulations for making the big field.
Thanks. Cheers. Thank you.
Geez, you're buying beer for you, Mike. That's a pretty happy man down there. Dale Big with a 36 has got through to the big dance, the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Car Final. As we've got mini sprints on track, Oval Superstars are running just a race for us. And then I think, according to Fiona, we should be seeing the 20 cars wander out onto the track to make the field up for 25 laps. Is that next, Fiona? Super Stocks. There you go. Mini sprints, super stocks, and the final. Good to have you along, hey. Hey, you're married, aren't you, Craig?
I am, yes.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, because Blair out there is giving away a wedding and a hot air balloon.
Yeah, I've heard that advertised.
You on the hits? Yeah. Get hold of Blair Dowling. If I wasn't married already, I'd put my wife up in the balloon and marry her up there.
Exactly. Great way to do it too, sitting up in a hot air balloon.
Yeah.
I'm not repeating that.
I'm not repeating that either, what came through my ear, but that's all right. But have a listen to Blair, see if you win a wedding. If you're not married, he'll put you up in a balloon, give you a big feed, bit of a party, bit of a celebrant.
I think if you won a wedding in a hot air balloon, you would be married. You'd find someone.
Yeah, you would be too, eh? Well, you couldn't bail out on it.
You couldn't, could you?
You couldn't bail out. Imagine the land.
Jump! Mini sprints,
It's
Oval
all yours,
Superstar
Craig.
Tours.
Before I get into trouble, my wife's going to hit me.
15 laps. So just remember in the last race, 1NZ made a new lap record of 13.5992. So I wonder if we can improve on that in this race. But as we said, Oval Superstar Tour Mini Sprints final, 15 laps. Good looking field out there. 2, 4, 6, 9 cars. Lights out. Looking to go racing. We are racing. 1NZ straight into the lead. 72 going really wide. That's Elliot Heron going real wide on the on that, but it paid off for him. He's got second position. Straight into it. There's no mucking around here. 1NZ Dewar first. Heron 72 second. Smith of 53 in third. 33 Hart in fourth. Dickey number 10 and round out your top 5. Look at them going. 2 laps down, 13 to go. 2NZ down the back of the field. Trying everything he can to get past number 10 of Dickey. Oh, bit of an impact there with 2NZ and Dickey. Dickey goes wide, spins it out. And 2NZ had nowhere to go. We're going yellow. Vaughan had nowhere to go on that and just tapped the wheel. Looks like he's taken the tyre off. Definitely taken that tyre off. And in the inside one, that's okay. But guy in yellow, we have to pull the car out of the way. So 3 laps down, looking at 1NZ. Second place, 72p of Elliot Heron. So yeah, number 10 just going wide, spinning it out, and 2NZ just had nowhere to go, hit him in the side and spun him around. Big impact there, buckled the rim and everything. So we're saying 1NZ in the front, 72. Elliot Heroin, second place. 53 in third.
Not happy, but got to say a big g'day to friends from down south, Shane and Megan. Are dialing in through the pits. I just see they've popped up on one of the news feeds down there in the land of the deep south or the mid-south. Dialing and watching the Pits media coverage. Great to have you along. Good people doing good things. So Dewar still has this lead. Been quick too, and he's been busting his backside to win that lap record here. He's been wanting it for a while. He been chasing it. He's been hounding it. He's been chucking the kitchen sink at it. But you look at these things, they're only 1,300 cc's.
Yeah, they're tiny little motors.
Yeah, and so they're midget chassis with a wing on top, tiny motors, running a bit of methanol.
Yeah.
A bit of really good fuel.
Exactly, but still, as you say, tiny motors. The midgets are running a bigger motor, but of course no wing on it. So this wing is what it's all about. Holds them in there as they're into that corner. They can chuck it into the corner and just keep hard on it.
Yeah, a bit of that. So maybe look at that. Sarah and Shane Scott are tuning in, having a look at the Pits media as well. So looking for a restart. These cars are slowly wrecking themselves tonight. That's what you do when you've got a race car. You wreck it, Ralph.
Rebuild it, wreck it, rebuild it. So 1NZ straight into the lead again, holding that position. 72 of Heron in second place. Throwing everything he can at it to do it. We've broken the lap record again, Minty.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't pick off that one because that was the first flying lap, and I think there might have been something a bit skew on that. We won't go down that track because you go on 16, then you go on 13, but we'll just see what comes around again before we do it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll give it to you now. Heron's Dewar's just broken the lap record again with a 13.4736. So he is absolutely destroying this track now. He is just smoking it. Drops back to a 14. But the 1NZ is leaving the 72p of Heron in his dust. Then we go back to the 53 of Smith, the 33 of Hart, and the 3NZ. Wow. Eight laps left to go this time around for the 1NZ. The NZ-sponsored Shane Dewar. Elliot Heron in the 72p can do nothing whatsoever about this right now. They're all running high 13s, low 14s, which is quick by any stretch of the imagination.
Oops, just lost the wing off one of the cars there. What was that? Gone yellow. The wing's just sitting down here on going into turn 1.
It's only a little bit of wing.
Yeah, here we are coming around on turn 4 now. Who's that there?
Oh!
Lost the top of the wing.
That doesn't make for driving. That's the 3NZ of Betts.
That's going to make it a little bit harder to hang on to in the corners.
Well, no, it'll make it ridiculous because it takes away all the look at the mandarins running. Would you that wing? Where's my Benny Hill music when we've got the mandarins running like that? Such speed, poise, grace from the crash crew. He's going to keep running, but that's going to make the handling of the car an absolute nightmare. Now he's caused a yellow. By rights, he should go to the back, but we haven't. So when he comes into this first corner, watch the thing start misbehaving and handling, because there's just no side bite from that wing. So we'll see what the world brings over the next 6 laps as Dewar leads out the 1NZ NZ1. Smith just made a mess of corner 1. That's pushed him right back. We're getting ready for some super stocks to come out next. 5 to go. So it's Dewar leading from Heron in the 33k of Hart is now. Hart's got a problem. He's just drifted out into nowhere land, which lets the 53V of Smith back into the race. I can't figure out how the 3NZ, there's the car misbehaving, the 3NZ car, as he went into 1 and 2, got passed up by the 82 of Hurley. 2 to go, 3 to go.
3NZ though, he's still got half the wing on there, so there's going to be a little bit by there, but yeah, he's losing a lot there. But we're looking at Dewar, 1NZ, out the front. All Dewar, Heron, 72p in second place. Smith of 53 in third. Hart 33, round out your top 4. 13 laps down, 2 to go. White flag out on the next one.
1 to go this time around for the 1NZ of Shane Dewar, the NZ1.
all about 1 NZ at the moment. He's just that far ahead.
Yeah, look, he's got daylight between him and the chasing pack. There it is, and the win.
Second flag.
For the 1 NZ of Shane Dewar. He is it.
Second place, 72 of Heron.
Yeah. And third, the 53V. Out of Wanganui, young Mr. Smith going from there. Now, I've also got to go, when Jason from the Pits Media heads back south, we're going to get a little bucket of crickets and we're going to send it back to Sarah and Shane Scott down in Christchurch for delivery next week, because he's just requested a bacon and cricket sandwich next week. So they are tuned into the Pits Media and they are doing what they got to do. So it's nice to see. Craig, that's a false first. We won't run with that one.
Okay.
Because that first lap up came up on the first flying lap. So I think we've got a false lap record. We'll give them the lap record for the other two, but
we'll
to drop
off.
it by another 0.3 is a little bit,
Okay.
Especially with the following laps, you're running 14.1s, 14.2s. So we'll leave them with the lap record, but that one there, I think we got a false positive.
Yeah.
If you understand what I mean.
I do.
When they they go back a lap, and sometimes when you see that first lap run, it will give you a false positive a lap record. Before he did it mid-race, so that's fine.
We'll give him that one.
But great coverage from the Pits Media tonight. Great to have you all along. Like I said, it is a cracker of a night. We got super stocks, and then we are going out to find, will it be Ethan Cook from Grid 13? Can he make the passes? Will it be Josh Smith from Grid 5? Are we looking for a Korf sandwich?
Yeah.
And he's been the dark horse. He's slipped under the radar to end up on pole tonight. Thomas Korf, he just hasn't been outstanding. He hasn't been in front of everybody. He hasn't been to the front of picture of mind, and he's just arrived. Will it be Willie Woodhouse? Car's a bit bigger. He struggled at times coming out of 1 and 2 here. The track's been a challenge for him. It's not what he's used to down south. So is it going to be where the Korfs have raced here a lot? Is it going to be them? Smith came up last year, broke lap records and did things here. It's just one of those races you're looking at and say, 74A, Scotty Lansdowne, he's been at this track so many times, it's not funny. We've got 77G, Daniel Cook up there. Chris Taylor, he's had a better meeting. Chris in the 18K has really struggled at times to finish a whole lot of races, but Tom Roberts in the 89A, there's another dark horse, not someone I saw being on the front row. 47D, he's had a blinder. He's really come to grips with this track, and he's learned that you've got to make some gaps. 8M, Jared Fletcher, if he hadn't have had that incident earlier on where he got clipped, he would be on the front row.
Exactly.
And the 46A of Nigel Ross, he's been one of the ones he's passing on the pole line. So, yeah, for me, I'm going to say it's going to come from the top 8 cars. My gut feeling saying it's going to come from the top 5.
Top 5?
But we saw what happened at Repechage, where a whole lot of cars wrecked each other. They just destroyed the bajingas out of each other. It was smash, bash, love and cuddle.
And that's it. It can be one car spin out can take out 4 or 5 cars. So,
and given the size, we've got 20 cars on the track for the first time this weekend. The most we've had so far this weekend's been 14s, 15s and 16s. Those extra 4 cars is going to make a heap of difference to what's going on. Now you see what Red's doing out there. He's pouring track. Now, when Ross Cresswell was running around in that Repechage earlier, he was running out wide and he was holding good position. Now, it's going to have somebody with some kahunas from the back of the pack that's going to step out there. Ethan Cook will do that. He will go out to the outside and he's going to say, Buffalo girls go round the outside. You saw it tonight. Heat 1, 10 passes. Now,
he's doing it.
He's sitting on grid 13. If he's 10 passes, he's on the podium.
Exactly.
And he did the 10 passes in 5 laps. You've got 25. They're right in what they're saying. We'll have drive and grip, I'm picking, for probably about 12 to 15 laps. The last 10 laps it'll slick off. So if you get to the front, those last 10 laps, you're going to hug the pole line. You're going to make your car the width of a Sherman tank. You're going to hang the bum out. You're going to be about a half a car width from the pole line to push everybody else out wide, but not allow them to drive underneath you and do the turn up. But Billy saw it last night because him and Mark Wilson both turned around and looked for it. Where's the red mist? Because when you get to these sorts of finals, it's a one-race final. The first 2 or 3 corners, the red mist comes up in the driver's eyes. The adrenaline builds in their heart. And they do things they don't do. Oh, no, we're not doing a 4 or 5 wide start.
5 wide start.
Why not for super stocks? Let's be completely bloody crazy and nuts. Yeah, look at it. One's up against the wall. Let's go 6 wide. Yeah, we're going to go 6 wide, pushing down the outside. They're 6 wide. They're jammed into the wall. What is up with these super stock drivers? I can't get in there. Oh, we're only going to be 5 wide. The 2 behind.
Putting a little V6 in the on the pole. Yeah.
Billy, come here.
Jason will probably fire me for calling this. What am I doing up
That's
here?
right, we got it.
There we go, alrighty. Superstocks action here at Huntly International Speedway. Away we go. Dickey takes the lead into turn number 1. Hemingway on the inside, and that's Clayton Hagan heading to the outside of him there, but it's Dickey that leads the way down the back straight. Hemingway slots into second, Hagan in third. That's Roygard in 4th place, Glennie in 5th. That 5 wide start worked a treat, so it's Dickey from Hemingway, Hagan, Roygard, Glennie and Harris. That's your top 6, because there's only 6 cars in the race, for goodness sake. Garrett's on the infield, the 96k pulls to the infield. This top 4 a wee bit bunched. Oh, a wee bit of contact down at turn 4 between Roygard and Hagan. Let's see what they do down into turn 1. Roygard up the inside. He wants to have a go at Clayton Hagan here, but I don't think he's going to do it. We apologise for the annoying announcer, Love Jason. He's probably better off in the commentary box because you don't like his face. Dickey leads the way. Hemingway coming under threat from Clayton Hagan. Roygard, oh, look at that! That is how you do it. Roygard gives Hagan the how's your father down into turn 1. So that promotes Glennie up into 3rd place. Dickey leads them again. Roygard gets away. I think that's all Roygard wanted to do. He's selling the car, so that's fine. We don't worry about that. Oh, he's just bought it.
Yep.
Whoops. Here we go. Bit of spark from Hemingway down into turn 3. He's going to challenge Dickey. Let's see what he can do as they head down into turn 1. They're down the front straight. What are they going to do? They're side by side. Oh, a bit of contact there. But it's Hemingway that takes the lead. This time round, there'll be 4 to go. Dickey wants to throw it to the inside, but he's lost it. He's putting himself up high. Glennie goes up to 2nd place. Hawke's Bay in 2nd place. She's all on. There's only 6 cars in this race, and it's all go.
Hagan just did a big spin out on turn 3, and he's got it going again.
He's got it going once again. So Todd Hemingway, it's only about 2 or 3 years ago, he was racing mini stocks around here and at Bay Park. Now he's in the big leagues in the super stocks. Look at Hagan and Roygard down the back straight. They're going toe to toe. Bit of the infield. Round goes Roygard, and Hemingway just makes it through. Glennie's going to capitalise on this. Oh, we love the super stocks. It's a shame we don't see this at championships, for goodness sake.
I think something was said in the pits with those 2.
Billy, that's negative. Sorry, Jason. Alrighty. So Hemingway still leads it. Glennie's not too far behind. The Hawke's Bay soldiers on. We've seen a return from Zach Glennie. 1 to go. White flag from our flagman, Wayne Bryant, the best beard in Speedway. Hemingway's looking comfortable. He's coming up on some lap traffic. And Harris here. Glennie to the outside, but it's going to be Todd Hemingway, the 99M, taking the win over Zach Glennie. And we're going to head downstairs to Mike Wilson. I'm going to head down to Mike Wilson. I'm going to hand it back to Minty because clearly I'm no good at this. Cheers, guys.
So 1st place, Hemingway, 99. 2nd place, Glennie of 47. Deck of 66 in 3rd place. And 7 Roygard, 58, coming in 4th. DNFs for Harris and Hagan. So 4 out of the 6 cars finishing tonight. But
that was cool.
That was cool.
That was good super stock racing.
Roygard got in there, had a bit of a play.
Yeah. A bit of a whack and a hit.
Yeah.
They're gritting up. They are indeed. The 20 cars for the Tank Guy New Zealand final are coming out. I think what Red had said to these super stocks, travel all over the track, tear it up, knock the surface around a bit. And guess what? I think they did.
They did. They definitely did that.
You've had a look at the grids, Craig. Billy was up here having a look at the grids, so I made him do something. Steve Williams, Mark Dickey now is giving Todd Hemingway the big serve as he goes round with the checkered flag. Don't you love that? But great battle going on between Glennie and Roygard. That's what super stocks are supposed to do.
Yep.
And then Hemingway got underneath Roygard as he got dispatched to the wall. These things are good fun when they start doing the right thing. So Hemingway, the 99, partner of Kenny Lashton, the lap record holder here, in the 23R. Still copping a bit of stick from down south.
Yeah.
Sarah and Shane. Ha! You can't say that about Sarah. I hope you've told her what you just said, Shane, because I'll out you if not. There we go. What's happening down? Because if Mike Wilson's not excited about this, something is going horribly wrong. Get excited, Mike Wilson.
Minty, you know I'm going to get excited. We're moments away from the race we've been waiting for all weekend. Will it be a case of who can survive for 25?
Who could survive for 25? I think we're going to be alive for 25, Mike Wilson. This is the Tank Guy New Zealand Championship. It's happening right here at Huntly. There are some quality names in that field. There's Cook, there's Smith, there's 20 of them out there.
There's two Corfs.
There's two Corfs. It's a Corf sandwich with a moody filling. So, 25 laps. Let's do it.
Hey, you know what? It's the 13th staging. The defending champion, grid 13.
Oh, now, two trailer park girls go around the outside. We talked about that at the start of the
We're not talking about crusty pizzas, mate. We've got 20 of New Zealand's best saloon car drivers about to hit the Placemakers Huntly Speedway track for 25-lap feature race. We're going to have a podium.
We're going to have a podium.
Steve
I cannot
Williams.
wait.
Is it Steve Williams' turn again? He's done it before.
Hey, Stevie Williams could do it. Any one of these 20 cars could do it, Minty.
Well, it wouldn't be me in a car, actually, because they won't let me.
And if Ethan Cook can do it, he'll be the first ever champion to go back-to-back in the saloon class since its inception 13 years ago. First ever driver to go back-to-back. Plenty of drivers have won it twice. They've never done it back-to-back. Ethan Cook has a fantastic chance of doing that.
I'd like to see Josh Smith put a number on his car. He's on grid 5. I know he can do it.
I know you're from the Bay, mate. I'd like to see an Auckland car win it. I'm supporting Auckland tonight, so are you, but you sold out. So here we go. The Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Champs. They're on the dummy grid behind us. We're fired up. I hope you're fired up. I hope everyone here at the track is fired up. Let's do it!
We're all fired up.
I want Josh Smith because my TRB account says it'll be really nice. Here we go. Billy and Mike. Mike Wilson, of course, the commentator from Hawke's Bay. Billy Hickey is the commentator and frontman of the Pits TV and floats all around the place. So I just threw him on the cans because that was really nice of me to make sure he did something during the weekend. He can call a race. He's not too bad at commentary, as you do. So they're going for a walk around. We're not too far away. It is the rumble out the back. You can hear them going. Red Wootton is making sure there's lots of water on this track. He'll put the water out. He'll then roll the cars around and get the water driven into the track. So there'll be some bite. There'll be some go. Remember the front row, 16S Corf on grid 1, 89 Roberts on grid 2, 71C Woodhouse on 3, 74A Lansdowne on 4, 27B Smith on 5, 77G Cook on 6, 18K Chris Taylor on 7, 47D Phillips from down south on 8, Fletcher the 8M on 9, and rounding out your top 10 the 8K Kevin Williams. But he's been the quiet achiever all weekend. Thomas Corf in the 8S.
Yep.
Nobody's talked about him. We haven't talked about him. He had average adequate qualifying heats last night.
But that's what takes. Good points in every race.
Nigel Ross, the Powder Blue 46. He's done the damage tonight. But again, damaged last night by a flat right rear.
Yep.
Jared Fletcher had that challenge tonight when he was right amongst the points. If he hadn't have had that contact, he would have been in the top 2 or 3 off the front of the grids. Would have that made all the difference to him? Here they are. It is the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Car Title. Corf, number 16, is on the pole. The 71C, the current CDRA New Zealand Saloon Car Champion. Willie Woodhouse out of Christchurch is on 2. Right in behind him on the inside of 3, sorry. Then we go Josh Smith, the 27B. He is on 5. On the outside, the 89A of Roberts. Then the 74 of Lansdowne. And the 77G of Daniel Cook. Now, there's another one, Daniel Cook out of Gisborne.
Exactly.
He's been there. He's done that at the top end and pointy end of fields. And then you have the 1NZ, grid 13. He's out of 20 cars. Just because of that battery last night, you can see how that one damaging heat makes all the difference of what goes into tonight.
That hurts, that does it.
Here we go. It is 25 laps. It is the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Car Championship. commentary team brought to you up here. Graham Mead, Craig Tonkin. Your first ever title, Craig, as a commentator?
It is.
Nothing like throwing in the deep end for a saloon car title. As they come around, folks, you show your appreciation. Put your hands together. Let's let them know that they've worked hard. 5 heats. They've driven 60 laps just to get to where they've got. They've done 25 kilometres of racing, 25 laps. They've got another 11 kilometres to race to find a New Zealand champion tonight. In front of them, 11 kilometres around the little bull ring that's called Huntly International Speedway. They'll let these cars run around just a little bit. Red Wootton, there he is, arms folded, down by the pit gate, just in front of our commentary position. He's going to say to the guys, come across to the pole line, come in close, please. Pull them in close. He's asking Korf to come in. You can see the water sitting around the pole line. He wants to roll that in. Also, what you'll be looking at is the guys on the outside line, the Roberts, the Lansdowns, the Cooks. Look where Kevin Williams in the 8K is. He's going right out wide by the wall. He's rolling those bits of marbles across the top of the cush, trying to get a race line. Williams in the 8K. He's been here before. He knows exactly what he wants to do on this track, is run out by the wall. He's rolling that line out there. They've got him on screen now. He's right out wide. Nigel, the 46, Ross, he's doing the same thing. They're now starting to click. We've got 4 or 5 laps of rolling. We need to set a track that we can get those first 10 laps. If we want to come from front to back, we need it.
Exactly. If they want to run wide, they know they've got to pack that track down and get it there.
Well, it's putting that water into it. It's giving them something to drive off. There's Williams. Look how wide he's running in 1 and 2. He's right out there. He's rolling that gear because he knows if he can get out and get a drive line out there, it's going to give him that chance to concertina and go forward. Go round the outside. See where they're going to go. Red's probably going to give him another 2 or 3 laps, I think, rolling this around. He looks down the track. He's been here till 3 and 4 this morning for the last. He's given them a thumbs up.
1 more lap to go. He's happy
1
with
to
that.
2 laps. They pull into line. It is the tank guy 25 lap final. Is Ethan Cook, the 1NZ, going to be able to drive through from grid 13? Is it going to be Korf? Is it going to be a South Island winner in a North Island track? That will be a massive turn-up for the books. Willie Woodhouse, the 71C. Tommy Roberts, the 89, the B&T sponsored car. Lansdowne, he's running wide. They're looking at that roll as they come out of 3 and 4. The mouths will be dry. They'll be checking the belts. Have they got enough gas in the car? Have they got the right tyre pressure? Have they set the car up to go quick early on? And when it goes slick later on, hope they're in front. Have they set a car up that's going to come good when it goes slick? I don't know. Only the drivers and crew will know what's going on there. Silcock, the 48A, has got a problem. He's dropped right off the back of this grid. Now he comes up to pick it up. Lights out. Here we go.
Nerves building.
3 and 4. Wayne Bryant has the flag. And let's go racing! And Roberts in the 89. Looks for the early start. There's a lot of contact going on mid-pack, but Korf comes out in front. Lansdowne fires up the inside of Roberts. Cook and oh, look out! Wow!
That was hard.
Wow, wow, wow. Daniel Cook in the 77 went to the big outside pass. He caught the outside wheel of the 89 of Roberts, and he just launched the 77 up and into the air, and he has landed very solidly against the wall. Please don't let your kids run down. These things are running high octane fuel and methanol, so just keep them back. But that was a huge landing from the 77G. Wow.
Yep.
Holy smoke, Tom Roberts. I wonder if that's damaged the 89 because taken some hit. Great shots from the drone sitting over the back from the pits media. One day we'll have a big screen here, but they are sitting out the back window. I can see the red eyes behind us. as these cars circulate. We'll go back for a full race restart. We haven't made one lap, but the car, the 77G of Daniel Cook, just clipped the outside wheel of Tom Roberts in the 89.
Yeah, a lot of damage.
And it was
there.
a launch. It's smashed the front wheel and the front suspension right out of the 77G. So he went to go right around the outside, and Roberts slipped straight ahead. It's probably a bit of both. Roberts went straight ahead, and Daniel Cook was looking to go around the outside. Lansdowne with a great start, got up the inside of Roberts, and he sort of probably realised that he was there, but that was big air, and Daniel Cook came down very solidly into the concrete wall. Problems for Nigel Ross too. The 46A has stopped in corner 3, or corner 4. Beautifully prepared powder blue 46A. He may have copped some damage out of what went on in that accident, but again, 47 of Phillips, he was out on the concrete wall as well, as cars went in all directions. And Ross, I think he got on the picks pretty well, but lots of cars hitting each other.
So as you're saying, Minty, looks like we're going back to a full restart.
Yep, haven't completed one lap, so Ross is back in there. He stopped his car. He's obviously had something to say, can you just check? So then there were 19 cars. A big space on the grid, though. Korf and Roberts, Woodhouse and Lansdowne, your top 4. Lights are out, flags ready to go. Racing we go again. Roberts gets the big start in the 89A. Korf up the inside of Lansdowne. Woodhouse in the 71. Lansdowne drives away. Josh Smith in the 27. Smith in the 27. Smith going round the outside. 3 wide. Lansdowne on the outside of Woodhouse down into 1 and 2. Smith in the 27. He's pushing hard. Out in front it's Roberts in the 89. Then we go back to Korf. Korf in the 16, then Lansdowne in the 74. Woodhouse is next. Then we go back to Josh Smith in the 27, getting a bit of a touch up from the 18K of Chris Taylor. Taylor leans on the inside of the 1NZ. Is that Ethan Cook in the 1NZ up there already? Here comes your current New Zealand champion. He's on the outside, he's on the charge. Cook in the 1NZ. He's come from grid 13. He's now up to 7th. Korf on the outside of Roberts in the 89. Lansdowne, Constantine is up as they go to 3 and 4. Woodhouse, he gives Lansdowne 1. Here comes Cook in the 1NZ. He's up to 4th spot. He's on the outside of Woodhouse. Woodhouse drives back out in front of him. Smith is following through Cook as well. It had to go early, and Ethan Cook in the 1NZ is trying to make it go early. Oh boy, is he working hard. Korf gets the split on the inside of Roberts. Here's Jared Fletcher arriving. Fletcher in the 8's now arrived. Oh, late on the brakes. Cook on the outside. Williams is in there. He gets a punt from Ross. Wow, wow. But out in front it's Korf. Korf's put 4 or 5 car lengths on the chasing pack. Roberts is in there as well. Lansdowne looking for the outside pass on Roberts as they go through 3 and 4. Woodhouse sitting behind. Then we've got Jared Fletcher sniffed in there. Josh Smith in the 27. Then we go to the 1NZ Ethan Cook, the 18 of Chris Taylor, the 21 of Steve Williams. Daylight back to the rest. Woodhouse shuts the door down on Fletcher, but at the time, Thomas Korf, he's letting everybody else fight behind him. Yep. We've done 8 laps. We've got 17 left to go. This is a blindingly good final at the moment. The last thing Korf wants is a yellow. He's put that big gap on the rest of the field.
He's just pulling away from them.
Lansdowne in second, then Roberts. Jared Fletcher. Fletcher's got up the inside of Woodhouse. Wow, Fletcher has just dropped himself into 4th spot. Fletcher looking hard. 15 done. 15 to go. 10 down. It is Thomas Korf in the 16. He has just disappeared. Thomas Korf has got the split. He's got the drive. He's got away from the chasing pack. And at the moment, it's Stratford, Auckland, Mount Maunganui, Hawke's Bay, Josh Smith, looking for the big pass on Fletcher. Ethan Cook trying to get up the inside of Josh Smith. They're getting willing, they're getting exciting, and they're getting fast. But the front three, as we thought, they're just going to hug the pole line and saying to anyone else, you're going to have to go round the outside.
Corf down here, number 8 here. So Craig Corf, he's putting up a big fight back in the back of the field. Car number 71 trying everything he can to get past him. But the action is still happening up the front with Corf. He's just miles off in front. But further down the track, we've got Neve of 71 trying everything he can to get past Craig Corf.
This time around for Corf, what have we got? 11 laps left to go with no yellow at the moment. Jared Fletcher trying to find a way around the Roberts of 89. But Corf, he's just settled in and dialed this car in. Scotty Lansdowne, the 74A. Won't that just be something magnificent if he can get a little number on his car? Tom Roberts under extreme pressure from the 8 of Jared Fletcher. Fletcher's looking for the mistake from Roberts. Roberts isn't making one at the moment.
One NZ for Cook, just trying everything he can to get past the traffic, but just can't do it. 27. The car of Smith just make himself really wide there, but meanwhile up in front there you go car number 8, Jared Fletcher, right on the tail of Roberts.
8 laps left to go. Thomas Corf, Scotty Lansdowne. Fletcher just can't lay behind Roberts waiting for something to happen because Roberts isn't going to make a mistake. If Fletcher doesn't make a move soon, it's just going to be 4 NZ, not 3. 7 laps left to go. Thomas Corf from Stratford has a big lead over Scotty Lansdowne, the 74A from Auckland. Then it's the 89 of Tom Roberts under pressure from Jared Fletcher in the 8. Then there's Josh Smith in the 27 and the 1 NZ of Ethan Cook. Tom Roberts is just now Fletcher pulls out. Fletcher's had enough. He's having a go. Fletcher's cooked it up. He's allowed Josh Smith up the inside. Fletcher left it too long to have a go.
5 to go. Thomas Cork coming up to slow traffic now, so is that going to pose a problem for him? He's got to be careful now with that, but Lansdowne back in 74 in second place. He's catching up, so could bunch them up with the slow traffic.
4 to go for Thomas Corf. Are we going yellow, green to checker? Are we looking for a green to checker run? Jared Fletcher, I think, waited too long to have a go at Roberts. Then when he did go out there, the track had gone away. The racing was early on. The passing was there. Now we've gone single file as they start protecting stuff. Corf, 3 to go, 2 this time round. He's sitting in behind the chasing pack. Here comes Scotty Lansdowne. Is Lansdowne going to have a late lunge? Because we've got 2 laps left to go for Thomas Corf in the 16 to become New Zealand champion. Scotty Lansdowne, the 74. Then Roberts. Ethan Cook on the inside of Josh Smith. Oh, they're having a good old push and shove. White flag.
White flag out.
There it is. White flag for Thomas Corf. Here comes Lansdowne in the 74. Corf gets up the inside of Bigwood.
Corf coming round through turn 4. It's going to be Thomas Corf. Checkered flag.
It's a green 2 checkered. Oh, Lansdowne hits the wall after the checkered. Takes second with a big lunge. Tom Roberts, the 89, is going to be 3rd. Ethan Cook from grid 13 comes home in 4th. Then it's Fletcher in the 8M in 5th. Woodhouse in 6th. Wow. A New Zealand final. Green to checkered. There were changes. There was cars coming. Yeah. There were cars chasing. But Thomas Corf, unofficially, is your new New Zealand champion. The 16S out of Stratford. Unofficially in 2nd place. One of the nice guys of saloon car racing in New Zealand. Scotty Lansdowne has been around for a long, long time. And Tommy Roberts, the 89A, will come home in 3rd. Then it's the 1 NZ of Ethan Cook, the 8M of Jared Fletcher. He had the big lunge later on. I think, to be honest, he left it a few laps late to try and get around Roberts. But there he is. Put your hands together as he comes round. Unofficially, here is your new New Zealand champion. He is from Stratford. He is a young fella. He is Thomas Korf.
Woohoo. Here he goes. Has to do the donut.
Why not? Why not?
Oh, man, he's going to be happy.
That is a big win for a young man who's been there or thereabouts and just at times hasn't had everything go his way. Well, it's gone his way tonight. Oh, I suppose you're happy. I suppose you're happy now. The fact that it's
I'm
Stratford
ecstatic.
car.
I'm ecstatic. I was quietly confident, I must admit. But
He didn't have his own way.
Yeah.
He had to fight back. He lost the lead.
Exactly.
He had to fight back to get it.
Yep.
Tom Roberts got around him and he had to fight and scrap and get around the outside. That lane was there early on to make those passes. Ethan Cook from grid 13 got up to 4th and 5th.
Exactly. He, as you say, he fought, he scrapped, he did it all. But he's going to be happy. He's going to be celebrating. But Lansdowne, that was a superb drive from him too.
Yeah, look, he got that split early on and away he went.
Yeah.
Woo-wee. That's a big night. That was a heck of a race. Scotty Lansdowne, he doesn't care about his car. It's wrecked. He smacked it in the wall. It's going to have the 2NZ on it. He's just threw it away. He tried everything he could to get the pass, and he just biffed it away after the line. But that'll do. I'll take 2NZ on that.
He got the 2.
So Thomas Korf unofficially 1NZ. Scotty Lansdowne unofficially 2NZ. Tom Roberts unofficially 3NZ. 2 Auckland cars, 1 Stratford car is the way that we have probably finished up here tonight. Wow.
Wow. So we've got Red going now, putting some more water down. We've still got one more race to come.
So if you're taking off, 29th, we've got our big midget meeting here, open wheeler meeting, and those sorts of things going on. But we will, I think, up in the club rooms, do the presentation of the new 1, 2 and 3 NZs. But yes, Thomas Korf just caught up on that tracing pack as he came into lap traffic with a couple to go, got the checkered flag. Scotty Lansdowne gave it everything. He knew he was catching, but just ran out of laps to try and catch from there. So it is. Hopefully we'll have Billy and Mike Wilson be running down the pits for us, and they'll get a word or two with our unofficial 1, 2 and 3 NZ. But I don't think there he is. Thomas Korf, he's climbing out of the car. The film are on him. He is just all hell's excited. The cars are being impounded now. They'll be checked and scrutineered. There'll be a whole lot of checking going on to make sure that everything is tickety-boo before they attach to those cars. Some low numbers. Thomas Korf from Stratford, unofficially, 1 NZ. Scotty Lansdowne, unofficially 2 NZ. And unofficially, Tom Roberts, 3 NZ. Great crew from the Pits Media. A lot of happy places down there. Not very often you get a chance in your life to wear a low number on a car. Ethan Cook did everything he could to get back to that. Got up to 4th spot. Wow. That was a brilliant race. First time I've seen a long time in a saloon car race. Woe to go.
Woe to go. Yep.
No yellows. And with that amount of passing early.
That one big pile up in the first lap, but of course it went back to starting grid, so.
Yep.
All the way through.
Well, a bit of excitement, a bit of thrill, a bit of whatever. Hopefully down there we have
still got one more race coming up, Consolation race, but if you are heading off, please drive safe. But thanks for coming along. But as I say, we've still got one more race, Consolation race coming out. All good. So it looks like we've got Thomas down in the pits ready to go. So we'll pass it over to the pits crew, see if they've got him. No. No, doesn't look like it. So we've got Consolation race heading off now. Got 8 laps. 8 laps coming up. So if you are leaving now, please drive safe. Have a great night. Thanks for coming along. And we'll catch up with you on the 29th as the next meeting coming up. Going down to the pits now.
All right, cheers, Craig. Yes, I'm down here with your new 1NZ, the 16S Thomas Korf. The New Zealand title is going to Stratford. First of all, how do you feel?
Oh, unreal, awesome. Been chipping away at so long, and finally cracked it.
You and the old fellow have been racing for years, and you've finally done it. You're finally thinking it. What was your feeling going into those last few laps?
Oh, yeah, it's starting. Yeah, I thought there was going to be quite a bit of traffic right behind me as well, but obviously it was pretty one lane, so we're pretty lucky. So, just awesome.
And what was your expectations coming into this weekend? Because obviously quality field of races, quality cars, drivers, all that kind of thing. You know, there was always that threat of the 1NZ, or the former 1NZ champion, always going to come through. What were your expectations?
Oh, we just had to keep clean and keep out of trouble, and we managed to do that and chip away at it and get top 5 in every heat race. So, it was awesome.
What does it mean to you and the family? Of course, you and Craig, your dad, were in the final together. You started off the front, he was right down the back. Like we said, a Korf sandwich with a meaty filling. How is it to win the title with your old man in the final?
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Not many guys get to do that, so, yeah.
Awesome stuff, mate. And as usual, the car looks fantastic. It's going to look even better with a 1NZ on it. And
off in a minute.
Yeah, rip the 6 off in a minute. That's the way. You couldn't do it without all your sponsors, all your crew, mate, everyone that helps you.
Yep. Mufflers NZ, TSK Construction, Brokers United, Sarah Bentley Professionals, Farmlands, Golf. Yeah, heaps.
Congratulations once again, your new 1NZ, Thomas Korf. How does it sound?
Awesome.
Good stuff, mate. Well done. So there we go. That's our new 1NZ Thomas Korf. I'll see if we can't grab 3NZ Tom Roberts, but we'll head back to that Consolation race out on track and we'll catch up with these guys very soon.
Thanks for that, mate. Back into the Consolation race, so last race for the night. Saloon cars, so the guys that didn't quite make it come out for one more race. We've got 146 of Wright, Halcrow 124, 26S for Hooper, Clements 25H, 7S, Richard Drever, Josie Pete Bennett, 61K, Hunter of 31B, and Lakin of 7P, and run out the field, 88K of Johnson. So just heading round into the grid, get the track all ready to go. 8 laps. Tango New Zealand Saloons, Consolation. Get them all gridded up. Lights are out in the hands of the starter. Pressure's starting to build.
You should always pull out, bro.
Right, Halcrow, Hooper, Clements, Drever, Pete Bennett, Hunter, Larkin and Johnson coming up. We've got the green flag. We're racing. 146 of Wright, straight off into the lead. .124 Halcrow on the inside, coming second. First lap down looks like Wright, 146, Halcrow 124, Clements 25 in third place. Fourth place is Josie Pete Bennett, rounding up your top 4. Not giving anything away, even nice and tight. Johnson of 88 running quite wide on the outside there, but everything he can. We've got a wheel off down on the on turn 1 and 2. Just the tyre there. That looks like 146 of Wright was in the front, but lost that wheel straight off. So that's brought the yellow flag out while they get the tyre off the track. Looks like the outside rear tyre has just peeled itself away. So 2 laps down. We've got 6 to go. Yeah, that tyre just peeled off. Exit stage right. So coming back in, get all the safety crew back on board. Light's still yellow. So up the front we've got 124 of Halcrow, 25 of Clements, 61 of Pete Bennett, 7 of Larkin, 26 of Hooper, 7 of Drever, 88 of Johnson, and 31 of Hunter. Lights are out. 2 laps down, 6 to go. Coming down the back straight into turn 3. Starter man happy, flags up. We are racing. Back into it. 124 Palcrow straight off into the lead. 25 of Clements coming up on the outside. Can he make it stick? He's got it. Clements coming around the outside. Coming up to take the lead. 124 Halcrow second place. Larkin 7 and third. Yellow lights back on. Car number 88 and 31. Johnson and Hunter tied up down on turn 3 and 4. The racing still happening, the action still happening. Just come into the back of the field and 31 just right up. Oh man, he was so close to not going over. Fantastic replay here by the crew. But yeah, that was a wild ride, that one. So just keep the cars circulating as they separate them and pull them in field. So we're still 2 laps down, 6 to go. .124 Halcrow. 25 of Clements. 61 of Pete Bennett. Those are your top 3. Safety guys just pulling the cars off the track. Make sure there's nothing left on there. Alright, just wait for the safety crew to get back into their designated spots. Cars all bunching up again. Lights are off. Restart again on this lap.
Get your footwork ready, fellas.
7S of Drever sitting on the back of the field.
Well, okay,
26 of Hooper in front of him. 7P of Larkin in front of him. But we're racing again. Yeah, 124 straight back into the lead. Halcrow, Clements. Clements making a pass again on the outside. He's going to make it stick. Not quite. Gone wide, and he's actually lost a place there. Giving it away to Josie Pete Bennett, coming in second place. So Halcrow first, 124. Pete Bennett second, 61. Clements 25, third place. Four laps down, 4 to go, midway through the race. Halcrow, Pete Bennett, Larkin, Clements, Hooper, Drever, Johnson. Larkin trying everything he can to get around the outside of Pete Bennett. Can't quite make it stick though while Josie's trying to catch 124 of Halcrow, but still having to deal with the battle behind her. Both 25 Clements and Larkin trying everything they can to get up in front. Six laps down, 2 to go. White flag coming out on this time round. With white flag for Halcrow. .25 Clements just coming in underneath the Larkin of number 7 of Larkin. Coming into turn 3 and 4. Checker flag this time round. So checker flag. 124 Halcrow takes out first position. Josie Pete Bennett 61k in second. Third place 25 Clements of Huntly. 7 Larkin from Palmerston North. 26S Hooper from Stratford, and then Richard Drever rounding out the field, number 7. And DNFs, of course, for Johnson, Wright and Hunter. So that wraps up the night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming out tonight, and please, as I say, drive safe. I look forward to seeing you back out in a couple of weeks. Meanwhile, Halcrow just getting the flag and going for his last lap around the track. So round of applause as he comes back. But thanks again for coming out. My name's Craig Tonkin. Looks like we're going to see if we can get some interviews down in the pits. So. So Halcrow coming round with the checkered flag. Okay, we've got Scott Lansdowne down in the pits, interview coming up, so we'll pass it over to those guys and see what they've got to say.
Yeah, thanks guys. Look, 15 years of racing, finally gets the top 3 in a championship, can now proudly put 2NZ on the car. Well done, Scott Lansdowne.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a long time coming, and I tell you, I'm just over the moon at the moment. I'm struggling to even think about everything, but yeah, I'm just amazed and so happy. It's unbelievable.
Oh, so you should be. Now, in that race, we saw Thomas pull away, but when he got to lap traffic, you started reeling him in. You reeled him in quickly, and at the end, there was basically only a couple of car lengths in it. What was going through your mind then? Were you like, I can get him, I can get him?
Look, to be honest, I don't know what I would have done if we'd actually got there. Obviously, you don't know who's behind you or how close they are. So I was sort of in two minds whether or not I just stayed down low and stuck in behind him and stayed with 2NZ, or we went high. I honestly don't know what I would have done until the opportunity arose, and thankfully it didn't come up, because I don't know what I would have done. So,
tell me about the interesting finish you had once you went past the checker.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I probably started celebrating a little bit too early. I honestly can't tell you what happened there. We obviously came in pretty hot, got out wide. Race was over, took my foot off the throttle, and she was all over, really.
Put it in the wall.
Yeah, I did put it in the wall, yeah. She's looking a bit sad, but it does have a 2NZ on it, so I'm happy.
Yeah, that lessens the blow, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. I'm over the moon.
Yeah, 15 years of racing, you fully deserve this. You had a brilliant weekend. 2NZ, that's going to look really nice on the side of this race car.
Yeah, thank you very much. Look, it's a big thank you to my wife, all my crew that have come down, Inchman, Roy Walker, Kerry McIntyre, K-Mac Race Cars, Dan Oliver, Stealth Race Engines, Jesse Lowe from Diesel Marine NZ. These guys are just fantastic, and we're going to be partying tonight.
I'm sure you are. Now that you're 2NZ, what's the plans for the rest of the year for you?
Well, obviously we'll fix the car up this week and head to Kiki for the Grand Prix. After that, I'm not sure. We'll probably just concentrate on some local stuff at home, I guess, and showcase the new number.
And keep polishing up that side of that race car like you were doing earlier today.
Yeah, that's right. Especially when there's a number on there now. It's been obviously a dream to get a number on the car, and it's just amazing, really.
Well, wear it with pride. I know you will. Congratulations once again.
Cool. Thank you very much, and obviously thank you to everyone that's come tonight, and Huntly Speedway. Thank you.
2NZ, Scotty Lansdowne.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, apologies about the delay there. I'm here with the new 3NZ, the 89A, former 89A, Tom Rowitz. Tom, first of all, you've got the number. You've been racing for 5 years. You've finally got a number. How does it feel?
To be quite honest, mate, it hasn't sunken in, and I'm still really tired. But yeah, in the morning I'll let you know. I'm pretty bloody happy, to be honest, mate.
I'm stoked for you, mate. That was an epic drive out there. Obviously, a fantastic weekend overall to bring home a number to the club alongside Scott. Obviously, to take a number home to the club, to the family, the crew, sponsors, everyone.
Yeah. No, we're well, I'm lost for words, to be quite honest, mate. I just can't thank my crew enough. Josh, he's just relentless. Hours and hours and hours and hours spent on the car, and the boys that have come down and helped over the weekend. My mate Mike, he's flown over from Australia for this, and he came with us on Speed Week, and I guess it's events like that that sort of get the ball rolling, and we're here now.
What were your expectations coming into this weekend? Like I said, the same thing to Thomas. There's a quality field of race cars out there, great drivers, great racing and all that. It's hard to get up there.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, I think you just got to be consistent, try and keep your nose clean, and hey, whatever happens, happens. In the championship, it quite often can be the luck of the draw.
And plans for the rest of the season for the new 3NZ?
Get a new door, get a new bonnet, and get a new number printed.
And maybe go away from the old black and white body, perhaps?
Oh, who knows, mate? Who knows? See what the budget does, eh? We're just about spent at the moment, so yeah. But it's been worth it. Been worth every cent, and all my sponsors I can't thank enough. We wouldn't be here without them. Yeah, it's just bloody amazing, and Chloe and the kids being neglected at home for my racing, I can't thank them enough. They're awesome, mate.
I'm sure Chloe and the family at home right now are in tears. Look, congratulations once again, the new 3NZ Tom Roberts. Very well deserved. Well done.
Thank you so much, and thanks to Huntly and Speedway New Zealand for putting on an amazing event, and awesome for Scott too, and Thomas Core for number 1.
Congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Alrighty, cheers Tom, thank you. We'll bring in Mike Wilson. Of course, Mike, another championship down the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Champs. What an epic weekend of racing it has been.
Well, we got pretty excited watching that 25 laps standing up there on the grandstand, but it's just once again with a new champion just showing how hard this meeting is to win twice.
That's right, we saw some fantastic driving from Ethan Cook in that feature race. He started 13th. He made his way right up the field. Like, what did I say before the feature race? Trailer Park Girls go around the outside. That's exactly what he did. He went flying around the outside. He made it work. It wasn't enough, but it just shows the calibre of drivers in this field.
It did. It certainly did all weekend. The racing's been outstanding, but we got a pretty popular champion here tonight, Thomas Korf, mate. It couldn't go to a nicer guy, and it's so good to see new drivers on the podium as well.
Absolutely, new drivers such as Scott Lansdowne and Tom Roberts, of course. A 2 and a 3NZ in Auckland. Like, that's great for the club.
You graft away for 15 years, you finally put a 2NZ, you get a number, and you put it in the wall when the race is finished. That's just pure theatre.
That is pure theatre. He said he was way too excited. That's why he put it in the wall. Got off the gas too hard and around she went. Look, Mike, what a fantastic weekend it's been, not just from the racing, down here in the pit lane, wandering around, talking to these drivers. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, what could be better? We're at Speedway. That's the best place to be on earth.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing here at Huntly International Speedway for the Tank Guy New Zealand Saloon Champs. From myself, Billy Hickey, Mike Wilson alongside me, Graham Minty Mead and Craig Tonkin up in the commentary box, and the entire Pits TV team, I'm Billy Hickey. Good night.